shall be conquered? Which team will soar above the clouds and be crowned as the king of Southeast Asia? Like the Zodiacs, a total of 12 teams from the region will compete in 2 stages: the group stage and the playoffs. Each group of 3 teams will fight against each other in a best-of-2 match, where the weakest of each group will be eliminated. That leaves the remaining 8 to continue their paths of glory. To facilitate the epic battles between the giants, the MSC 2022 arena will be held at the City of Contrast and Diversity, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Witness the clash of titans from the supreme MLBB region from June 11th until June 19th. Follow #SupremeAC for more updates. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, where heroes make history.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So let's get what's loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Hey everyone, DevPow here. In this video, I brought fantastic news. MLBB is releasing a new system, Creation Cam. Without further ado, let's take a look at the system's 4 major features. Today, I'll be recommending a few of my favorite gameplay. Watch carefully and make sure you don't miss a step. 1. Hide and seek. This gameplay allows you to fully experience the thrill of 1 against many. Now that it's hide and seek, we first need to assign the roles of the 2 teams. You can configure the size of each team on the configuration screen. First, I'll set 1 player from Team A as the seeker, and 5 players from Team B as hiders. Next, I'll check the hide minimap avatar option so the 2 teams can't see each other on the minimap. And then I'll adjust the 2 teams' attributes. Since there's only 1 seeker, I'll give them a major boost on damage, defense, and HP, but lower their movement speed. For hiders, I'll increase their cooldown reduction and movement speed, but take a chunk out of their HP. The 5 hiders need to avoid the Seeker's attack, assemble as fast as possible, and eventually take down the Seeker together, before their base is destroyed. Who will be the last one standing? The exceptionally strong Seeker, or the 5 hiders united as one? Go and find out for yourself. 2. Zero cooldown blitz. Now this is something you can't experience in regular matches. With the cooldowns removed, many of the heroes are bound to offer a fantastic experience. The configuration is here. The most important is to set the cooldown reduction and battle spell cooldown reduction to 100%. You can also limit the available heroes and adjust some of the other attributes. I, for one, particularly like to disable basic attacks for a competition of skills only. Spam skills throughout the game and get familiar with each hero during the process. Can this deal get any sweeter? 3. Go, Franco, go! If you like mischief, you must not miss this one. The rule's simple. Hit the opponent with your hook before they hook you. For the configuration, set the available heroes to Franco only and adjust the hook's range. Ooh, caught you again. Think you can run away from me? Alright, that's all for today. Be sure to check out the system after its release. There's so much more fun gameplay awaiting you to explore. Customize your own gameplay, team up with your friends, and don't forget to share your lobby codes. This time, everyone is a game designer.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the art of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Holds infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonate from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Horology is my craft. Sticky is my name.
First blood.
Late? Just slow down the time.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband. Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Come on, let's light the sky with our spirits burning bright. くじけぬ together, you shall forever. 力出して we stand and fight our hearts out. 炎決して絶やさないで。Calling our name, changing the game, setting the chains ablaze. Speed is power, crack the core. 勝利の行動 you're done. Stand back on number one. Unrivaled, unmatched. 乗り越えてゆけ。いざ行け。There's no time to waste in victories embrace. 5 more seconds till we 5 more seconds till we 5 more seconds till we flash. Come on, let's light the sky with our spirits burning bright. くじけぬ together, you shall forever. 力出して we stand and fight our hearts out. 炎決して絶やさないで。Calling our name, changing the game, setting the chains ablaze. Come on, let's light the sky with our spirits burning bright. くじけぬ forever, you shall together. 力出して we stand and fight our hearts out. 炎決して絶やさないで。Calling our name, changing the game, setting the chains ablaze.
Welcome back, Fly Center with your MPL SG Season 3 Week 2 Day 2 recap. Team Evil vs RSG SG. The Giant Slayers are back to start us off on Day 4 of the regular season. Despite a powerful RSG early game, Evil managed to hold the line thanks to critical hooks from Carrot's Franco that allowed them to pick apart the crucial late game fights and pull off an incredible comeback in Game 1. After some much needed pep talk, RSG walked back into Game 2 with new power, wiping the floor with Evil in just 10 minutes. Game 3 took a little bit longer, but the airtight discipline from RSG's play shut out Evil's chance for a response, allowing them to close out the series 2-1. For Deck's season debut as RSG's jungler, not a bad start. Team Flash vs Zion Esports. Back from their break on Saturday, Zion Esports entered the series with a sledgehammer. On the top side of the map was Supergo, picking up 2 solo kills against a Peach during lane, and in the middle was Chris, taking 0 prisoners with his Sicilian. Together, they managed to seal Flash's fate with a 15-1 smackdown in Game 1. Game 2 wasn't any kinder on Flash, with the early game mishaps leading to an extremely fed Vanix and Chris. And within 16 minutes, Flash were staring down the barrel at a 10 kill and 13,000 gold difference. Powerful performance from Zion. Almighty vs SMG SG. In Game 1, SMG's early game was solid, their mid game deadly, with too easy for Angelo and Rum racking up a dangerous 11,000 gold lead at the 15-minute mark. But a disaster 23-minute siege would allow Almighty to crack open the gates and secure Evolved Lord, who would then proceed to trample SMG's hopes for Game 1. Game 2 was a tactician stream, with Almighty leaving Angelo's beloved Fanny open in the draft. Right as SMG snapped up the bait, Almighty went ahead to pick up a composition of stunners so crippling Fanny spent most of the fights looking at a grey screen. Even Pebble's fantastic faster play wasn't enough to prevent Almighty from putting themselves on the scoreboard. And that's your MPL SG Season 3 Week 2. gentlemen, welcome back to MPL Singapore Season 3, Week 3. Day 1, that's Day 5. And we have been almost past the middle point mark. We're actually past the middle point mark of the regular season. I'm Lysander. I'm joined here by Professor Jace as well as Professor Scrubby Cheeks. And yes, we're professors at the very prestigious PvP Academy where they teach ML in the curriculum. Very, very fun. Anyway, welcome back to Mobile Legends Pro League Singapore. And yes, we have more games for you guys today. It's week 5 of the regular season. The rankings are starting to, kind of secure themselves down. But before that, of course, always got a shout out to everyone that helped make this happen. Of course, our friends over at Singtel 5G are going to be one of those guys. Unlock ultra responsive gaming with 2 times lower latency with Singtel 5G, Singapore's most powerful 5G network.
Yep, and also, of course, we have to thank PvP Esports, the ultimate regional gaming platform where gaming lives. Guided by its core values of passion, sportsmanship, and healthy gaming, PvP Esports seeks to continually grow the regional esports ecosystem through its initiatives and tournaments.
Yeah, that's right. And other than, growing the ecosystem around here, we also need your help to grow our fan base. So what the better way to actually do the season 3 with our giveaway? So go on in, get everyone. I joked about your goldfish. We're okay. Production has told us we're already at tier 3, 42,000 followers. Thank you very much. You get a special skin chest. We just need another 5,000 more to go, and we will going into the epic zone.
Yeah, epic zone with epic rewards, and of course, make sure you guys get all your friends to follow because everyone can get a chance to win this. So there's no, you're here so I can get some kind of deal. Of course, do be on the lookout for the first blood rewards throughout the games. When the first blood happens, sometimes it does happen off screen and bosses do not catch it. So you guys gotta be the ones to catch it because if you miss it, the code is gone just like that. So a code will appear below after every first blood. So make sure you guys keep your eyes peeled for those. As well. And not to forget the 2 other sponsors that helped make this happen.
That's right.
As well as Awesome.
Thank you very much.
But okay, yeah, you guys have been seeing the friend cards. A lot of very cool designs they have come up with this season. You can collect all of them. And I do believe there is a promotion running all the way to the end of MPL Singapore season.
Yeah, but other than that, right, we also have the live stream shares campaign. Okay, this is extremely new for all of us. So I believe there should be a banner popping out at the bottom. So once we have 3 milestones to hit, right? 200 shares, 300 shares, and then 500 shares. So you know what? Use all the accounts that you have because right now I believe we all have quite a few Facebook accounts, right? So
use
go
all
ahead.
your friend accounts. No, we do not promote Smurfing.
But while you're watching, why not? Just click the share button because it's a click away.
Yes, it's only a click and you will be getting rewards. And again, if I'm not wrong, the rewards will just appear, right?
Yep.
The rewards will just appear, so you gotta keep your eyes on the screen at all times. Because I know there are some buggers out there that type really fast. The rewards they make no sense, but numbers and letters, they just... And some of you guys actually do it in the mobile screen. I don't know how you guys do it. But, kudos to those that actually manage to score those rewards. If you do, actually do tag our social media. I'm sure we're happy to share it. If you want a prize from us, make sure you tag us on our pages and tag it on Instagram, the story, Facebook. I'm sure our social people will actually reshare it. So you get a little bit of 15 minutes of fame.
Yep, and I personally use a lot of Instagram, right? But just a few days ago, I realized that MPL Singapore will be going into a live venue. So if you guys do not know what I'm talking about, go check it out on our Instagram page or even our Facebook page as well. You should be able to see that we will be having our playoffs in a live venue where we invite all of you to stop watching on your mobile screen and go to the live venue at Grid. So thank you very much for our official venue partner.
Yeah, Grid is a mall in Singapore. So those of you guys that are from Singapore, you can actually watch the playoffs in person on the 29th, 30th of April, and the 1st of May. So the last 3 days of MPL Singapore Season 3. It's going to be pretty exciting. I'm going to be there live so you guys can actually see and say hi. And we'll be playing some games on stage as well. So there'll be a lot of prizes that you can win in person that you will not be able to win on screen. I will not spoil the rest of the surprise, but there's a couple of other things you can do there as well. And you know what? With COVID, just being a real meanie the past 2 years, it's kind of great to be able to host a live event once again.
Yeah, and you know what? Speaking about live events, right? For those people who have escaped Singapore as well, thank you very much for actually joining us right here, watching
Shout out to you guys.
Live stream right here. I believe, some of us here, including the production team, are, coming from Escape in a sense. But so thank you very much for joining us. And other than that, we have to talk about the standings because you know what you mentioned, Alexander, this is already the halfway mark of MPL Singapore. The power rankings have shifted dramatically, in my opinion, from the start, and then we've seen some of the performance already. So let's take a look at the standings to see where we are in week 3, day number 1. I believe RSG all the way up in the top right now. Feels like they've secured the upper brackets. The reason why EVOS is at 0.6 or second position because they took one day off.
They took a day off.
The points are not the exact story of what it is right now.
But what you guys actually did mention is that, the point system have, kind of solidified in like this. We can kind of predict the top 3 already. So RSG, EVOS, and Zion, I think like you guys said, are guaranteed top 3. But what about the middle of the pack, Scrubby?
Yeah, but I mean, just talking about Zion, I think RSG and EVOS are pretty much there. Of course, RSG they played one game extra of EVOS, that's why the standings are as so. But Zion, as long as they play consistently, they should be able to still maintain that spot. Going to Evil though, Evil's in a bit of a position that could potentially shift around. Either they stay in the upper bracket or they could drop to the lower. So it's up to them to be able to fight for this position.
Yeah, but the good news is the remaining teams they have to play. They have 2 more teams to play. They're taking a day off today, so they have 2 more teams to play who are Flash, Almighty, who are arguably on the lower end of the bracket. So there is a good chance that they could make it into the top 4. And that's pretty amazing for the boys that just say top 6 is good enough for us.
I think it's more than amazing. I mean, the fact that they didn't have high expectations but made it all the way. Truly an underdog play here. But going back to the lower brackets, we're looking at Flash, Almighty, and SMG sitting at the lower parts. What's the play for them here?
I feel like, the 5th spot is like the sweet spot, whatever that gets out of regular season. Because, when we go into the playoffs, it's going to be the 5th spot versus the 8th spot, which is currently blank. So technically, they get a way out. So it's up to 6 and 7 to kind of duke it out in the lower brackets. So whoever is at the lower bracket spot or even Evil, they definitely could be eyeing for that 5th spot. That's a very good place for them to be.
I think for lower bracket 5th, like you said, get a free buy. Don't have to stress out losing on day 1 of the playoffs. But ultimately, you want to go in that upper bracket. I think, first of all, more experience playing with some of the top teams. Because you have to remember, if you start all the way in lowest, you don't get another chance to play with those top teams until if you ever get to the final. So I think it's better to get some of that jitters out of the way. And so far, Evo has been doing pretty well against good teams. Like the good teams, right?
I mean, they are the Giant Slayers.
They are the Giant Slayers.
Giant Slayers.
Yeah, they are the Giant Slayers. The only downside to Evil doing well is to hear Reese brag about it. That's the only downside.
Oh my god, I can hear it in my ears like vertigo.
I think Evil would take that any day. It's not a huge downside to them.
Oh, no, it's a downside to us.
Yes.
Downside to us.
Not to them.
But to be honest to you guys, right, Evil being at the 4th spot in this midway through mark, man, they've produced results, beating EVOS, taking one game from RSG.
From a deficit too.
From a deficit, making them RSG shake a little bit. I think that is already a good win for being their first season without a coach from a non-professional organization. They are community-based. This is the first time sitting on a hosting chair, playing downstairs. Man, what a jump for them.
I do believe Carrot's sister is their manager. We met her the other day. So nice. It's a really adorable thing. His older sister is just their manager or something. It was really funny. I don't know if it was Carrot, but one of the players. Absolutely. So, it's like they are the team you just want to root for. If it wasn't for Reese, I would have won their shit already.
But yeah, they still have the half of the season kind of to
I don't want to jinx them.
Don't jinx them.
Custer's curse is very strong.
No, they're gonna fail.
No. I don't even dare to actually support. I did express support for one of the teams, but if you guys remember,
you're trying to get Evos to lose, huh?
That's not what I'm trying to do.
Evos fans, get him if they lose. Pile on him. He loves getting piled on social media. Get him.
Yeah, but focusing on the games that we have today though, because after all, it is up to the first game we're going to have is between Almighty and Zion.
Oh, yeah. It's, Zion, I think, has been the talk of town. They came in waving their, waving their branding. I think most of all, look at their jerseys packed with brands. They got a restaurant chain supporting them. They got influencers backing them. And they got a pretty
solid
strong
coach.
Yeah, I think they got a pretty solid coach as well. And of course, they got some vets in there. And some new players with quite a bit of personality. I think it's very exciting to see how they have done. And of course, like we mentioned, if they don't bungle their last few games, they are most likely going to be top 3. And that's pretty good showing for I wouldn't say brand new team, but
But the players are pretty
A
new,
new brand in
relatively,
MPL.
but they do have some veteran experience coming in as well. So it definitely plays to their advantage in that
got
aspect.
Mr. Potato.
Yeah. Almighty, though, on the other hand, has won themselves one set finally in the last week.
Yeah.
So they are 1-2 at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of tough, right?
Yeah.
To go all the way into week number 2, like I said, a halfway point mark, and then only winning one game. Same could be said over to Flash as well, which takes one game away from Almighty. So that's why, there's a reason why we have the standings that can show you the storyline of how these two teams have been going. They really have to buckle up, especially Almighty right now going into the game against Zion, which is already like top 3. So that's something that they have to
It is super important for them because Zion, yes, winning this would be great. They'll solidify top 3 for them. But Almighty kind of needs to beat them because they're facing... After this, they're facing EVOS.
Yeah.
And Evil, Evil is like a wild card. You don't really know if you're going to beat them or lose to them. But EVOS is a tough opponent. Not going to mince any words here. So, Almighty, or rather, this matchup is a time for them to at least get a map. Even if they don't win, a map is very, very important here. And it's not so carefree as we might imagine. It might be like, not so important here with Almighty being bottom, but I think it's very, very crucial that they actually at least score a map here to at least get 5th place.
So this game that we're going in based on our schedule for week 3, day number 1, right? Almighty going up against Zion. I think this game is very important for Almighty to kind of set down the momentum that they have left. They have enough fuel to power through the rest of the regular season before we go into the playoffs. Zion, on the other hand, like what we mentioned, they just have to perform consistently, and being consistent starts with this very first game that we'll be watching later on, which is to try to beat Almighty whatever they have. But we're gonna save a lot of talking points about Almighty and Zion for the later part because I believe we do have the team banters coming up very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. Because super excited for game number 1 though. Remember, halfway mark. These two teams have so much things to prove, and they have to prove it in this very game.
Yeah, let's take a look and see what each of the teams have to say about themselves.
The team, we mostly train chemistry, the team bonding that I've mentioned. Like, we meet, but we don't really train as much as we have fun. Like, we go out to places, we eat food, and generally just have fun together. I feel it's more important than just playing the game because the teamwork is definitely the most crucial key to win the whole MPL.
Team bonding is quite important. Team bonding allows you to get closer and to know more about your teammates, as well as trust. There is chemistry, but you don't know if whether you can trust your teammate or not. But through bonding, you can trust your teammate to know that he'll be there for you and to catch you when you fall. I'll find them to be a potential wild card for the team. It's like when the jungler got red buff and blue buff, but this is different. We got a girlfriend buff. Sometimes when the players are not available to play, they will take over.
It means a lot because it will be my first win. I've never won before, so it definitely means so much to me.
I think I might retire since this is my 5th season and I haven't won yet. But if I still haven't won, I will continue playing. And it will mean a lot to me, having to hold the trophy.
I think probably we didn't convince him because I think he wanted to build a team for himself, I guess. He find us it's not we go and convince him.
It's quite new to me so I'm quite nervous also. Because it's my first time. But actually competition and rank, there's really a huge difference. Because competition play as a team. So there's a lot of synergy that needs to be in place for it to work out. Unlike rank, as long as everybody know what they need to do, can already. Throughout these 2 to 3 months, I think we bond quite a lot already. Then I think we also build out some synergy within the team. Because it's a new team, everyone is sort of new face to each other.
They are younger, but can train. Because when you're young, you got a lot of potential. So with Potato at helm, probably can pass a lot of knowledge to them. I think they are very high mechanically skilled but maybe sometimes a bit more stubborn. But it might be a good and bad thing They got their own point of view and maybe they can show us something new, something better. They are more willing to experiment with things.
All right, last season's 3rd placers versus the Fluffy Pandas. Just gotta profile that a little bit. But yeah, I think it's based on their performance in the regular season, this season, it's kind of shocking to remember that they were actually third place. Almighty were third place last season. They almost took down RSG in the lower bracket. But if you do remember, let me wind back the clock a little bit. In the regular season last season, they didn't do well either. They were kind of like, fumbling through their regular season. I think they did really poorly at the start, and then they started coming back towards the end and managed to climb themselves to a decent spot and then just crush the lower bracket.
Yeah, and that all due to because the meta shifted into a marksman meta, and then Bush was like, man, this is my meta. And then of course you get Alpha V9. But this time round, just take a look at the player lineup. We don't see that in Almighty's roster. Sky Azura X, Risen and FMM, QDX Love, Forza, Nezuko, Glory, Vanix, and Supergirl on the side of Zion.
So actually on the side of Zion, is Nezuko playing today instead of Chris?
Oh, yeah. That's we've had some bad vibes whenever they put in a sub instead of their full roster.
For RSG and EVOS.
Yeah, for RSG and EVOS, it's always been a little bit of a kind of situation. So, we'll see. Nezuko, you look at the stats. He doesn't even have stats because this is his first game. So, it is going to be a toss-up. Maybe some of the subs are strategically placed. I do remember some of the teams actually packed a lot of mages into their roster. And this might be one of those situations where they bring up like, you know what, you're a specialist, come and wizard your way out of this. I don't know.
Kind of magic your way out of it.
Into a 2-0.
Yeah, but take a look at this, the team statistics. The heroes they did love to play. If you notice, Azura X, the jungler of Almighty, he's been getting out with and perform even better in my opinion if he actually plays out, those tank and fighter jungler. In fact, Kufra, one of the most used heroes that he prefers to as a jungler, has been working very well for the side of Almighty. On the other hand, Zion, Chris and Supergirl was the win condition with Zion for the few weeks thus far, and Supergirl can perform under stress, but sometimes he can fumble. So this is something that we have to pay attention to, especially when we put in Nezuko, the new mage player into Zion's roster. This is something that they have to look out for.
Yeah, and now look at the head-to-head stats between both teams. I think apart from the turtles lane, it looks like Almighty are very, very forced saving the turtles because they do not kill many turtles in this game. But apart from that, I think Zion and Almighty are pretty evenly matched stats-wise.
Yeah, but take a look at the turtle lane per game. That actually gives you an indication how passive they are in the earlier parts of the game. But let's take a look at the head-to-head, ladies and gentlemen, because in my books, I feel like I would like to put the jungler together, but no, it's gonna be the roamer. This is not the exact head-to-head in my opinion, because Risen is actually a mage player and his positioning has been quite good. Forza, on the other hand, has been playing the roamer, the tank. The Masha on his hand is very, very good. When accidentally you saw one of the teams slip it by, so Forza is ready to take it up.
Yeah, but I think a lot of casters do agree that it has been a roamer meta. So your early game rotations do matter a lot in snowballing your lead. You look at the turtles lane earlier, having that early map advantage allows your jungler to snipe the turtle. And now with the turtle buff being kind of AoE, it does lead you to taking better fights in the early game. And we do see a lot of Karina now as well. I want to talk a little bit about that before we hop into the draft. Karina has been a problem for a lot of teams. Every jungler that has picked it up has been getting very good results. So question to you guys, why isn't it getting banned then?
Well, I feel like Karina is a very stable jungle right now because of the fact that you built Karina as a tank. And then after that, all you have to do, build Multicall, you don't need to finish it, and then you can just start doing a lot of damage as long as you stick to your target. And then you just proc your passive over and over and over and over again. With the mage killer emblem, especially the jungler emblem path, there's also an attack speed that she could also benefit from, where you could apply, stacks non-stop. And don't forget, she doesn't really need a lot of items to pop off, especially at level 4. Once you hit your power spike, you don't really need items at all. You could already snipe down marksman, especially marksman being on the safe side. It's very tough to get through, especially in this tank meta. So I feel like Karina's is of course one of the most viable picks in this current meta, especially in MPL Singapore.
But why isn't it banned then?
It's to combat the tank meta, right? Is why it's picked, like you mentioned. But I think even seeing the games that we have so far, it's not like a 100% win rate on Karina. You know, it's rather 50-50. And I think that plays to how it's not a make or break kind of hero. You know, yes, in the early game, you can use the Karina for some attraction to get in the early game, but towards the end, you're basically a hybrid kind of tank. And that's not really like a playmaking character, if you will, or at least what I think.
She just marks someone and then goes after that person.
I feel like if there's so many ban-worthy heroes out there currently right now. You ban away Karina, then you force not only just yourself, but you also force the enemy jungler to be uncomfortable, because right now most of the junglers that you've been seeing recently, especially MPL Singapore, it's either the Karina or going into the Baxia jungle. It's just either of these two. So that's the meta restriction that we had. Yep, because it's something that it's easier to execute. Unless you give the link over to Braid, you know, you give like the Lancelot to maybe too easy for Angelo. Unless these specific conditions happen, then yes, they may actually try to go out and limit the Karina ban.
I wanted to ask May, what if you say, okay, let's talk about 100% bans. Who do you think should be getting banned but isn't getting banned right now?
Should be getting banned but isn't. I think they've hit the bans. Like, you know, Valentina, Marsha, they have been pretty on point.
You think we'll ever see Valentina?
I think was it? Wait, so still 100% ban rate.
I'm pretty sure she's banned every round, you know. Yeah, at this point, I might even forget what she does already. I actually have not seen her in a game because she gets banned every time. In my ranked game, she's banned.
Yeah.
She's always banned. She's always banned in pro games. I'm like, why release this hero then?
Yeah, because Valentina, the biggest problem that Valentina has is not just the numbers. Yes, you know, the developers has been trying to nerf down the numbers a lot, but the flexibility of that ultimate is just way too much. Especially in this current meta, you have big tank ultimates, like, you know, the wild charge from that Grok. You got the jump from the Kufra.
But it would be so cool to watch.
Yeah, it would be cool to watch, but you don't want to give that over to, you know, your enemy, because he could just take whatever you have and make it theirs. It's something that's really tough. So that's why I feel like it should be in the ban column. But personally, I feel the one that, if you're asking May that question, I'll answer that for her. Xavier is the one that I feel like should be in the ban section. It has been very crazy on some of the heroes that
for Salmon, I would say yes.
Yeah, debatable.
That's correct. Yeah, so because Xavier has so much potential burst and this one big CC circle that no one dares to stand through, you actually control the pace of the game, and you saw some of the damage head to head when he fights Assassin, almost equal.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Xavier, I mean, he does have the new hero tag right now, so he's on the OP side, but we'll see. Okay, anyway, it looks like it is time for our game, so I'm going to be throwing the time over to our casters. Jace as well as Scrubby Cheeks will be taking it into the drafts between Almighty versus Zion. A must-win for Almighty, and Zion, it'll be a good win to have. Let's see how they do.
Between Zion Esports and Almighty, we are in the picks and bans phase right now. Off the bat, it's going to be Zion taking out the Grok as their first choice.
Zion Grok is just very annoying to be handled, especially you build so much damage and then you get so much armor out of that. I think that's why Zion just decides, okay, you know what, we're not going to deal with it. On the other hand, Almighty takes away the Valentina that we kind of discussing earlier just now. Like I said, it's just way too overpowered. Not only just the numbers, just the innate kit itself is a problem. So Almighty choosing to take that one out. Basically, the Valentina is going through that Paquito problem that we had for 2 seasons.
But I think it's a bit more complex than that, right? Because if you allow a Valentina through, you need to think about, okay, what kind of ultimates do I not want my opponent to have now? And because of that, I am also not allowed to pick those heroes.
Yeah.
So there's a lot more, I guess, strategy and thinking and planning ahead required. But right now, Almighty, their second ban is going to be Selena, and Zion's going to pick off the Marsha.
Yep, Selena, you know, you don't want to get that early game, you know, power pick as well. And of course, we're going back to that, you know, let's ban all the Purple Heroes game once again. I remember there's a period of time before the tank meta season, we had so much fun talking about it. But Marsha, on the other hand, on Zion, I think it's really got on Forza's hands. And, you know, Forza is like, you know what, let's not go even for the Marsha as well. And Zion, taking away this Baxia is something that we were talking about earlier just now, right?
Yeah, Baxia, I mean, now that he can be flexed into the jungle as well, it's going to be really annoying to play with. So might be Zion wanting to opt into something like an assassin jungle potentially with the picks of, with the bans on Marsha as well as Baxia.
I feel like, what Zion's doing, May, is that, they take the Baxia away since they have first pick. They could snap pick the Karina right off the bat for Banix, and then suddenly Almighty is playing on the back foot. They need to pick the jungles properly and then probably force Almighty into something else, like a Kufra jungle. I think that's what they could go for instead. So banning away the Baxia, banning away the Grog, that's something that, Azura X could pull into the jungle. There you go, first pick. The Karina.
Karina first pick once again. I don't talking about the Masha though. Recently nerfed. Any thoughts on that?
Recently nerfed, but I still feel like she's just way too overpowered. You saw how Almighty in the previous game last week. They just pulled like what? 4 Garden Helms? That's just so single track mind way of build. I'm not laughing at them, I'm not jeering at them, I'm not teasing them, but it's just so annoying, especially when Zion, the win condition is to protect Supergirl at all costs. The last thing that Zion needs is basically a Masha running head first with so much HP, touches Supergirl, and Supergirl doesn't become super anymore, just becomes girl. Cough all the way back to season 1. But there you go, Almighty picks up Risen's Xavier as well. So that's something that what I was mentioning earlier. It's a lot of burst potential, to so much CC involved in this one hero. I think it should be banned, but instead Almighty bans away the Link instead.
Okay, but yes, you talked about how Xavier should be, well, maybe insta-banned from the beginning, but it's very, very contingent, right?
Yep.
Yes, you have that CC ability, you have that burst damage, but number one, he only scales off really, really well in the late game.
Yep.
So you need to be able to get to that phase of the game. And the second is he doesn't have the same kind of mobility that can get him in or out of situations easily. So your positioning is extremely crucial to be able to play him well.
Yeah, and I believe Risen does have that positioning power that you mentioned. Remember, there's a lot of mages out there. Yep, you got Salmon, you've also got Sayla. Sayla, I think he prefers to play the Kagura. I think Risen on this, it's not Sicilian, because I remember he used to play a lot of Sicilian back in the good old days. Playing the Xavier is really good. Not only just, going to the late game. Once you hit level 4, you could actually assist anyone just from the mid part of the game. And that's why the Xavier should be banned away, in my opinion. And I have to agree with Professor Fizzy right there. But Zion, on the other hand, Nezuko will be picking up that Eve, and the Daroth being, Glory 1's main hero. You saw him using it to great success. Not only just a, damage hero, he's also used that Daroth as a very tanky front line. When Forza was using the Masha to try to gain constantly, and Masha is constantly split pushing. 4v5 scenarios, Glory was the one that stepped up as the pseudo tank.
On the board now, Zion has Karina, Daroth, as well as Eve. So I feel like their late game potential is not quite there at the moment, especially to deal with the Xavier. They do have that marksman slot as well as a roamer slot available still. Any thoughts on what they might go into?
Any thoughts? I think Supergirl could go back into that Brody, which is quite good. If not, the Popo Koopa would be very nice, because that's something that Supergirl has been practicing on stream. I think that's something that, they could actually pick. In fact, Almighty picked up the Beatrix first and foremost. And then, now they can start limiting all these marksman picks. I believe Almighty should be banning away at least one of the marksmen away, but they chose to ban away that Hilda. Hilda, I would say, it's almost like a Masha, but less crazy, but still bannable as well. So taking that away from Forza is very good. Unless Almighty, banning away the Hilda does actually hint that they may actually want to target Forza. So I think next hero on the chopping block should be that Cho coming up from Almighty if they really want to go for that. Zion, on the other hand, focusing on Azura Fanny, receiving some nerfs already for the past, I would say, emergency patch. The energy consumption increased, so it's not as nutty as before. But I think that's a wasted ban slot, in my opinion. I feel like they should focus on, banning away the Kufra, because you don't want the Karina to get, blocked by the bouncing ball and basically stall down that Wombo combo.
And especially in the hands of Azura X, because we've known him to be able to play Kufra either as a roamer or in the jungle as well. So it could be flex picked by Azura X in this case. Well, Zion does still have one ban, so not to say that Kufra is in the game for sure. They could still opt to take that off.
Yeah, something very interesting, May, is that whether they're going in and hammer down on some Supergirl's role, they went in and banned away that Angela as well.
Well, taking out the Angela, you still have the option for the roamer, right? And if you have that Angela paired with a marksman, it's going to be a lot safer for the marksman to be able to get in and out of fights, especially with the Karina to help with that hybrid tanky kind of composition as well. So I guess just preventing. Ooh.
Okay, this is very interesting, right, ladies and gentlemen? SMG was the last one who used the Hellcat. I feel like what Almighty wants to do is just to stomp early game, get the Hellcat up online and snipe down maybe the Yi very quickly, or even try to deny the farm from this Karina. A very soft and very squishy composition that Almighty has picked up for themselves, in my opinion, because I was really expecting the Kufa to come out, because I think that's what Almighty has been lacking in the draft. But now Zion, 2 picks left. I believe definitely a marksman will be good. The Brody will be very nice because you got that self-pew and burst to actually try to counter and fight against the Hellcat, or you can go in with the Purple and Koopa where you can hide behind the Koopa and your front line, which is Foster's some pick as well. Going for the Atlas and when this time around, ladies and gentlemen, feels like Zion's actually pulling up new heroes.
We have a game here on my game 1, and they're choosing to go into Atlas and 1-1
Diggy,
as well as Almighty, picking up the Diggy to complete their draft. What is this looking like for you?
I feel like it's a very squishy draft coming out from Almighty. They have to end the game within 10 minutes to scale the Hellcat like an avalanche and just steamroll Zion as quickly as possible. On the other hand, Zion has a more, balanced draft. It's something that we're very familiar with. But when went recently with some fixes, not only just to her skills or her kit, but also to the game itself. It allows her to basically skip the boots and then just go straight into the Chorusis side and Demon Hunter Sword. So you get your first item up very quickly as compared to everyone else. You also go in the air when the Hellcat tries to jump on top of you. As long as you activate the weakness points, you should be able to be, just instantly sweep everyone off, especially when Almighty is going up with a very, very weak draft. However, Phobius, on the other hand, needs to be able to counter that Zion pick.
Yeah, but we'll see if they can pull that off exactly as what you have mentioned. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be game 1 between Zion Esports and Almighty. Zion on the blue side and Almighty on the red. Very interesting draft coming up for our first game.
Very interesting draft, I would say. Zion Esports, I think, picking that went into a Phobius is kind of ridiculous in my opinion. But they do have the Wombo combo. They have the Fossas Atlas. They also have, the box coming out from Nezuko. And you couple that with Supergirl, you're allowed to proc all the weakness, and then you just so much ultimates and so much damage in their kit. How about Almighty? They have bigger burst damage, right? You got the Xavier, you got the Hellcat, and heck, you also got the B-Trick as well when you go in with the Nigu's Passion. But arguably, they have the softer draft. They don't really have much tanks, and I think that may cost them this game.
Yeah, it's a bit strange when you said Almighty, they want to play for the early game as well, right? With the Hellcat to be able to scale. But then you also have Risen. They don't really want to end the game. I mean, you need to wait for Xavier to come online as well. So I don't know. I'm a bit conflicted on this one.
I think it's okay. You're allowed, you use the Hellcat in the earlier parts of the game to try to get, to bridge into the later part of the game where the Xavier gets online, the Phobius comes online as well. FMM with the B-Trick should be able to scale very quickly on. However, 4 red bars, focusing on the top side, focusing on Supergirl.
Yep, they're hunting in the bushes, trying to set up for a kill here, but the turtle has already spawned on the bottom side. So Zion Esports, they're the only ones in place to get this. We saw earlier on Almighty doesn't really get the turtle in the first game, so it's going to be a repeat of that.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Almighty, if you go for a Hellcat, you want to go and gank very quickly on, but you're already level 4 as Azura X. If you are a Hellcat, you should be ganking at level 2 instead, because you already got your stingers, you can burst anyone down, but now you're going to get Fatal Links all the way down. It's going to be Silence landing on top of Nezuko, but Nezuko does have the ball. First blood goes over to Risen.
They're still fighting though. Forza, it's going to be FMN that gets taken down by Vanix, and now Azura X low. Supergirl pops the pressure points on and manages to get him off his QDX. Also going down, a triple kill racked up for Vanix.
Triple kill at 2-minute mark as your draft is actually weaker in the earlier parts of the game, whereas Almighty, oh, there you go, the triple kill. QR code goes on the way in as well, ladies and gentlemen. Go, quickly copy that down. But heck, this is not looking good for Almighty. In that earlier part of the early game, you lost 3 members. And then let's take a look at the replay, right? I feel like Azura X focusing on Nezuko is quite good, but then Vanix comes in, with the turtle buff already at level 5, and also Almighty was wasting a lot of time at the top side, not doing much, trying to gang on top of Wan Wan, but they don't dare to pull that trigger. That costed them in terms of that farm. Just take a look, gold lead in the favor of Zion Esports.
Yep, definitely in favor of them. I mean, they got 3 kills off of that, and in the hands of Vanix as well. So Almighty, I think, invested a little too much. In fact, they wanted to get that gank up top, but they were the ones who lost in that fight. This is not going to look good for Azura X at all.
Not looking good at all. I have to agree with you, May. So what is Almighty's game plan right now? Is to try to start ganking. I don't really like the fact that Azura X is actually farming the jungle as much as possible. Now he may find himself at a deficient level. Just take a look. Vanix already at level 8. Glory goes in. The light has been turned out. Glory flickers forward as Sky jumps on top of Glory at the same time. Nezuko landing the box. Sky still fighting right inside the box. No one from the side of Almighty dares to step in because Nezuko just zones out the member of Almighty.
Extremely well played. Glory, he almost fell down there, but Glory was Nezuko was there for the backup to be able to secure his escape, and they lost the jungle buff along with it. Zion Esports, again, gonna get well placed for this second turtle of the game. Almighty trying to contest it here, but doesn't look like they will be able to.
Nope, I don't think Almighty will be able to do anything. In fact, the Fatalings from Forza has been popped, and then, QDX responded with the ultimate of that Diggy as well. So, Zion, I thought Almighty did a good job to bait out Nezuko's box. I was doubting that it's a little bit too premature because there's a turtle up, but luckily Zion Esports was still able to secure that turtle. Let's take a look at Vanix's item, ladies and gentlemen. 300. That's a very good lead for Zion's jungler right now because, you've already got a Molten Core. Next, go for the Anti-Cuirass, and it's going to work well against Azura X, which is very skill-based as well. And now, this Hellcat, not really a very powerful pick anymore. You see, at level 9, and Azura X struggling at level 7, only completing Demon Hunter Sword at only 5 minutes.
How's Almighty gonna carry out their game plan, right? So Azura X was the factor in the early game. They needed him to be able to scale up, and then you depend on Risen and FMM in the later parts of the game. But right now, are they still positioned to be able to get to that stage?
I think it's really hard, babe, because look, we're going into the middle part of the game where Zion Esports has secured all the, crucial level 4 ultimates, and, with that said, Almighty has to make sure that Sky scales all the way to the late game, Risen scales all the way to the late game. So these are your 2 winning conditions for the side of Almighty. Azura X right now, yes, this is the problem about Hellcat. If you don't kill in the earlier parts of the game, you don't farm heroes, you become a split pusher in the later part of the game. And now Forza goes in, Fatal Links connects, will not be able to connect anything because Diggy will be there to counter it all. But it is going to be Glory who actually falls. Sky comes in for the flank, will be able to secure Vanix at the same time. Supergirl struggling to proc the weakness point, but will not be able to do anything. Sky fights Girl on the turtle at the same time, will lose his life.
Yeah, I guess that's a good trade though, yes. You lose Sky, but then you get one Supergirl. So at least you shut him down once. It's a bit of a consolation prize for... Actually, no, Almighty was the one to take back this fight. So really well played by them.
Really well played right there. Sky was the winning condition just now. That nice flank came in and swooped everything off. So Zion Esports, yes, they had the first turret. They have 2 turtles in their pockets right now, but Almighty cracked open the mid lane as well.
Yeah, and while all this was happening, Almighty, they were actually going to push down the bottom side. So now Zion Esports, Almighty, they're also looking at the macro plays as well. So right now they are able to contest finally the 3rd turtle, but it might still go the way of Zion.
Yep. Almighty was there first, but I'm not too sure why they did not actually start it up and just give it over to Zion. Now, Zion has 3 turtles in their pockets. Their goal just now, Almighty was in the favor earlier just now in that fight. And because of that, it just equalizes the gold lead. Just take a look. Zion Esports choose 1K ahead. And I think what Almighty has in their pockets, and basically the secret weapon, is QDX Love. With that ultimate, it just allows them to nullify any form of engagement. Just take a look. Exactly what I was talking about right there. Forza was supposed to be able to catch 3 to 4 members from the side of Almighty, but with just one button, QDX Love just denies everything, and then Zion Esports, they were relying on that 4-star Fatal Links. It did not deliver, and then just all hell's break loose.
Yeah, unfortunately. But right now, across the two teams, they are still pretty even. Zion sitting at 22.7 thousand in the mid lane though. Is gonna be again getting a kill onto Nezuko, and now they're pressing onto Vanix. Extremely low health, trying to make it out alive. He does manage to get super goal with they managed to get Azura X in that fight again. Two now, double kill for Supergirl. FMM in some trouble. Triple kill for Supergirl.
Supergirl activated crossbow tank at the very nick of time. Already almost at half health. Finally actually activating that, giving the triple kill. And that's the power of the when, right? You, especially when you drafted 5 very squishy heroes. That is basically free real estate for Supergirl to just trample all over you with that crossbow of tank.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he did. So Almighty, even though they're trying to play the macro here, they're still losing out in terms of these kills.
Yeah, Almighty doing better in my opinion. No, sorry, they're actually trying to. Zion Esports just equalize all of that right now. Now Sky jumping on top of Supergirl. The Fatal Link's going in, but Sky could just leap on the air, shutting down Supergirl at the same time. No more crossbow tank for Zion Esports.
No more crossbow of tank. Well, they did send like 4 people just to get 1 Supergirl. So it's at that point where it's only going to get tougher to be able to shut him down.
Yeah, win condition, like I said, Supergirl, right, needs to hit all that pressure point, needs to hit all that weakness spot. In fact, exactly what I'm talking about. Supergirl just skipped the boots, going into Wind of Nature right off the bat. Just doubling down on as much attack speed as possible. And Supergirl, you can see how he's actually traveling for the mid lane. You can see he's like jumping all the way to the mid lane. And that's basically the new Wan meta that I was talking about. But hold on a second. Sky, on the other hand, building the Dominance Ice is going to be beneficial especially when you're going up against Supergirl. And I think he's going into a Ice Speed 1 as well, so that you get all the slows. But I think Almighty needs to address this one problem. They don't really have enough tanks. But something interesting though, Azura X building into the Radiant Armor as well. I think going into the Thunderbelt, Azura X just realizes that, hey, I'm not doing very well in the earlier parts of the game. I'm going to have to double down on the defense.
I'm not sure if that defense will be enough, right? Like you said, there's no strong tank for Almighty at the moment. So yes, Sky is going to go in with the Demonic Force, and then maybe you have QDX Love peeling in the back line and being able to CC the rest of Zion. But with the damage, the hard damage output from Zion Esports, I don't know if that's enough to be able to combat that in team fights.
I really have to agree with you. Once Supergirl gets into crossbow or tank, Almighty's job has ended. But you could actually argue that Almighty though, they have QDX Love. That is the biggest problem that Zion Esports has to face. And now what Almighty could do is try to bait, the members of Zion Esports all the way in, and here we go.
Bossa trying to get Fatal Links here, does not connect, but it's enough to zone out for the rest of his zone. Just jumping into everyone. Demonic Force not gonna be enough. Supergirl manages to put him in a coffin again. Zion Esports, now they get the Lord as well as kill off of Almighty.
Almighty really out of tempo right there. They wanted to take the Lord, but would not be able to secure it. Zion Esports, they are poised to go on in with this victory, in my opinion, because Almighty, you force the Hellcat to build tank when you're not actually assassinating members. And then after that, Sky jumps in a little bit too far. None of the members from the side of Almighty is ready for the engagement. And then you just lose Sky, the one valuable player that you have that could potentially fight Zion Esports. I think this is quite bad for what Almighty has to do going into this later part of the game.
Definitely not. They do still have Risen as well as FMM, but it doesn't look like they will be able to make it to that stage of the game. Right now, the Lord is trampling up the top lane. They have also pushed up the lane on the mid lane, so it's going to be a 2-lane siege here on Almighty.
Yep, the wave clear right now going in. Azura X handling the mid part of the lane. The lights has been turned off. Azura X charging all the way in, but the members of Zion Esports, they're fighting right underneath the turret. They may actually lose Supergirl. 2 members from the side of Zion Esports go down. Sky's actually going in a little bit too deep right there, forced to pull back and retreat. Losing 2 members for that siege as Almighty puts up a good defense.
Yeah, that Dark Knight Falls really was effective in that sense. I mean, Zion Esports, they were forced to back, but Supergirl couldn't get away as quickly as he might have wanted to. So Almighty actually saving that inhibitor turret as well.
Yeah, solid defense coming up from Almighty, right? And not only that, I think it was Reason's second skill that proc and that prevented Zion Esports from backing off. Zion Esports, I think there were two tunnel vision. They thought they had the Lord. They could actually push it all the way in and try to take down the top side turret, but they're unable to do so. They lose 2 members. And now what I feel like what Zion Esports have to do, they have to slow it down the tempo. Yes, they'll be getting away with, this early part game aggression, but now Almighty, they have to pay some respect over to Sky, because Sky has successfully built up enough items, and of course, not to forget the damage coming out from Risen as well.
Well, I don't know if they want to slow down the tempo too much though. I mean, they do have Risen as well as FMM. You don't want to allow them to be able to get too far and fully come online. I mean, right now they're still lacking items. So if they get to that stage, Zion Esports might actually lose out.
Yeah, Risen going into the Enchanted Talisman already means that he'll be spamming all the ultimates constantly. This Dawning Light has been clutch against Zion Esports. As long as Zion Esports is going in a straight line, and especially when you're going for this wombo combo kind of playstyle, you will want to stack as many people on top of one person as possible. Risen could just get free real estate in terms of hitting. So now all eyes will be on Supergirl. If he can actually proc the crossbow and tank, Almighty's draft will just shred all apart.
He has been proccing the crossbow of tank though, so I don't think that will be too much of a problem. I think it's a matter of preserving his life, his positioning in the fights, and running away when the Dark Knight Falls comes on as well. Zion Esports though, they are gonna get this lot entirely for free, so Almighty again having to defend. Oh, it's gonna be Glory right in the middle of everyone though. I think he was probably trying to split push there, but got caught up by the rest of the draft.
Zion Esports, Glory was actually, opening up the map so that, they don't get caught out by the side of Almighty, but Almighty decides to catch Glory first and then, getting that kill. But then now, Zion Esports, 4v5 right now, they technically do have the Luminous Lord marching all the way up top side. Same idea as well. They have to be patient in these sieges. They don't want to allow, Almighty to just take advantage of their greediness to try to end off the game. Their patience must be careful. I think that Conceal was a bad decision coming out from Forza, because activating that Conceal trying to catch, and then Almighty is already accepting this defense. So I think that's not a very good start for Zion Esports in this engagement, but here we go.
The real world manipulation is out for the defense, and the Lord is going to be able to take down the turret here. Sky actually falling to the shots coming from the Sky. Oh, no pun intended, but right now they're also going to be able to take the mid lane inhibitor. Zion Esports with that one Lord. Oh, the Dawning Light onto Nezuko forces him to back away. Forza as well, low on HP, gets taken down by the Lynx and will be put in a body bag. It's gonna be Forza down. They do manage to take the objectives, yes. So I think overall still a huge win for Zion.
Huge win for Zion as well. You crack open 2 lanes at the same time. You also take down Sky, which is actually the thorn for Zion Esports. That kind of allows Supergirl to explore, trying to actually get the procs off. But you saw if Supergirl had to get that proc off, I think it would be a lot better for Almighty, but kudos to him as well. I almost call him a her because Supergirl, But the point is, you crack open 2 lanes on the top and mid, and this is exactly what I was talking about. You want to tone down that aggression. You had a very bad attack in the top side just now, and they tone it down, and it works very well. And of course, with Nezuko's box earlier just now to slow down, I think it was Sky as well. And that Lord is just cleaving and cleaving. That's 1 member down, and then Almighty just have to back off.
I mean, it was the Luminous Lord, so they knew that they were going to get the top inhibitor for sure. But that they managed to get the mid as well was a good siege. So now, Almighty, they're really playing off of the back foot here, and they can't even contest the objectives.
They can't contest objectives at all. All the neutral objectives has been given over to Zion Esports. Just take a look at the score up there. 3 turtles, 2 lords, 8 turrets already, 49,000 gold right now. And then you compare that to Almighty. They've been always very passive in the early parts of the game. And you have an Helker, you're supposed to be acting aggressive, but you're unable to do so. Now Azura X became the pseudo tank for the side of Zion Esports. And like I said, if a Helker being reduced down to a tank role to try to CC with your Dark Knight Falls and of course with your jump, then your Stingers doesn't really do much damage anymore.
I think at this point they might not be looking for the damage, and we talked about Azura X. Even as a Hellcat, you would have fallen off in the late game most likely. So using his kit for more utility kind of makes sense as well, and it might play better to Almighty's strategy. So it's not that they don't stand a chance, but I mean, just because of how Zion Esports has snowballed, that's what's going to make it hard for them.
It is going to be an uphill battle for Almighty. I have to agree with you with that, but we are not going to discount the fact that Risen 207, I believe right now going into Holy Crystal or could be going into the Divine Glaive already. That means that a lot of damage from the side of Risen, as long as Risen stays in a very good position, like what we mentioned earlier just now. If you want to pick a Xavier in, you have to have solid positioning. Risen got that in check in his book. There you go, Downing Light used for absolutely free, because with the Enchanted Talisman, you could spam that every day, all day.
Well, every 15 seconds, so definitely can use that for defense as well. And as well as for the offense. Right now, they're going to start off the fight by Nezuko catching Sky immediately, but the Fatal Mace gets onto QDX. Love, they're trying to go down into the back by Fossa, having to retrieve Azura X. Oh, they managed to get Nezuko. It's 2 kills, but they're going right for the core. Are they going to be able to get the core? The Lord is still up just for at the moment. Sky gets taken down by Supergirl. Zion Esports, they managed to end the game, and it's the first victory going to them.
GG, well played over to Zion Esports. You can see the question mark from coming out of Supergirl. We ended the game. I believe even you were like, they could end the game right there. But yes, I feel like what Almighty just made a mistake earlier just now was they're focusing on the members of Zion. Instead, they forgot that, you know, Zion, the thing that you have to do for Zion is to actually try to kill off the minions. The minions has been bashing on top of the core, and Almighty was really distracted. But let's take a look at the highlights, ladies and gentlemen. This part is what I like to say. There's not a lot of aggression coming up on Azura X. That's the key victory if you want to pull off a Hellcat and you allow Vanix to scale like this crazily. Man, MVP in my heart right now for the side of Zion is Vanix. He has been peeling for against Almighty all the time. He has been attracting so much attention. Unfortunately, you know, Fossa's role as the Atlas trying to catch with the Fatal Links has been diminished because of one annoying hero. The QDX loves hero for the side of Diggy has put a solid break against Zion Esports, but nonetheless, you have the results, ladies and gentlemen. Zion Esports still take one game from Almighty.
Yeah, I think even though Fossa was not as effective, I mean, it's still threatening, right, to have like an Atlas standing right in front of
you. Oh, yes.
And yeah, being able to pull off potentially a huge Fatal Links. You can see Supergirl here. Triple kill once again. I think he had 2 in this game.
I mean, it's no offense to him, but it's super easy as a 1-1 to actually get that triple kill, right? All you have to do is go into the crossbow and tank. And of course, most of your enemies are very squishy, but then you go. This is exactly what I was talking about. The win con for the side of Zion Esports has always been Supergirl since day one. And then he delivered in this particular game against Almighty. But let's take a look at the items, ladies and gentlemen. A very interesting build coming out from Supergirl as well. Going into Wind of Nature, like I mentioned, because of, I think he was afraid of that Hellcat's damage. Just one click of a button, you nullify the burst damage coming off of Hellcat. Athena's shield, because, you know, Risen has Horizon become a very strong contender in the damage, and then going in to just double down on damage and more crit chance. Especially when you go in crossbow and tank, that's super, super easy, right? But however, not gonna deny that there's not a lot of tanks coming out from the side of Almighty to be able to peel for Risen or even FMM.
Yeah, we're gonna go into the post-match highlights as well to look at the statistics. Here we go. Gonna be, well, obviously more damage dealt on the side of Almighty as well. Tough game. Well, actually, Xavier put out a lot of damage. 49,000 up against just 41 on the side of Supergirl.
Yeah, this is exactly why I feel Xavier is supposed to be ban-worthy, because you don't really need to, you know, scale. You don't need to consistently hit with your skill like what Sicilian have to do. You just have a lot of numbers because you are a new hero. So that's why 49,000 damage dealt for the side of Xavier. Almighty, even though yes, they deal the most damage, but don't forget, Zion has so much things that could absorb damage. The Karina, the Dyrov, and even the Atlas to a one point of time, they could just absorb so much damage. So you don't really need a lot of damage from the side of Zion to win. And don't forget, all the neutral objectives, all the turrets has been taken by the side of Zion as well.
Yeah, we're going to see who, well, statistically maybe contributed the most. It's going to be the MVP of this game from the side of Zion.
Okay.
Supergirl, of course, on the 1-1 with a 536 KDA, but, well, it's not really about the KDA. I mean, he did get a triple kill as well. And
twice?
Did a lot of the damage.
You said twice,
I think the Vanix was the one.
Oh, Vanix was also, yeah. So a lot of triple kills going in for the side of Zion as well. I think they perform as a unit. It's as if Chris never left as well. It's just Nezuko right now going in with the same playstyle as Chris, but dude, 100% kill participation. He's always there whenever the kill happens.
Yeah, that just shows, right? I mean, he was the contingent factor, but it's not just in the late game. From the beginning, he was already in those team fights.
Yeah, and of course, going in with the Inspire battle spell as well, it's just so... It just gives you, there's two choices of battle spell if you want to play as a Wen, right? Wen. Sorry, I keep messing these two names up. You guys either go for the Flicker, because personally, I go for the Flicker because I'm a caster, not a pro player, right? So I really need that additional Flicker to try to proc that weakness point, right? But the better build, if you are very confident in the positioning, is to go for the Inspire. You go into crossbow attack, you activate Inspire, you just go in with a machine gun. And just basically, see you gain a base.
Yeah. I mean, with the Inspire, you proc that basic attack. It's just shots firing at you like non-stop until it ends, basically. And that's exactly what he did. So a really tough match for Almighty. I think that Hellcat pick maybe was something to be rethought a little bit, or at least they had to execute that a little more actively in the early game.
Yeah, and with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on a short break. Don't go away. Game number 2, will Almighty take back one game away from Zion Esports, or Zion's just going to stomp them? It's like game number 1. We shall see. Don't go away. We'll catch you after this break.
Is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Defier of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring the second hero of the Forsaken Light series, Melissa. With the help of her beloved dolls, Melissa can easily melt her foes from an unreachable spot. Hero skills. First skill, falling. Melissa dashes in the target direction and gains extra attack speed for a while. She'll also pull Muddles and Cuddles toward her when the two are on the field. Falling is Melissa's mobility tool that allows her to maneuver around the map and adjust the position of her dolls. The extra attack speed, on the other hand, grants her decent burst potential.
Killing spree.
Second skill, go Muddles! Melissa throws Muddles in the target direction, which will stop upon hitting an enemy hero or reaching the maximum distance and bind itself to all nearby enemy heroes. For the duration, Melissa will summon Giggles on each of her basic attacks to shoot an extra Cursed Needle at Muddles, and can also use the attack minion button to attack Muddles directly. All the damage taken by Muddles within the duration will be transferred to the bound victims. Each needle thrown by Giggles will also reduce part of the cooldown of Melissa's first skill. Go, Muddles! Is Melissa's primary damage source. Ultimate. Cuddles, protect me! Melissa orders Cuddles to release the field of protection, damaging and pushing away nearby enemies while blocking them from entering the field for a while. The field will disappear early if Melissa moves too far away. Cuddles, protect me! Is Melissa's main defense measure against melee heroes. Passive. Doll Buster. Melissa deals extra damage to summoned units, including Muddles and all units summoned by the enemy. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Move Muddles flexibly with falling to avoid losing the enemy's bound by Go, Muddles!
Didn't your mother ever tell you? Never get too close to Needle.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to knock back approaching enemies and then falling to move the field and block or restrict the enemy's movement. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, cast Falling to quickly approach the enemy. Bind them to Muddles using Go Muddles and then poke them with basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me when they're getting too close.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is MPL Singapore Season 3. Here with me, Scrubby Cheeks, as well as Jace. We just saw one game between Almighty and Zion Esports, and the game going to Zion Esports.
Yeah, we were talking about this during the break, right? Zion Esports, they got away because, Almighty was very passive in the earlier parts of the game. They were hanging around, trying to gang Supergirl all the way up top for one good whole minute. And then, when the turtle is spawned, and then the Almighty is not there to basically try to take the turtle. And then after that, you just allow the enemy to scale with a mid-game or, a late-game draft, where your draft is focusing on the early game aggression. But also, another point that I would like to point out is that I just feel like we have to look at the Zero X, right, as a tank jungler, like a Kufra. I think that would perform a lot better for him.
Yeah, not just in the draft, right? I mean, yes, they had dashes as well, so you could stop, for example, Karina in her tracks.
Yeah.
And not to mention that Azura X is comfortable on the Kufra.
Yep.
So he could flex that in the jungle and still be able to pull it off well.
Yes. And if there's one way out for Almighty, is that they have the weirdest hero picks of MPL SG, right? They pulled out the Mincetar. They also pulled out the Diggy, where I believe this is the first time a Diggy was even mentioned in MPL SG, right? It was right there. And QDX that was a very good pick to counter against what Zion has. The Fatal Links. You also have the box that you have to be careful about. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go into the draft right now. Almighty going in first pick, Zion going in second pick.
Zion banning out the Valentina, no surprises there. And Almighty with the Selena ban as well. Again, Ling as the second ban. Still have Rock and Marsha on the table for both teams.
Yep, Zion should be banning away the Marsha, I feel. Unless I think Almighty will be able to take the Karina first. I think that's how it's going to go. Unless Zion bans it out, they could ban out the Marsha and then after that proceed to ban out the Baxia. And then, Almighty, Brock will get that. But then Almighty could probably go for the Karina, I think, in this particular game.
Maybe Marsha is for Almighty to ban. I think you don't want Forza to play that Marsha as well.
Oh.
Yeah, so potentially maybe can leave the Marsha. I mean, after all, with the nerf, maybe you can't play that as comfortably.
I think what Almighty could do is really what you said, right? Ban away the Marsha, and then Zion could go and ban away the Hilda. Then you open up the Karina and also the Baxia at the same time. So right now, it just boils down to what kind of weird heroes that Almighty has to be able to do. And like I said, they win. they pull out weird heroes and then they win because none of the other teams are actually ready for it. In fact, Sky was the I would not say prodigy, but more like a pioneer of the Mincetar in MPL Singapore.
Yeah, but I mean, that was the whole draft coming together, right? And that was the game against SMG. Yeah, and they baited out the Fanny. So I think Mincetar at that point was especially targeted towards the Fanny as as well. So they might not pull out like extremely weird picks here just for the sake of it. They did ban out the Deroth though, so don't want Zion Esports to be able to get that same early game bullying in the EXP.
Yeah, and of course, that's Deroth is also one of Glory's very comfortable heroes. So, you know, Almighty lending respect over to Glory as well. I think Zion has a big question right now. There's a lot of things that's open. The Hilda, the Masha, it could be banned away. Instead, Zion Force will opt for that Masha ban. And now Risen will snap pick that Eve right away. A bit early, I might have to ask this question.
Also giving away the Karina again to Vanix.
Yeah.
He's extremely comfortable on that and can go for that as the first two picks.
Yep. And then you open up like, you know, the Hilda for Fossa as well. And then you open up for Karina as well. Almighty, like I said, game number 1, the draft is a bit wonky in my opinion. They drafted Helka. Game number 2, they're going to make the same mistake right now. But okay, there'll be a switcheroo instead. You take both of these two heroes that we're mentioning about. Baxia could actually flex into a roam. And then you also allow the Karina as well. Zion's basically getting free stuff away from Almighty.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I guess Nezuko on the Eve was extremely, I mean, his ultimates were on point. They were either zoning or doing damage, took down Sky at one point at the turret as well. So yes, good takeaway from Zion, but is it better than taking away other options? Not quite sure.
I think it's a very good takeaway for Zion, right? You have the Baxia now to roll and to try to deny the real-world manipulation from the side of Almighty's Eve. And this is exactly what I was talking about, right? Is that Eve a little bit too early? You snap pick that Eve, you give away the Baxia and the Karina, and now Almighty will have to force pick something else, going in against with the Yuzhong as well to just try to counter pick. Then again, it feels like Zion has been drafting like a madman in game number 1, game number 2.
Yeah, well, Mighty's basically reacting, right, to their draft at this point. Yuzhong, yes, you pick up the natural counter against Eve, but there are also a lot of other ways that you can go up against that. Like you said, first pick, very susceptible to a lot of other counters towards it.
Yeah, and now, you know, Zion could just go into the Sicilian as well. Let's go all the way to the late game because that's where, you know, Vanix as well as Fossa will be super tanky and there's no way you could touch Sicilian unless Almighty is forced to use the Black Dragon form to try to go all the way down. Now, Almighty picking up a lot of win conditions in the earlier parts of the game. Zion, on the other hand, hasn't picked up their marksman yet, so Almighty could seek to ban that away. But they don't really have any form of junglers right now. I think what Zion could do, ban away the Kufra because that's something that Azura X has been very comfortably playing right now. But okay, they're going to ban the Fanny once again. I feel like this is also something they know about against Almighty that we don't really know.
Well, I guess so. Now that the Fanny is nerfed as well,
yeah, true.
Taking that out could be maybe in respect to Almighty's possible draft, but I wouldn't think that Azura X would have played the Fanny. Yeah, you might be right. They might know something we don't, but they are looking for a jungler as well as a roam here on Almighty. So do you think Kufra would be an option?
I think Kufra would be a very good option for Almighty regardless, right?
But
because of the bouncing ball, you slow down the Karina, you slow down the Baxia's roll at the same time because that's technically a dash when you jump over towards the person and try to knock person over. You need someone to basically slow down and try to peel for Risen, especially when he goes into real-world manipulation. There's so many opportunity for Zion to jump in. You have to jump from Karina, you also have to jump from Baxia at the same time. And technically, I think to one certain extent, the Sanguine Claws from Sicilian can also, you know, slap Risen's Eve right off the bat.
No, I mean, definitely. They're gonna choose to ban out the Atlas on the side of Zion. So don't want, I guess, a wombo combo potentially grabbing for Sicilian especially. But it's tough, right? I mean, on Zion Esports, they have the Baxia, they have that early jungle. Actually, no, it's going to be Vanix in the jungle. So they have that pressure to peel for Sicilian as well and create that space for him to be able to basically slap people. So how do you think Almighty, what are the options on the table for them?
I think right now they just have to ban marksmen, right? Ban away the Beatrix or right now because I feel like Almighty's draft once again very squishy again. Well, technically the Yuzhong does have quite a bit of innate tankiness as well. Now actually landing so much respect over to 1-1 goes and ban that away. I still agree what Almighty has to ban, like ban away Angela because Angela tagged him with the Baxia or Even the Karina is very broken, so deserve on the banning slot. Now, Zion right now could pick up the Beatrix or even the Brody this time round. Personally, I feel like the Beatrix will be good. There you go. Going up against a Clint, you should be able to bully that Clint when you go into Renner. And looking at Almighty's draft in game number 1, I don't think they'll be going for very much tanky heroes unless Almighty could pull a fast one from game number 2.
I don't know if they can though. I mean, that was a potentially like kind of strange draft coming out from them. So maybe, but this seems like kind of a stable draft, right? You have the Eve to deal the damage, you have the Clint as well, so pretty stable, especially in the early game to be able to pull enough damage and lane bully a little bit. And then Sky goes in for the initiate and the disengage as well.
But now looking at what Almighty wants to pick, okay, yes, they don't really have much tankiness. There you go. The Bowman does have innate some tankiness as well. When you spin, you pick up the spell bam as well. You're gonna be relying on a lot of spell bam for Side Almighty, right? That also includes Yu Zhong at the same time. Mathilda also very good now. You're also sending, you're ensuring that you can hit the correct target. You bring the Bowman along with you with the Mathilda when you're going in Circling Eagle. You catch the Zugo with the Sicilian. That is wonderful. Now, question is, Zion's, XP laner needs to be someone that could peel, can try to kick and deny someone away. There you go. The Cho comes in for the side of Zion.
Ooh, Almighty then needs to be really, really careful. I mean, especially FMM and Risen as well. The ability of Zion to pick off somebody here is extremely high.
Yep, there's so many pick options, right? I feel like what Zion has secured for themselves in terms of the utility, they've got everything they need. They've got a screwdriver, they've got a hammer, they've got even nails to follow up with it in terms of the damage as well. But for the side of Almighty though, a little bit wonky. They're playing a lot of respect and also playing a lot of reactive coming out from game number 1. So in terms of confidence, I feel Zion takes the cake, but Almighty, don't count out QDX Love's decision making when he comes in as a roamer, because QDX Love, one of the few MVPs as a roamer in MPL Season 3.
Yeah, it's going to be game 2 between Zion Esports as well as Almighty. Potentially match point if Zion takes this second game as well. Almighty needs to claw this one back, and we'll see how they will try to do that.
Yeah, Zion will want this 2-0 against Almighty, right? Because this is gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna become the top 3 to fight it out, to duke it out against EVOS and RSG in the rankings in the regular season. And this is a big confidence booster for Zion Esports, right? Being the first time debuting in MPL SG, and now, going up against the big boys. So that is definitely very good. Initially, we thought, Enter Player 3 should be Flash, but no, Zion Esports rising up for this occasion.
Yeah, I mean, yes, they have the veterans as well. So not to say that a very strong Enter Player 3, if you will. And they are sitting at the top 3 in the standings currently too. Zion Esports, so Forza, they managed to get, I think it was the red buff, and steal that off of Almighty. So already they're off to a late start again.
Okay, so what Almighty just did as of now is to respond with the cutting of waves. Glory tried to cut the waves, same could be said over the side of Sky, and now Glory providing information back to Zion Esports saying that, hey, orange buff has gone, so Vanix could just counter jungle at the same time, so that's actually quite good. Yes, I agree Zion Esports will be slower in terms of hitting level 4, but then again, just take a look at the farming speed from Vanix as well. Already hitting level 4 even without, a full clear as well. So that's really good for Zion Esports.
Yeah, well, actually, no, they did even out across the jungle buffs. I think they still managed to get that. So counter jungling that. Almighty at least trying to catch up this game in terms of that gold and early game farm.
Yeah, Almighty, at least they're learning from what game number 1. They kind of forgot the existence of Turtle in, the first 2 minutes. They were focusing on top of Supergirl, and now they went back to the drawing board and they realized that, hey, I need this Turtle. I don't want to allow Zion Esports to snowball. If not, they'll get it away. But now Sky looking for Nezuko. The box has been landed down. Zion Esports locked away out from the Turtle right now. First blood goes over to QDX once again as Almighty takes away one person, and also the Turtle as well. The onslaught still trying to chase down Zion Esports, but would not be able to find anything else.
Almighty actually getting the better of Zion Esports in that skirmish. They get one as well as the Turtle to boot. So they are really, at least now they recognize that there is a turtle for the taking.
Yeah, Almighty this time around, and like I said, knee-jerk reaction. They're learning from game number 1. They are the masters of adaptation since season 2, and now QDX Love, with that big mega burst in the innate kill of midfielder to basically help snipe down Glory as well, whereas Glory was overextending. That's a good pick-off for the side of Almighty.
They are really all-in combo though, so you could see that, at the third fight, the moment they expended all their skills, they recognized that it was time to back off as well. So they didn't overcommit to anything else. Their Forza on the bottom side, trying to gank onto FMM. Venix is here as well. Nezuko is here as well. QDX Love not in the position to kill for him at the moment, forces the flicker out as well. As the bat speed is not going to be enough to close off that kill.
Not enough to close off, but Supergirl will be able to take down half HP of that turret energy. Just trying to equalize all that gold. Supergirl now this time around getting chased by 3 members of Almighty. Wolf back away, Forza spinning around just to provide some help just in case. And that's the power of the bugs here, right? You out-rotate the enemy as Reason gets half health just slapped by that bat's impact.
Putting the pressure on Zion Esports despite losing that turtle as well. Well, the next objective is going to come up in about 25 seconds. So both teams, I think, are able to kind of poised to take this one.
Yeah, Almighty this time around on a better form as compared to game number 1. Game number 1 was very, very iffy for Almighty, but this time around, I'm really glad to see that they're actually coming back online, coming back on form. Azura X back into something that he's comfortable with. A jungler that is fightery and tanky. That's actually what is Azura X MO. But now Zion Esports playing the back foot right now, playing it slower this time around as compared to game number 1 because they don't really have the triple kill that they secured in the early parts of the game. And now they're contesting for the turtle. Azura X snipes down the turtle right in front of Zion Esports' face. Now Glory will take so much damage from the side of Almighty, and now Zion Esports on full retreat.
Oh, but Almighty Sky, he wants to chase the kill, so he's going in with the Black Dragon form looking for something, but just to disengage the rest of Zion Esports.
Yeah, that Sky coming in, flying in, a little bit questionable, I would say. It's just a show of dominance in my opinion. Zion Esports forced to just spread out and just don't want to engage. And now Zion Esports, they have to try to do something. They have to try to gank at least, FMM. And speaking of which, they're doing this right now.
Yeah, FMM onto 2 people on him and will manage to take him down. Circling Eagle onto Forza. Will they put out enough damage? He goes onto Risen and he's just blown up a triple kill for Vanix onto the members of Almighty.
How many triple kill that you would like to secure for your own team? And Zion Esports says yes. Game number 1, so many triple kills. I think there was 2 triple kills from their team, and now another one. And you shove Vanix all the way up to 3-0-0 again in 5-minute mark. Almighty has been getting all this turtle, and Zion Esports find a way to claw back up.
Yeah, but it doesn't even seem like they're clawing it back up. I felt like maybe the conversation went like, hey, Vanix, you want to, get a triple kill again this game? And he's like, yeah, sure, why not? I'll just take it, and put it in the bag.
Yeah. Well, you take some and I have to give some, right? Almighty take away 2 turtle and they have to give away triple kills over back to Zion Esports. And now the gold lead doesn't look very scary anymore, right, May? But in terms of the map control, still firmly in the hands of Almighty, they have to try to claw all the way back. And this instant replay, once again, the gang on the top side, Supergirl coming in, I think he missed the Renner ultimate. If not, that would be very good for the side of Zion Esports. But that Nibiru shred coming all the way in just gives so much free real estate for the side of Zion Esports.
Yeah, Nibiru, and he landed it on 2 people as well. Yep. Just the perfect positioning to be able to pull off that ultimate. Right now, the turtle is up, and it's going to be Zion Esports that's in more of a position to take it this time. Almighty once again falling on the back foot.
Yeah, Almighty this time around, the benefit about Bauman as a jungler is that you technically have 2 retribution. You have 1 Retchi, you have another one with the ultimate, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 3rd turtle that Almighty has taken away underneath Zion Esports' nose. But will Zion Esports respond all the way back? No, Forza actually fell all the way down. Vanix follows suit as Sky lands it on Nezuko at the same time. Glory looking a bit low, gets kicked, but he will not be able to survive any longer because there's 3 members. But thank goodness for Supergirl with the shotgun coming in with the trusty shotgun. But no, Glory will be able to escape as well. Sky got baited right into deep as Zion Esports now only Supergirl and Nezuko left alive in that fight.
Glory, that insane play, baiting out Sky, and he fell for exactly that. And when the shield came up, he managed to take
falling.
Incredible
saving that
play.
since season 2.
Incredible play. I think Almighty along the way also maybe dropped some balls. Like remember the turtle fight earlier when Sky came down? He might actually have been able to push something up top because they already got the objective without him. So I don't know, Sky falling in for the bait.
Yeah, but let's take a look at this replay once again. Like I said, how do you miss a turtle? You will never miss a turtle if you have two chances. Unfortunately, Azura X fell, and now Sky coming in, managed to knock out Banix all the way at the same time. So there's no reason for Zion Esports to actually linger any longer. But Supergirl, if you notice, I think at the same time, this is the time where he comes in with the Wesker damage as well. Unfortunately, we'll be able to dissuade Sky from coming away. That glory, the shield, the shield came in out clutch. So good for Zion Esports.
Yeah, so clutch, insane place. That one really got me, man. Glory on that show.
Yeah, and the sharp residue could have taken off, but thank goodness for the Shunpo that provides so much shield. Unfortunately, from that crazy team fight, we just have to, chill down a little bit because I think, as a Beatrix player myself, if I wouldn't go in there, there's 3 members right there. I know I have a Wesker, but that shows the confidence Supergirl controlling this particular hero.
Yeah, but still, that being said, it was Almighty that got the turtle as well as 1 or 2 kills off of that. So still, they have pretty even ground coming back into this game. At least it's a lot better than the early game that they had.
That's correct. So it's now back to this weird seesaw, right? Both of these two teams don't want to step down. Almighty, going back after game number 1, they did a quick reset, and now they're like, okay, Hellcat pick a little bit wonky. Let's get the Bauman instead, because Bauman not really in the flavor for this particular season, but heck, you show them right there.
Yeah.
Goes in and just. You got 2 retributions in your bag.
Yeah. Well, if it's a comfort pick, why not, right? As well. Yeah. Azura X, we've seen if he's not that comfortable with, assassin picks in the jungle, then might as well play the Bauman or something that he can flex.
And then after that, with QDX Love, you could just bring the Bauman. Bauman doesn't really need the gap closer anymore. Usually you would use your second skill and then start to spin to try to gap close right into your own targets. But with the Mathilda, you bring one person along with the ride, and then you just Beyblade your way to victory. Unfortunately, he got taken down. But don't forget, I think what Almighty has to be worried about is Zion Esports on that Nezuko, right? The ban impact is starting to hurt. You saw, even though, yes, we agree that the Bauman was quite tanky, but he got slapped pretty hard after securing that turtle buff.
Yeah, he did. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are in a technical pause at the moment. We still are going to go back into the game shortly just to sort out the issues and to make sure that, this is the MPL stage. You want to make sure that everything is right. And we got the game back for you right now. We're going to go jump right into it.
Yep, good early game, for Almighty as well. In fact, better as compared to game number 1. Zion Esports was in the driver's seat in the game number 1. In the early game for game number 1, Zion Esports struggling to wrestle it all the way back, but their draft is more or less on the late game part, because as long as Nezuko doesn't die, the positioning has been very good for the Sicilian. He's gathering as much mana and gathering as much damage as well as he scales, and that's very good. But don't forget, if Zion Esports says that, hey, I can't take 2 turtle, what's Glory doing right there? Taking away turrets like nobody's business.
Yeah, so even though Almighty, they secured the early game pretty well, it's Zion Esports' late game prowess that they really have to look out for. And on top of all these macro and objective plays.
And it's really good for Zion Esports right now, right? Back into the driver's seat once again. Almighty, yes, winning the early parts of the game, taking 3 turtles, but you lose 3 turrets. So if you want to balance it out, though, I don't think that's actually a very worth kind of thing. But here we go. It is going to be QDX Love managed to find Nezuko right there. But the Lord right now, half HP, will be reset by the side of Zion Esports. Zion Esports on full retreat right now. Azura X spinning for the win, trying to zone down the members of Zion Esports. They're not going to allow Zion Esports to try to take a snap at the Almighty Lord. This is their Lord to take, but first looking a little bit low right now. Will get spin all the way down as FMM coming in, but it's going to be ultimate from the side of Azura X. Will not be able to secure anything but Vanix. He's managed to secure the Bauman from side of Azura X. Now Sky off the screen will fall down as Zion Esports they lose 1, but they take 2 from Almighty.
They take 2 from Almighty. They trade off evenly. Actually, I think they also got, in the early parts of the game, they got Nezuko as well. They did force Zion to back for a bit, but Zion bit back, and now they have the objective, the Lord, in the bag.
And not only just that, Zion Esports identifies that, hey, I take down Azura X. Yes, you have 2 retributions, but you will not have any retribution if your jungler is dead. And that's exactly what Zion Esports did. Immediately after, all that fight has gone, Zion Esports went back to the Lord pit and took it down without any doubt at all.
Yep, and now that they have that Lord coming down, they're going to be able to push even more. I mean, they've already cleared the bottom lane entirely down to the inhibitor, so this is going to give Zion Esports exactly what they need.
Yep, I don't think Zion Esports will be able to crack open Almighty's base. I feel like Almighty will bolster the defenses at the bottom part, but it really depends on whether Glory takes so much damage. He's able to absorb that. I think Zion Esports, they're focusing on the mid lane turret now, but Ryzen actually gets caught as Nezuko comes in, but Benning secure at the same time. Sky takes into the sky, but will not be able to shove Zion Esports from this aggression as well. And now Almighty, they have 2 problems. The mid lane getting collapsed on top with his minions, and also the bottom side, the Lord is marching all the way in.
Oh, Fasa tries to get the kill onto Sky, will get taken down by FMN with that one last hit. It's gonna be the bottom inhibitor taken down by Zion Esports, and now they're marching to the mid lane. They want that. Oh, the second clock gets 3. Doesn't manage to close it out. Sky has to retreat though, and now Zion Esports, they're trying to press on their advantage. Phoenix gets blown up by QDXer.
QDXer securing a killing spree as Aroma is 8 and so over the one Zion has before. But dude, Zion Esports performed tremendously. Almighty make a mistake, and Zion Esports is that virus that manages to sneak through the cracks and just infect you with a lot of these turret takedowns. Initially, mid lane was super healthy for Almighty, and now it's gone. And Zion Esports, initially I was thinking, okay, there shouldn't be a reason why, Almighty would lose the bottom part, but they lost the bottom turret as well.
Yep, they lost the bottom turret was there to go already. You had the lot coming down on it, right? But Zion Esports, they almost managed to clear the mid inhibitor as well. So they make use of every, objective that they have, every Lord that they have. They know how to capitalize either on the advantage or on the mistakes that Almighty made.
Yeah, and this is all because, Zion Esports, this very veteran coach as well, the one that guided EVOS all the way for 2 seasons, getting all the way to the victory. And now, even though he's in the backseat, I can feel like, his teachings has spread over to Zion Esports roster at the same time. Don't forget, this is a late game Sicilian that Almighty has to be careful about right now. Almighty, I feel like the main target, once you take out Nezuko, there's a big chunk of damage that's gone. But then again, Almighty cannot afford to just tunnel vision on top of Nezuko because you got Vanix, you got Supergirl at the same time. Almighty, there's so much problem they need to answer.
Yeah, it's like a bait, right? Even Glory himself used himself as a bait earlier on. And if you try to go all the way in on Nezuko, the rest of the draft is gonna come crashing down on you. Right now, the Lord is up on the bottom side. Zion Esports, they're probably gonna go their way. I don't think Almighty, they're gonna try, but I'm not sure if they can contest this one unless Azura X comes in with that steal again.
Azura X is nowhere to be seen, mate. I feel like right now Zion Esports needs to take the Lord right now. It's now or never right now, but eyes on Nezuko. He has been out of position quite a few times in game number 2. He cannot be too front right now. Azura X here reporting for duty, but Zion Esports will just let it go.
Well, both of them are choosing to just pull up the turtle while the buffs are up, the Lord. So the buffs are up and they want to be able to take off the jungle. Zion Esports just pressuring Almighty off of any farm they can get.
Yeah, Zion Esports, look at that. Just controlling Almighty right there. Initially was Almighty controlling the map, and now how the turntable. Zion Esports, Nezuko once again overstep a little bit. Well, Winter Drunk can come in very clutch, but Sky will still be able to take it down. Vanix nowhere to be seen right now though. Zion Esports is all the help they can get. Souls are running away, but would not be able to go in for the re-engage. 5-man versus 4. Zion Esports has to hold.
This is exactly what we talked about. Nezuko, he has to be careful about his positioning. If he gets caught up, it gives Almighty the advantage immediately.
Yes, immediately right now. Just take a look. Almighty pressuring on top of the Lord right there. Cleaves will be taken, but Sky will fall on top of Supergirl. Supergirl looking a bit low, forced to back away, but Sky goes into Black Dragon form, zoning members of Zion Esports away, and now Almighty, they're not focusing on the members of Zion Esports, they're looking at the Lord right there, and no, Azura X will be able to secure the Lord right now, but the box will get deactivated by Forza at the same time, but he may actually lose his life. Glory jumping in, looking for pickups at the same time, but Zion Esports, well, they got, the minions crashing on top of Almighty, but then again, Almighty slowed down the advances of Zion Esports.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, not just slow down the advances, they actually got the Lord. So now it's Almighty that's going to be on the push. Zion Esports, unfortunately, they need to rely on Nezuko and Supergirl. So their positioning has to be impeccable. Impeccable. Otherwise, they will end up as that's the win condition.
Yeah, win condition aside, the Lord has started to push in. Almighty, that is the win condition. If they want to do something, they need to take this Lord. But Azura X, no, he goes down. Take him down by Supergirl as well to save the day. Zion Esports take down the jungler of Almighty.
Almighty didn't manage to make use of that Lord. Azura X, try to go in for the flank or open up the map a little bit, but got caught out by Zion.
Yeah, that is a big mistake from Zion Almighty. Right now, Zion Esports on damage control will be able to control the damage and limit it to one middle lane turret. However, for the Zion Almighty, it looks very dire, right? They've got an open bottom side. They're fighting against a scaling Sicilian. Yes, the gold lead is almost on par between Zion Esports and Almighty, but Sicilian is starting to slap.
Yeah. This feels a bit like an arm wrestling match, right? Between Almighty and Zion. It's been going like both ways sometimes, but that Zion hasn't pulled all the stops yet. They have that late game composition in the back that's going to give them that advantage.
Yeah, but FMM as well, starting to scale with the endless battle. We're going in, I believe, going for the Thunderbelt second as well. There's a lot of burst damage. Like I said, all eyes on Nezuko. Positioning is very important for him. He gets slapped, that's it. Zion Esports win will just fall off. And, because of that particular pickup just now, Zion Esports lost the mid lane turret, but hold on a second, Azura X gets caught out, gets knocked all the way in. The box will actually land on the fire artillery strikes on top of Zion Esports' draft. But Risa looking at a bit low as well. Look at the slap going in. Just one more should be able to do a trick, but Glory, he goes all the way in and he gets slowed all the way down. And now Sky looking for Forza, looking for Supergirl, but Supergirl is nowhere to be seen.
They don't get the kills, but they get the buffs along with it. So Zion Esports almost over there, but still managing to retreat safely.
Yeah, Risen has to be careful. These slaps are not something you should be able to tank right now. Nezuko needs all the slaps that he could be able to get, to get the damage all the way in. It's so tight for both of these two teams. Man, I'm shaking.
And coming in with just at the climax again, we're going to have a technical pause. We want to make sure that everything is in place because this is a very intense game right now, going back and forth. And it's the make or break for Almighty because they need to be able to win this game to claw back at least to an even set.
Yeah, and remember, Almighty really not doing very well in the regular seasons, right? They're going into week 2, only get one win, and now if they really want to win this is the only opportunity they get against Zion Esports. But Zion, on the other hand, if they secure this, remember, 8 points is the points that you need to be able to secure the upper brackets. They're just 2 points away. This 2-0 away. And I feel like, Almighty doesn't really want to give that easy win over to Zion.
Yeah, but on the other hand, Zion's going to fight for it, right? Because you want to secure your place in the upper bracket as well. If this is the match to be able to take it, then yeah, for sure, go all in.
Yeah, it's really, and Almighty not giving an easy fight. Once again, because Azura X picks up a hero that he's comfortable with, as long as Risen stays alive, I think there's a chance. And it's a lot easier for FMM right now because that Clint could just land down so much damage from a long distance away. You don't really need to step forward. You could fight behind the box. Just spam your passive. You already do a job well done, especially if they fight inside this choke point, right? If you notice, in that previous team fight, right, the box laying down in a very good position. Zion Esports got baited into it. They slapped Risen quite a few times. Risen looking very low right there. But even though, Risen knows he's super low, you can see so much trust that he plays into the rest of the members. Just leave the box open to try to slow down the advances of Zion.
But that's the difference between a Yves and a Sicilian, right? Yep. Yes, Risen knows that he has the trust, but he also knows his ultimate is far-reaching, right? Yep. He can basically sit in that box. And that also gives FMM the ability to stay in that box and play safe. On the other hand, you have Nezuko who needs to walk up to be able to pop off the Sanguine Claws. So it's a little bit harder to get the right positioning because you need that balance between being aggressive and also playing safe.
Yeah, and you can see there's some mistakes that Nezuko has already made as a Sicilian, right? Getting caught out by quite a few members, especially, you cannot fault his positioning, but it's also dependent on how Almighty's draft has been going. It's meant to catch members such as the Beatrix, such as the Sicilian. They've got a Bauman, they've got a Mathilda, they also got a Yuzhong for good measure as well. So it's also reliant on Sky, whether he can land down the Fury, the Dragon's Fury on the right targets. That's the most important for the side of Almighty.
Yeah, but we're going back into the game right now. We're at 17 minutes into the game. Later parts already. So Zion Esports, like we said, having the Nezuko, the Supergirl as the scaling factors, extremely powerful. And right now, the Lord's going to be spawning in 5 seconds.
Yeah, 5 seconds right there. Zion Esports already poised in the way. Almighty just, trying to catch up in terms of the gold. Zion Esports secure, having a very comfortable gold lead. QDX Love, very dangerously close. It really depends on whether Zion Esports wants to pull the trigger. They realize QDX Love is not a main problem, but now it depends whether they really want to bite the top of QDX Love.
Well, QDX Love also scouting for the team, right? I mean, just checking to see if they maybe have a chance at this, but they sent Azura X to clear the lanes down at the bottom.
Oh my goodness, this is not very good for Almighty as well. Now the Lord looking a little bit low right there. Glory kicks QDX all the way in. Zion Esports secures the Lord, and now Sky will fall at the same time. Half HP will get slapped by Zion Esports as Almighty will trade for Sky.
Yeah, now Zion Esports definitely has the upper hand, and this could be the GG push right here. I don't know about sending Azura X at the bottom. They needed that Lord.
Yeah, they really needed that Lord. Yes, like I said, you pack 2 Retribution, but if you're not there, if you're dead, you're not using that Retribution right now, and then you give the Lord over to Zion Esports, and now the Luminous Lord will siege.
They are trying to siege it now. Zion Esports, they're knocking at the doors, but the defenses, they're trying to get the Lord down. It's already down before they reach it, and now they need to aim for the core. Zion Esports Supergirl going all the way in with the damage. Will he survive enough to be able to get this down? Yes, he does. It's game 2 to Zion Esports.
GG, well played over to Zion Esports. This situation may be looking very dire for them just now, but then again, they focus on the main condition to win, which is the core. Almighty once again distracted by the members of Zion Esports that's trying to hit on top of the core, but then the Lord comes in and cleans it all the way down.
Yeah, yes, Almighty did fight the Lord and managed to take it down before the core was even touched by it, but still they had to focus on the other members of Zion, and Supergirl and Vanix were right there at the core to be able to do enough damage.
Yeah, and not only just that, right, they've also got the super minions that they have to deal with. And I feel like the positioning coming off of Almighty was very questionable. Sending Azura X, yes, he has the best clearing factor, but you will lose out the Lord. Let's take a look at the match highlights, ladies and gentlemen. You can see how Almighty was very solidly in the driver's seat during the earlier parts of the game. That previous highlight just now was when the skills start to tip back to Zion Esports. They clawed, no pun intended for the Sanguine Claws, they clawed all the way back into victory in this game number 2. It's not as convincing as compared to game number 1, but it is still a good win.
I mean, the early game, yes, with that Bauman Azura X, extremely comfortable, and you can secure the objectives a lot more easily. So, of course, went the side of Almighty. But here we go into the statistics of the post-match highlight.
Yeah, 18 minutes, well, close to 19 minutes, right? This is where Sicilian will shine. There's a lot of damage, especially if you're packed. Just take a look at Nezuko's item. How much damage would you need? You build in a Holy Crystal, you build in a Divine Glaive as well, you skip with the Immortality as well. You're basically a glass cannon, and this glass cannon worked very well. On the other side, the counterpart, I think the one that I would like to highlight is Azura X. Going in for the Bloodlust X, the War X. Yes, there's a lot of damage, not say damage, but there's a lot of sustain with the Spell Vamp going into Azura X, but the positioning coming off of Bauman, a bit questionable. There's a lot of times, a lot of crucial times where you need Azura X to be there, but he's nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, I think the same for Sky as well, going a bit too hard in some of these engages. Yes, you're really usual, but sometimes maybe not that much. That being said, I think anything particular that stands out to you?
I think they're all common suspects in terms of the item build, But let's take a look at the post-match, ladies and gentlemen. Damage dealer, whew, 92,000
92,000.
on Nezuko Sicilian. But then again, you can see damage to towers, not anything else. 889. Yes, I know Almighty was in the driver's seat in the earlier part of the game. They need to try to secure as much structures as possible. But Zion Esports, on the other hand, sneaking turrets left, right, center. Kudos over to Glory as well, right? Coming back in the clutches of all moments. Wave clear, cutting the waves. And I believe he cut the waves better than that Yu Zhong.
Yeah, even though they got the early game, they couldn't convert that into the objectives, unfortunately. But we're going to see who the MVP of this game was on the side of Zion Esports. Again, going to be Supergirl with a KDA of 4-0-5.
4-0-5. I feel like it's really good for Supergirl. He's really on point this particular week as well, day number 1. I think this is a very good start for him, right? Yes, I mean, Forza did help as well in terms of zoning and finding that Eve, but we'll also have to mention Nezuko as well. This is his first debut and also one of the most important matches for Zion as well. And then, you put Nezuko there and it almost felt like, Chris never left the roster at all.
Yeah, so they played that extremely well despite that. I mean, we were talking about, okay, we couldn't see any stats on Nezuko, so it was like a wild card, right? You don't know if they'll be able to play off. But yeah, on that Sicilian, just, slapping with the Sanguine Claws and Bat Speeds, and played that extremely well. So congratulations to Zion Esports. We're going to head over to Yuno on the Throne for Champions to see what their post-match thoughts are.
Alright, we're here back at Throne for Champions, the winners interview presented by OSIM. I'm Yuno and I'm here with Zion's Forza, who have just won AMT 2-0. So first of all, congratulations on the win. In the first game, you picked Atlas, which was countered by Almighty's Diggy.
Yes.
Was it frustrating to play?
Not really, because I can take the Diggy second skill, but he's smart lah. He don't want to walk in front to second skill me. So I just stand there, be like a sentry ward lah.
Sentry ward.
Sentry ward lah.
So,
Give vision.
Okay, but I understand that, you weren't able to really utilize Atlas because Diggy counters you using his ulti.
Yes.
Right. So how do you guys manage to take the game anyway?
I guess it's the experience. Like, we just played the map better. Because when they play Diggy, they need to stick together more. And we try to split them up. And I think that's how we won the game 1.
Ooh, okay. Yeah. So it is Nezuko's first game in place of Chris. So were you guys taking it chill against Almighty?
Not really, because Nezuko, he needs experience because Chris is enlisting soon. So we need another mid-mage player. So that's why I think Pareto decided to let Nezuko try out to get some experience. Yeah.
So what do you think is the difference between Nezuko and Chris' playstyle?
I would say Nezuko is a more mechanical player, but Chris is very vocal, so he will help in a lot of shot calling. Whereas Nezuko, he will just focus on his own mechanics. Yeah, that's the difference.
So do you think Nezuko's focus on his mechanics will sooner or later kind of make the things difficult for the team?
Not really. That's why we are giving him the experience, the exposure, so that he'll be confident to make a shot call. Like I always say, if Nezuko and Chris can merge together, that'll be best. Like the glue ulti, then they, yeah.
I see. Okay, so with this win, you guys almost guaranteed to be top 4.
I didn't really look at the standings.
Okay, but now you know.
Okay.
So you guys in the upper brackets, who do you guys would prefer to face in the first round?
Not really sure because we haven't fight EVOS yet. They're our last game, I think. I think fighting anyone doesn't matter because end of the day, if you want to get a champion, you have to beat everyone.
Okay, anyone? Just give me a name.
First match. I mean, if I say maybe we can fight RSG.
Was it because you're from RSG?
Not really. Maybe revenge because we lost to them.
Okay, fair. All right, last question. So your next game is against SMG.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you think the series would go?
I would go for 2-0 win, Zion. Yeah. I can't see myself lose, right?
Okay, fair. So it means that you guys are really prepared.
Yeah, I think we are prepared.
All right, okay, thank you. And that's all from us. Once again, I'm and he's Forza. We are the Throne for Champions, the winners interview presented by Osin. And back to the casters.
Thank you, that was Throne for Champions presented by Osim. Yeah, I know. Forza with a really quiet, chill kind of confidence.
Yeah.
But yeah, of course he expects Zion to win, but he's not even going to give a single game to SMG.
His whole point is like, yeah, I'm useless at the Atlas in game number 1, but just be a warlord. He's like, yeah. And he's said it with a very straight face, right? It's so cute, I cannot.
Still, being a ward is still important
It's
because,
important.
as a roamer, you need to give that vision. So yes, he still played an important role in the game.
And and then he said, like, like the fact that I just need Chris and Nezuko to just combine as one.
You want the best of both worlds.
He wants the best of both worlds. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the standings, how, Zion will shift the standings up a bit. I guess not a lot, but okay, I said that wrong. They're all the way up top. But then again, because they played more games, this is only the first game of week 3, day number 1. We still have another game when, RSG will go up against SMG, EVOS as well, going up against Team Flash, which will be the next one as well. So, Zion, this time around, I think, like I said, secure the top 3 of the standings for now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, catapulted their way to the top.
Yeah.
Okay, not that accurate given the games played are different.
I agree.
But still, they're sitting at the top, which means that enter player 3. We thought it would be Team Flash potentially, but it was actually Zion Esports sitting together with the Titans of RSC and EVOS.
Yeah, and if they could keep on this tempo, this momentum, I feel like, man, this is such a scary player 3 as well, entering the fight between the El Clásicos of EVOS SG and RSG. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, don't go away. We still have another 2 more series coming up next. Team Flash going up against EVOS. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this break.
Hey everyone, DevPow here. In this video, I brought fantastic news. MLBB is releasing a new system, Creation Cam. Without further ado, let's take a look at the system's 4 major features. Today, I'll be recommending a few of my favorite gameplay. Watch carefully and make sure you don't miss a step. 1. Hide and seek. This gameplay allows you to fully experience the thrill of 1 against many. Now that it's hide and seek, we first need to assign the roles of the 2 teams. You can configure the size of each team on the configuration screen. First, I'll set 1 player from Team A as the Seeker, and 5 players from Team B as hiders. Next, I'll check the hide minimap avatar option so the 2 teams can't see each other on the minimap. And then I'll adjust the 2 teams' attributes. Since there's only 1 Seeker, I'll give them a major boost on damage, defense, and HP, but lower their movement speed. For hiders, I'll increase their cooldown reduction and movement speed, but take a chunk out of their HP. The 5 hiders need to avoid the Seeker's attack, assemble as fast as possible, and eventually take down the Seeker together, before their base is destroyed. Who will be the last one standing? The exceptionally strong Seeker, or the 5 hiders united as one? Go and find out for yourself. 2. Zero cooldown blitz. Now this is something you can't experience in regular matches. With the cooldowns removed, many of the heroes are bound to offer a fantastic experience. The configuration is here. The most important is to set the cooldown reduction and battle spell cooldown reduction to 100%. You can also limit the available heroes and adjust some of the other attributes. I, for one, particularly like to disable basic attacks for a competition of skills only. Spam skills throughout the game and get familiar with each hero during the process. Can this deal get any sweeter? 3. Go, Franco, go! If you like mischief, you must not miss this one. The rule's simple. Hit the opponent with your hook before they hook you. For the configuration, set the available heroes to Franco only and adjust the hook's range. Ooh, caught you again. Think you can run away from me? Alright, that's all for today. Be sure to check out the system after its release. There's so much more fun gameplay awaiting you to explore. Customize your own gameplay, team up with your friends, and don't forget to share your lobby codes. This time, everyone is a game designer.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the arts of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonate from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Horology is my craft. Diggy is my name.
First blood.
Late? Just slow down the time. Time is science.
You have slain an enemy.
Time is science. Time is science.
An enemy has been slain.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband. Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Saberdine's just can't stop reaching. Saberdine's just can't stop. Hey, that purple thing looks cool. Well, who's the hero now?
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Come on, let's light the sky with our spirits burning bright. Together, you shall forever. Chikara dashite, we stand and fight our hearts out. Hono keshite tayasanai de. Calling our name, changing the game, setting the change. A place.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MPL Singapore Season 3. My name is Scrubby Cheeks. Here with me is Jace. If you've just joined us this morning, we saw an exciting game between Almighty and Zion Esports. Zion Esports taking that set, and right now, in the afternoon, we're going to have Flash going up against EVOS.
Yeah, but of course, without, our sponsors and the partners out there, all these actions would not be able to be presented to you. And of course, they are Singtel 5G. You get to unlock ultra-responsive gaming while on the go with 2x lower latency on Singtel 5G. And this is Singapore's most powerful 5G network.
Yeah, well, of course, huge thanks to PvP Esports as well for putting this together, the ultimate regional platform where gaming lives. They are guided by its core values of passion, sportsmanship, and healthy gaming, and they seek to continually grow the regional esports ecosystem through their initiatives and tournaments.
And of course, thank you very much to Frank OCBC. Personally, I'm a proud member of Frank OCBC as well. I've been using them since 2016. And of course, other than that, we are also blessing our backsides with the OSIM gaming chair. This is the one that we're sitting on, is the gaming U-Throne S, and then downstairs the players as well blessed with the OSIM gaming chairs as well. You know, sometimes, especially if you're Supergirl, you get very backache from carrying all these people. You just have to, you know, have the massage. If I'm not mistaken, is the
U-Throne gaming chair with massage series. So, you know, OSIM, they have more than 43 years of experience in the whole massage industry. And now they've integrated their time-tested technologies in massage. They're patented, like you said, V-hand technology within an ergonomically designed chair that will help you provide great comfort and combat and relieve your neck tensions, as well as your shoulders and back pain.
Back pain from
all
carrying.
those hours of
Carrying.
Yes, from carrying your rank games. But you know, we play very long hours, so that will definitely help if you're facing body aches.
Yeah, but other than that, we also have our MPL milestone giveaway. I guess you guys are already familiar. If I'm not mistaken, we already hit the 42K, the tier 3 followers onwards toward 47K. We just need another 5 more K, and then we all get an epic skin chest. Instructions on the graphics just the screen right now, so go ahead, drop them a follow. And other than that, we also have the first blood reward, so do keep an eye out. Sometimes our customers, it's not that we missed it, we purposely missed it so that, you know, we are able to, you know, get you guys on the ball, so you don't just listen, you have to watch as well. But of course, good news coming up from production, we have 200 shares for the live stream. So thank you very much. Here you go, rewards for everyone.
Yeah, here's the giveaway code for reaching 200 shares. And while you're at it, it hasn't ended. We also have milestones for 300 shares as well as 500 shares. So keep clicking that share button while you're watching this. Might as well just hit that button there and help us progress to the next giveaway.
Yep, everybody wins, not only just the players for today. And of course, you guys are watching at home will be able to win. There you go, we've already hit 200 onto 500 shares. Yes, I know you can only click once, but I mean, like, you do have multiple accounts, right?
Oh, you do? I don't know.
I do. I have multiple accounts.
You can take your parents' Facebook because they don't use it, you know, so you might as well
take my
use
dad's
it.
phone and start like click share. And then it appears on the feed and all my uncles and his friends like, what?
What is this? Oh, something that my son plays.
Yeah, but other than that, we also have, like, you know, our official banner partner grid as well. That's where we'll be having our playoffs as well. So we will see you there. We get to meet the players, we get to meet Alexander, the host as well, right there, and catch all the action live. So thank you very much to Grid as well. And if I'm not mistaken, they're also having a watch party as well. So hello to our viewers at Grid, and of course, hello to our viewers at Scape as well, who's also a watch party, well, with the community as well. So really grateful for all the people, you know, making sure that, you know, we grow Singapore esports too.
Yeah, and we've been watching for so long at home, right?
Yeah.
Virtually, remotely, watching these matches. So it's great to have, you know, venue partners like Grid come on and be able to actually look at tournaments, view them live as they are happening. And we're going to have that, especially not just watch parties, but also for the playoffs. So you want to be able to catch your seat there when the later parts of the competition come on.
Yep. For more information, head on to our Facebook page, or if you're an Instagram user myself, I'm a very active Instagram user. All the information is on Instagram page. Go check it out. But of course, you know, let's talk about the standings, ladies and gentlemen. Currently, when we ended the stream, ended the game just now, right? Zion all the way up top at 9 points. Really good for them. They probably already solidified at least the top 3 or at least the upper brackets for now. RSG and EVOS, well, they played lesser games, of course, so they do have more games to play later on, because we'll be watching EVOS going up against Flash, and of course, you know, SMG going up against RSG later on. So expect these top 3 to be very wildly contested by these 3, because, you know, it's a very interesting player number 3 that, you know, Zion brought to this table. And of course, like what Derek likes to say, Zion conquers.
Well, later on, we're watching EVOS go up against Flash, so it's going to be the 3rd place up against the current 5th place. Flash is going to be the one that wants to fight, especially for this match, so that they can potentially make their way up towards the upper brackets.
Yeah, and you see the fourth, okay, so it's like 1 to 4 is the one where they will enter the upper brackets. 5th to 7 will go to the lower brackets. So you don't really have another choice, right? And if you go into the lower brackets, you lose lower brackets, that's it. You're out of the MPL Singapore as well. But of course, we got to mention that 5th spot is the best spot. It's like the sweet spot for everybody because, you know, you get that free win, you get to progress on, then you allow 6 and 7 to fight and basically you like do a Godzilla, right? Let them fight.
Right, like the best spot out of the lower brackets at least. So it's like getting a free pass, you know, you would want to be able to get into that spot if you're in the lower brackets. But otherwise, fight for the upper.
And we have an MPL learning this time around. Which hero has been banned most in week 1? I don't know. Is it Hayabusa? Don't trust me. Don't trust me. I'm always the kind of guys who will troll you. So take your pick right now. Is it A, Xavier, B, Selena, or C, Hayabusa? Scan the QR code and you will should be able to walk away with some prizes.
Yeah, I'm not sure, you know. If you haven't been paying attention to the stream, you definitely wouldn't know the answer to that. Remember to scan the QR code and you'll be able to pick the option.
Yeah, I think it's Hayabusa.
I'm sure I've seen him a lot.
I see him a lot. Okay. Don't trust us, man. We'll lead you to the wrong place. But okay, the main point is right now is, look, you saw the standings, right? How competitive it is in the upper brackets. You know, you've also got, you know, 4th place, which is Evil, right? They're still struggling. I think not say struggling, but it's really good for them to be at the 4th position. So they're trying to stay in the upper brackets, but I think they should be dropping to lower brackets because Evil will going up against Flash as well tomorrow. Is also a very tough opponent. So that's something that they could look out for. But hey, kudos to them, right? Community driven as well, all the way up here. Always good for them already.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see them fight in subsequent matches. But you mentioned that they're going up against Flash. Flash is actually going to take the match later on up against EVOS SG. EVOS, as we know, has been performing phenomenally this season despite the new blood and the new players in the team. Flash, well, we kind of thought they would be the player 3 to come up against RSG and EVOS, but they haven't seemed to be performing as well as we thought they would. A-star players, but is it an A-star team?
That is a very controversial topic, man. You're asking the tough question that really punches the gut. And man, I don't even dare to ask this kind of question on stream, but I really have to echo what you said, you know. Team Flash, thus far since week 1 all the way to week 2, they lost to SMG, they lost to Zion Esports as well. These are the points that they should be taking, but then they weren't able to perform. And thus, I mean, they're all the way at, I think that was the 5th place already. So that's not a very good place for them to be in. But then again, Team Flash going up against EVOS is also one of the very tough contender. And not only just EVOS, right, for today. Tomorrow, yes, Evil. But the next week, week 4, day 1, they'll be going up against RSG as well. So
2 Titans.
Yeah, it's the 2 Titans of Evil MPL SG, and you're facing them now when you're already, like, you know, halfway through the regular season and you're at the 5th place. It's not a very ideal position to be in. So Team Flash, if they really want to do something, they really want to surprise us, they really have to take down one of the Titans right now, which is going up against EVOS SG later on.
Yeah, that being said though, I mean, the players in Flash, they are veterans, right? So they have been through this before. Even though they are in a lower bracket at this point, they could have reviewed all the games past, you know? And now that the strategies are kind of out in the open, you know, roughly how each team fares, how they play, their play styles, maybe they will be able to draft a strategy or a new approach that gets them back in these matches.
That's correct. And I feel like Team Flash, right, has been getting away with double fighter picks as well. You see a Peach mostly going for, you know, fighters instead of marksmen. And, you know, sometimes it's good because you get that early damage in the earlier parts of the game, but you fall quite badly nearing to the later part of the game where, you know, marksmen secure most of the items. So this is something that we have to totally look out for. But first off, we do have the team banter between these 2 teams. Team Flash going up against EVOS SG as well. Do note some of them actually played with EVOS SG a long time ago. So we shall see what they have to say for each other.
I think our energy is very low because everybody is like way too old already. Like the average age is around 24, 25, yeah. And there's 2 dads on the team, so yeah, we're all kind of old.
My team's energy actually quite low because all of them very old, then all like cannot be bothered. So yeah. Positive is we don't have any conflicts because we all cannot be bothered. Negative is they all very old and all slow hand, slow reaction.
The 2 dads are KZP and A-Peach. I think that if let's say the babies come on the ground, then it might be a little bit noisy, then they will distract us, then we won't perform as well. You should watch out for A-Peach the most. Because last time he used to be a Pokemon, but now he's a Peach. In ML, right, when you call somebody Pokemon at time, right, it means actually the person is very like a Pokemon like that, like just come out of Pokeball. Yeah, but now he become a Peach already, which is stronger than a Pokemon.
I think we should watch out for Aeon because he every game will feed goes 0 and 10.
I think the difference between the teams is the average age is very young. On this team, everybody is like above 20 years old, so it's a lot older. We are a lot more mature, but the energy is definitely much lower, I guess.
We're trying our best to cope with it, but I can say that definitely we miss having Potato in our team. I feel like there's a lot of pressure on me. You know, like what if EVOS doesn't do well this season? Most likely it's gonna be, blamed on me, right? Yeah, but with pressure, it's a good way for me to rise up to the challenge, you know what I mean?
The atmosphere is definitely different due to the lack of comms that Potato had once provided for us. Some of us has to step up to, accommodate for such losses.
Bringing in new players who haven't played in competitive scene, there's always gonna be very basic mistakes like macro play and like just general nervousness. Bringing new players also means that we are able to try new strategies, try new drafts. I would say that the positive outweighs the negatives. No matter who you bring in, there's always going to be that hurdle first, right? I would say we are prepared. Maybe just a little bit under-prepared, but still prepared,
Still prepared, both of the teams, and we're going to see the player lineup as to who will be fighting in the matches later on. For the side of EVOS, still their normal lineup as well as Flash.
JPL going in, I think there's a lot of controversial in week 2 where he was nowhere to be seen, but at least this time around, this is the winning roster coming up from EVOS SG. Whereas over the other side of Team Flash, 2 dads over there, KZP and a Peach as well. I saw a post that he posted, reposted from his wife. It's like, the baby's so cute. The daughter is so cute, man.
I mean, when you have the little ones, they're always the ones to steal your heart away.
Yeah, man, it is. But other than that, let's take a look at the team statistics as well. The heroes of the preferred heroes of all of these players. I think there's nothing that raised my eyebrows as of yet. And well, unless you want to talk about the Uranus from the side of a V9, but that's something that he's very comfortable with. Sailor has been getting wonderful results with the Kagura. I remember that crazy match where he comes in and snipes down the rest of the enemy team and just like, he created so much craziness and hype from EVOS SG.
Yeah, JPL actually most used on the Kufra though, but we know that, across these experienced players, their hero pool is definitely a lot more than what you see here. So, yeah, to look out for.
I think something that we have to talk about is the fact that Team Flash, I think even Reminiscent was actually talking about this, the fact that there are a lot of players mostly above 25, and you gotta give things away, right? Your micro will become worse because you're starting to age a little bit, you're past that peak. But then you also comes in with a veterancy card where you can make better decisions and you're less flustered under pressure. But let's take a look at the team head-to-head. You can see EVOS, not actually winning, losing out in terms of first blood count because, EVOS has this very bad curse that JPL always gives away the first blood for absolutely free. But you can also say that Team Flash is very dominant in terms of earlier parts of the game based on this first blood count. But then again, if you go towards the late game, that's where EVOS starts to shine. They know how to hunker down and basically, try to fight under this pressure and then win the game via the late game push.
Yeah, and you can see like the average kills per game is also higher, right? I mean, it plays to maybe how well they play as a team and also the mechanics, like you mentioned, the micro. EVOS so far topping the charts on almost every of these dimensions.
Yeah, and I think it also boils down to the fact that EVOS does have newer players, younger players, right? You got Sailor, you got Gear, and now you got Jox. technically younger players that are stronger in their micro. I think we could not praise enough of Gear's micro. But there's something to note that Gear during the interview earlier just now was talking about that they need to step up because Potato is nowhere to be seen. But now let's take a look at the head-to-head. These two are gold laners, mind you, but Adamir is a marksman player. Peach is more towards a fighter style. It can hit or miss. Sometimes he pulls out the phobias, it did wonders. Sometimes he put a Poquito and then it just falls off. So it really depends on the matchup coming up later when Adamir picks. I think Adamir has been very, very comfortable on the Beatrix. I think he's been training really hard, so we need to see. But then again, something you have to take note that Adamir is the captain. There's a certain part of his mind is occupied by reading the map, understanding the map, while farming under pressure of the marksman.
Yeah, well, I mean, as a marksman, you also do need to play that out, but having double hats is always not an easy task to take on. It's a tall order, but you can see Adamir having 2 MVP counts ahead of Peach and much higher kill participation, actually more than double there.
Yeah. This statistic is because the fact that Adamir is a marksman, has been playing marksman all throughout the regular season. Peach usually plays the fighter role instead. But also, I think something that we have to talk about is the fact that he's also a new dad. The kid, his daughter is like 3 weeks old, if I'm not mistaken. So there's a lot of pressure that he has to juggle between his work, his kid, and also playing as a pro player as well.
Yeah, always difficult. When you're young, you have to struggle with studies as well as being a pro player, and then when you get old, you have to struggle with your family. As well as being a pro player. So there's always some commitments there that you need to pay attention to and juggle.
And that reminds me of what our Lozy from RSG said last week in Throne of Champions, right? He said that we're not full-time players, right? Because some of them had double commitments, even our casters, ourselves as well. So there's a lot of things that we have to look out for. But then again, this is a passion that we've been driving on. So thank you very much for those people who is actually chilling on the comment section. And speaking about the comment section, to all of you, who shall take this game, EVOS or Flash? We're 3 minutes towards the pick and ban phase, and really what I want to expect from Flash is, the double fighter coming in. Aeon has to play solidly on maybe the Xavier or something like that, but EVOS though, I think what they have to do is just maintain that consistency, that brand they have been doing, and of course, hopefully their arms are not sore from wiping the trophies that they've been doing for the past week, I hope.
Yeah, we talked about that, right? RSG and EVOS both said not to get ahead of themselves. Swapping up their roster and dropping some games here and there. I think they realized that, right? They realized that. So even the veteran teams, they pay attention to, underdogs like the likes of EVO. But coming back to the game, you mentioned Aeon. It was one game recently that he played out of his mind. I think he was on a Sicilian up against EVO. Towards the late game, his positioning was incredible. And I think it wasn't the MVP, but for me, he was definitely the MVP of the game. So, hitting Flash up against EVOS, what are your predictions?
Definitely, I think I already said it last week, right? I'm an EVOS supporter all throughout the way. I'm rooting for EVOS, I think, but there's also some cracks in their armor as well. I think Jox has to be able to maintain that pressure because knowing how Flash KZP plays, he's a very aggressive, very veteran, very experienced roamer that knows how to basically deny your jungle and providing so much vision. Jox has to know how to maintain his calm and cool. Just as long as he do his right thing, and he should be able to do okay. Adamir, I feel like he has to step up going up against Flash because Jox will definitely get a lot of pressure in the jungle, right? So it's also up to Adamir to basically, calm his team down and then also delivering the results going up against a Peach.
If you were to put a number to it, that's a 2-0 for you against EVOS.
Of course.
Well, you could at least give Flash a bit of credit, I mean, them being a very veteran team. And when I ask the question whether it's an A-star team, you have your reservations about that as well.
That's correct.
So it's giving Flash some credit too.
But something that we also have to take note is exactly what I mentioned earlier just now. Team Flash current now, the place where they should have picked up points, they did not. It's like, in a MLBB game, when you're supposed to be an early game drop, but you lose out the early game, the late game is going to be a little bit tougher. And looking at Australian strategy, going up against EVOS later on, EVO and RSG, basically the two titans that I was mentioning earlier. Team Flash, I mean, if they really want to regain that momentum to become that player 3 that we're all talking about before the whole regular season starts, this is basically the starting line. But putting the starting line in the middle of the regular season, not very healthy for your standings.
Yeah, if you're starting in the middle of the marathon, that's a bit of a trouble. But you never know, Flash could claw back up their way slowly towards the upper bracket, or at least the 5th position in the lower brackets. But right now, we're gonna jump right into game number 1.
Game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, Team Flash going up against EVOS SG. One team has a lot of to prove to their fans. EVOS SG as well. They need to prove that they are still that EVOS brand that they hold and proud and in glory as well. Taking a look at the bands right now. Team Flash in first pick. Cho and the Grok will get taken off the board. EVOS SG on the other hand bans away the Valentina, and also this time round banning away the Karina.
We know Jocks to always play the Karina actually. And earlier this morning, we also talked about whether Karina was a viable ban, especially in the early phase. I would have expected EVOS to go with something else, but they did ban out the Karina, and Flash is going to respond with a Deroth ban.
Yeah, and you remember what we mentioned about if you ban away the Karina, you open up to a lot more scarier stuff, like, you know, the Marsha, the Hilda, and even to a point of time, the Xavier as well, which Aeon has known to be able to pick up for himself. So I think what EVOS could be doing is, hey, I'm gonna ban the Karina up because I know Team Flash will first pick the Xavier. Look, oh my goodness. In fact, banning away the 2 main junglers of MPL SG as well, the Baxia and the Karina gets banned away. I'm expecting, you know, assassin junglers getting caught up. Marsha is open though, but instead Team Flash goes for the Hilda.
Yeah, Hilda. Well, we've seen KCP, I think, play the Hilda as well. And for him to be able to roam and provide that vision and just flex that aggression really, really hard onto the opponent team. So, prior pick for KCP, I think, pretty understandable.
Pretty understandable, but something interesting in the fact that Team Flash not going to go for the Marsha because, yep, Marsha got a slight nerf, but we're not going to discount him away. KCP opted for the Hilda, but like what I said, this Hilda could flex pick all the way to the XP lane. It could also go to the roaming lane as well. If EVOS wants to deny the Marsha, they have to pick Marsha for JPL. But does that mean that they're reading, Team Flash is basically, you know, letting the Marsha go because they know how to deal with this Marsha, because, you know, the Villar has been popping up quite a lot to counter that Marsha, but oh boy, EVOS going for the Paquito and the Esmeralda pick.
Very, very flex picks though. I mean, Esmeralda likely in the EXP lane, but Paquito could be in the jungle.
Yeah, Paquito could go in the jungle right now. Remember what I said, KCP is a very strong tank that knows how to, you know, invade very quickly. I like what EVOS has picked for themselves. The Paquito will have its power spike in level 2, so as long as he gets the first jungle camp, he should be able to fight back. But now Team Flash, oh my goodness, you give Reminiscent the lane and Angela over to Team Flash as well. That's so much power pick given over to Team Flash.
Reminiscent on the lane. Not sure if he's really played that before.
He has.
In this MPL season as well. And Angela, that combo, that Angela Link combo is definitely gonna make it a lot worse for EVOS to deal with.
Yeah, and not only just that, this Angela can latch on top of Hilda as well, and just so much sticking power. KCP not only just become this pseudo tank, right? Not just become this tank. He becomes a tank that does a lot of damage, and with a lot of CC if you pair it up with that Angela as well. So I feel like there's so much good things that Team Flash has secured for themselves. EVOS, yep, the Esmeralda pick is also good because you have Angela to deal with. There's a hard guard that's taken away, and with that Esmeralda, you steal away the shields and Angela gives you. So that's a little bit of counter that EVOS is doing against Team Flash. And now with the Phobias getting picked up here, EVOS SG, they have been securing 3 XP laners.
Well,
no.
Paquito could also go into the gold lane.
Your team is banning.
I'm trying to wrap my head around this draft right now.
Yeah,
it's super, super flexible.
It is very flexible, but I would say all 3 of these players could go into the XP lane. But when I see this pick, when I see the Phobias getting picked up by the side of EVOS, it gave me that worst night, that bad nightmare when I remember Sailor played the Esmeralda when in the game going up against EVO. They got 2-0 knocked out by EVO, so I'm not very confident in what EVOS has secured for themselves. On the other hand, Team Flash though, they've got everything they wanted. The Angela and the Ling Wongabo combo, they've got the Hilda as well. They could go for the Marsha if they really want to be greedy right here. It's up to EVOS to ban it away. But now EVOS bans away the Uranus from Alpha V9. Team Flash bans away the crew fight that JPL loves to play, and of course they've got a lot of dashes with that Link as well. So I feel like what Flash could do is to ban away the Masha. If not, I feel like EVOS could actually pick them up for themselves.
That would be a really, really heavy kind of frontline composition that they're going for. Neither team has picked up a marksman yet.
Yep, I don't think Team Flash will go for the marksman at all, knowing a Peach's play style. He was an XP laner first. Don't forget in EVOS, I think season 1 is season 1, right? But EVOS, bans away the Kiwi at the same time. Team Flash bans away the Franco, targeting on top of JPL. Now, EVOS, if they really want to pick something right here, I think they have to pick the Marsha away. If not, you're going to give Team Flash so much things. And with that said, Team Flash, they could get away with picking out, not say counter-picking the marksman, but I love what Team Flash has done thus far in this draft.
Like you said, they're usually going for that double fighter draft, right? So they're keeping their options open right now. How does it look in terms of their strategy that they're trying to go for?
You mean for EVOS?
Flash.
Team Flash, I think what they have to do, scale all the way, bring Link, scale all the way to late game level 4, use the Hilda to constantly invade EVOS' side of the draft because you can roam around very quickly. Now all they have to do is to secure more tanky front lines, like even the Marshall could be a very good pick-off here for the side of Team Flash if EVOS did not pick it up. Now they're gonna go for the glue. 4 XP laners for the side of the EVOS SG.
I'm so confused right now. Well, Esmeralda roam?
No, I don't think Esmeralda should roam. JPL could bring that glue to the roam. Yes, because I've seen JPL use glue in, I think, season 2 as a roam. You have quite a bit of mobility. You also do quite a bit of damage as well if you constantly proc your first skill. But Team Flash,
it's very, they have a lot of melee damage right now though, and they're lacking a bit of that range. So I think when I see that, it's still a bit worrying when you lack that range kind of damage.
Yeah, and I don't, knowing Flash, they don't really pick a marksman, but hold on a second. Alice coming up from Alpha V9 and Clint coming up from a Peach, they just denied 2 of my points I was talking about Team Flash. A Peach going back into the marksman role and, bringing back Alice from season 1. Look at that anime. He's like, what's going on here?
I guess they weren't expecting. Neither of us were expecting even an Alice pick as well. But with the Angela on the hard guard, you could go into anyone, right? You have the Angela Link combo, Hilda as well to be really tanky, or the Alice if you're going with the Blood Oath as well. You basically, if she's unkillable and she does damage, that's going to be extremely dangerous.
I think what EVOS might secure for themselves right here is either go for a carry or because of the Hilda, right? And of course you'll be able to dash it around, but maybe no, EVOS gonna go stick right back to the Beatrix. Very sketchy draft coming off from EVOS. I think with looking at this draft right now, I think it's gonna be Sayla, Phobius in the mid lane, JPL glue in the roam, Esmeralda for the side of Jox. I don't think it's switch. I think Gear's gonna go for the Paquito and it's gonna be an Esmeralda jungler.
Esmeralda jungler?
Yeah, I don't see the switch before we actually swap to the screen. Oh boy, EVOS bringing an interesting draft coming into week 3, day number 1.
Day number 1. Up against Flash with an extremely experienced draft as well. So it feels like both of these teams are bringing really different approaches to this game.
Yeah, Team Flash is not following the script. EVOS SG is not following the script as well.
No one's following any scripts.
Yeah, this is basically freestyle for both of these two teams. Team Flash, though, like I said, a lot of things to prove, and I feel like that responsibility falls upon a KCP, whether he's able to, suss out the non-experienced members of EVOS SG, like Jox, because he's his first debut. But at the same time, though, mid lane, I think because with Aeon going for the Angel, I like this pick coming out from EVOS SG with the Phobius in the mid lane right now. So, Sayla could play passive, scale all the way to the late game.
Yeah, but it's going to be game number 1. Everyone between Team Flash and EVOS SG. Really, really surprising strategies coming out from either team. So we're going to see how they can both execute this. Again, it is Team Flash's game to prove.
Yeah, but Jox with the Esmeralda in the jungle, going in with the jungler emblem, I guess you can go for the attack speed because you do have a lot of, you can get a lot of shields if you actually land down the auto attack constantly. But then again, Team Flash this time around, Peach bringing the clean. A lot easier to perform, but KCP finds Anime at the same time, getting a little bit distracted. Like I said, it's tough to shot call and play your lane at the same time.
Yeah, almost getting him there, but managed to flicker out. And now KCP just being extremely disruptive here on the bottom side. It feels like EVOS SG doesn't feel like they're having a great time here in this early game.
Yeah, I think what EVOS SG should play around is the top lane. They need to stop Alpha V9 from scaling with this Alice. It feels like Season 1 all over again, ladies and gentlemen, with that Alice. Basically one of the heroes that Alpha V9 is very, very comfortable with.
I'm still confused by EVOS SG here, but KCP gonna get stunned out here, taking some damage from Jox as well as JPL. Just brawling a bit out in the mid lane here, but not too much gonna happen. The turtle is spawning right about now, so both teams gonna turn their sights to that objective.
I don't think EVOS has the turtle priority because, you know, Esmeralda, yes, in lane, she's a very passive laner. She doesn't really have much damage in the earlier parts of the game. She needs to get the Enchanted Discipline, but Reminiscent going in already with the hard guard, attaching it on top of JPL, looking a little bit low right now. No split, so he will actually fall. Aeon picks up first blood.
Here's the first blood giveaway, but the fight rages on as KCP in some trouble now in the middle of EVOS will be taken down. Aeon forced to flee the scene as well. Turtle still standing, EVOS SG, they didn't have the priority like you said, but they still went for it, and that's to make that sacrifice.
Yeah, but I agree with the fact that I think Team Flash extended a little bit too much. They pick up one here, they backed off as well, but KCP will lose his life. But then again, you know, Team Flash, they had to retreat right there in order to maybe slow down the advances of EVOS SG, preventing from run away. Jox, on the other hand, maybe I'm just being too greedy, but maybe EVOS SG could have tried for the turtle right now, but unfortunately Team Flash will pick up the first turtle of this game.
EVOS SG trying to claw back something from this fight, potentially brawling in the mid lane, but it looks like both of them will just walk away unscathed.
Walk away unscathed in the JPL split set, just will be able to run on away. But Clint not doing very good at the bottom side right there. Adamir on pure focus right now should be able to poke, you know, a Peach very well with the Renner, but it also depends whether a Peach will have a good trade-off. But now, I don't know what to feel about this Esmeralda jungle, but it feels like it's working very well for Jox. 1-0-0 as is the score. Reminiscent level 6. Jox still level 6 at the same time. KCP rotating around, trying to explore the map, try to open up the map at the same time. Here's keeping Alpha V9 in check, so that's actually one of the good conditions for the side of EVOS SG. But something interesting that's happening for the side of Aeon is that he actually picked up the roamer item at the same time.
Oh, Gear had to flicker out. Looks like they brawl, but still gonna be able to get out. On the bottom side, EVOS SG grouping. KCP is just providing so much vision as well for Team Flash.
And that's exactly why I'm actually respectful of KCP, right? He's really strong in this kind of matchup, but hold on a second. It feels like Aeon may find himself in a bit of trouble as well. Sayla has already picked up, you know, the ultimate. In fact, doesn't really need the ultimate as well. Jox goes over the way and picks up one kill from Team Flash.
I think we were a little tentative. Hold on here, Gear in some trouble, really deep in the middle of Team Flash's turrets, and will be sealed and taken into a body bag by the members of Team Flash.
Yep. Gear tries to cut the way, but that's the power of that link, right? With Reminiscent on that link, should be able to respond very, very well. But now EVOS SG focusing the attention at the bottom side because Turtle will be spawning there very, very soon. Reminiscent doesn't really have the retribution, so hopefully EVOS SG will be able to report that. This is going to be Jox with a good tankiness, should be able to hold down the power of KCP, trying to stall EVOS SG down. But now the Turtle has spawned. Reminiscent just a few more seconds left to have retribution, and there you go.
Turtle is up on the bottom side now. EVOS SG and Team Flash positioned to try to take or contest this one here. Just hovering around, but I think Jox now, as an Esmeralda, does have its advantages, right? You're tanky enough, you can harass, and you can be in the fight to be able to take these objectives.
Yep, you can be in the fight in these objectives, especially with the hard guard going in. Jox goes into the ultimate, JPL leading the charge with a split step, but will not be able to find someone to actually jump on top. Adamir aims to random, but will be able to miss Reminiscent right now. Turtle get 1/4 health at the same time. Team Flash just bouncing in and out in terms of these team fight. EVOS SG pushes Team Flash away from the Turtle pit.
Yeah, now they're leashing onto the turtle. EVOS SG might actually get this objective, but Team Flash are still hanging around. You still have KZP and Aeon trying to disrupt this objective over here. And they probably can't steal this one away, but still Team Flash are keeping up their end of this fight.
Yeah, EVOS SG takes one turtle. Team Flash also take one turtle. Reminiscent nowhere to be seen. Just decides to jump away, not going to contest that turtle anymore because Aeon has already used the hard guard earlier just now. But JPL, I think that's the problem of having a glue as a roamer. You don't really, but oh, he's able to actually possess KZP right now, trying to drag, but will not be able to follow up. But here comes a member of Team Flash, trying to focus on top of JPL at the same time. Nibiru Passion spreading love and hate over to side of the lineup of Team Flash, allowing JPL to escape.
Huge damage put out by Adamir to close, to at least disengage that fight from happening. JPL a little deep there, but helping to zone out, I guess, the members of Team Flash as well.
Yeah, but let's take a look at the late game right now, right? I mean, late game, Team Flash does have Alpha V9 with the Alice. We've seen it before. It could just shred and melt the backline of EVOS SG, but at the same time, I think there is the burst damage coming out from this Paquito. I feel like this gear with this Paquito will become like what Diablo did in one of RSG's games. All he does is just try to split push. He does have the mobility to rotate from top to mid very quickly. Same over the KCP as well with the first skill of Hilda. Should be able to just run from one lane to another and providing so much vision and opening up the map for Team Flash. In terms of the late game, I'm definitely going to have to favor Team Flash because they've got the Clint, they've got the Alice, as well as the Link on top of the Angela. It feels like a very scary opponent. EVOS SG, their power spikes in the mid part of the game, and we're starting to see a bit coming up from EVOS SG. It really depends on whether they can execute it right now.
They're trying to make a gank on the bottom side. Like you said, if their power spikes in the mid game, they need to end this faster than Team Flash does. So at 8 minutes now, they've taken their first turret on the bottom side. They need to play that objective game.
Yep, EVOS SG, they have to play this objective game because Team Flash, they have a Peach that could scale very quickly, but oh, Adamir gets sniped down with 3 members at the top side.
That's not good. I mean, you're counting on Adamir to be able to make the damage, but still, not all is lost. But they have to do as much as they can to prevent Alpha V9 from scaling. EVOS SG now in the mid lane, trying to pick a fight here. Falling Star Moonstar it up onto KZP, but it's going to just disengage. They don't have the damage.
EVOS SG don't have the damage. They don't need to fight this. I think EVOS SG has to try to back away. Team Flash has got 4 members right there. A Peach farming out of position, not out of position, but in position to try to farm as much as possible and lane against Gear. I think a Peach, as long as he's farmed, but hold on a second, JPL actually gets to a little bit low. The split flicker will be activated at the same time. The clutch healing coming in, but JPL goes all the way back in with a repossession. Aeon gets dragged into Nibiru's Passion, but Alpha V9 comes in on Bloodhound at the same time. Anima shreds, giving the double kill over to the side of EVOS SG.
Oh, KCP wasn't there for the fight, and JPL using the split fit to heal up and go back in, but here is Reminiscence. Tempest of Blades just used to get away. They get Adamir in the last part of the fight as a consolation prize, so it's pretty good, but still, EVOS SG, phenomenal play there.
Phenomenal play by JPL. I wasn't expecting him to jump all the way back in, but Team Flash will be able to pick up Adamir as a consolation prize. So I think that's all good. You allow Adamir to scale the 2-2, so that's actually quite good. But a Peach though, still farming under pressure and just making sure that he's scaled to become that scary Clint in the late game.
Yeah, definitely looking really poised for the late game. Team Flash just needs to tide this out through the mid lane, but can they do that? KCP taking some damage here in the middle of the brawl. But again, EVOS SG, without Adamir, without Gear, they're missing out on the ability to output damage.
Yeah, you know what hero would be very good here from side of EVOS SG? A Baxia. Because you can see Team Flash, once they realize that EVOS SG bans away all the Baxia, they went all in. The Hilda, the Alice that used to be countered by Baxia is gone right now. But hold on a second, the bottom side, Reminiscent will be able to snipe down that turret with the help of Aeon in the heart.
Yep, now Team Flash is fighting back, so again, they're pretty even in terms of objective, kills, and gold as well.
Let's take a look at the items. Sayla has already secured the Winter Trunket and think going in for, not too sure what he's going to be going for, maybe the Ice Queen 1, but he does need more damage. Going in for, I think, a pure damage sort of Phobias will be a very scary foe for Team Flash in the later part of the game because there's so many ways that Team Flash could proc the ultimate or basically the cooldown reduction of Sayla. We've got KCP and the Hilda, Art of the Hunt as well, reminiscent with the dashes when it goes into the Temples of Blades. You also got Alpha V9 and technically a Peach with the dash at the same time.
Mid lane now, JPL getting stunned. Oh, the bottom gear having to flicker out, but nowhere for him to go. Reminiscent. Oh, be attacks with the gear. He dashes away. Well, he doesn't still. Well, there was nowhere for him to go. Couldn't get out of that one, but he delayed Reminiscent as long as possible. And in the meantime, EVOS SG just slaying Team Flash in the mid lane here. Already 3 down on the side of Team Flash and continue KZP falling as the next casualty. EVOS SG, well, they did get some of them, but they pretty much break even across that fight.
Break even across the bot fight, ladies and gentlemen. This is that type of Team Flash gameplay that I was expecting since week 1, day number 1, and they're showing a very good fight against EVOS SG. Now you may think that EVOS SG, yeah, they look a little bit weaker, but Team Flash is starting to pick up these crucial items. Alpha V9, 2, 1, 3, farming all the way to the late game. KZP as well. Thank you very much, production team. You can see the endless battle being built by Peach already, going straight into the Malefic Roar, because I bet EVOS SG does need more tankiness, especially look at JPL. Dom Eyes at the same time going for the Anti-Cuirass as well. Gear going into Anti-Cuirass for himself at the same time. So it's going to be a very tanky frontline for the side of EVOS SG. Jox at the same time going for Brute Force Breastplate and then the Radiant Armor to kind of counter against what Alpha V9, the Blood Ult takes, so that's very good. But it's all up to JPL. Yes, he's able to abduct KCP. What would that be enough?
Oh, JP, he does get blown up. It will be enough. And now the Tempest of Blades is laid down. Reminiscent on the run though. EVOS SG, they're coming down onto Peach as well as Aeon. Here is the Demonic Force. Cannot close out that kill just yet, but they actually, no, they do. It is 3 kills to the credit of EVOS SG.
You blink and Aeon gets deleted. Sayla coming in with the second skill, and of course with the the Lightning Trunking proc, that's enough to seal the deal for Aeon as well. Now with 2 members left, EVOS SG quickly takes down the Lord.
Now they have this objective in the bag. EVOS SG, again, now pushing up the lanes. They have the advantage. This is where we said they will shine. This is the mid game, and they need to be able to do this fast.
Yeah, they need to do this fast. They are quick on the feet as well to take down the Lord. Do note, this is a Luminous Lord at the same time. EVOS SG, I feel like they've already comfortably secured as well. And now the big brain coming out from JPL is that if you drag someone from your side, you also proc Sayla's jump as well. So it's really good. And don't forget, with Paquito as well, the knockout punch and the 3-stack form also allows you to punch. Now Jox comes all the way in.
Falling Samun onto KZP, but he's trying to zone them out. Not enough. KZP gets away with just a little bit of HP, but they take the mid-tier 2 turret in the meantime. Lord is knocking on the top side as well. EVOS SG, they've stripped Team Flash of all their turrets down to the inhibitors.
Down to the inhibitors, top side looking very juicy for the side of EVOS SG at the same time. JPL goes into split, but will not be able to possess Force the Flicker at the same time. Sayla jumps all the way in. The Lord will be able to cleave the top side at the same time. Gear goes in, will try to push down, but Sayla is on dystopia's duty, smashing, landing down damage on top of Team Flash.
Aeon, he jumps onto the hard guard onto Alpha V9 and using the Winter Truncheon, they're able to survive. But can they get the kills? Gear finishes him up. It's going to be 3-2 Team EVOS SG.
This balancing of damage coming out from EVOS SG is madness. Alpha V9 gets kited by 3 members of EVOS SG at least quarter health, and Alpha V9 unable to secure anyone.
Sayla is doing so much work in the backline though. They cannot secure anyone because the Sayla just using the Demonic Force to zone out the entirety of Team Flash's backline.
Now EVOS SG draws makes sense. JPL with the drag, Gear with the knockout punch at the same time, Jox with the ultimate as well will definitely kite out or bait out some form of dash coming out from Team Flash. Sayla on this Phobius is basically making sure that EVOS SG stays relevant.
They are, definitely. I mean, even in this time, stealing away the buff from Team Flash and just stripping the farm away from them to be able to scale even further to that late game that they need to get to.
Yeah, but EVOS SG, they cannot scale to late game because they allow Team Flash with Alpha V9. You can see how much problem that Alpha V9 is starting to cause over the side of EVOS SG's side of the draft. I think EVOS SG has to try to end this game once and for all. Just taking a look at the Lord Pit right now, 20 seconds on that clock. EVOS SG clearing off, trying to push down wave, even sending Jox all the way up top, just at the nice time to allow the minions to crash on in and allowing them a good window opportunity for this Lord.
They're turning their sights to zone out the members of Team Flash from that objective first. Just making sure to claim that territory, but it's going to be Jox making his way, starting up. Choosing not to start at the Lord again. They're just baiting a fight at this point.
Yeah, I think EVOS SG, they need to pay attention to Alpha V9's damage. I think so much respect coming out from EVOS SG right now. Gear sent to clear the side lanes. This is exactly what I was expecting. Send the XP laner to try to clear off the side lanes, and you should be all Gucci. Now, EVOS SG will start the Lord as well. KZP will scout. Alpha V9 following suit. JPL will be able to jump on top, but the Lord will get forgotten by the side of EVOS SG. Link comes into the backline. We'll be able to find Adamant as well. Now, here comes the Tempest of Blade when Adamant gets shut down. And now Sayla will be trying to jump on top, but there's two fights happening at the same time. JPL possessing, but will not be able to drag. The Winter Trucker coming all the way in at the same time. And Peach out of position, will not be able to find the damage on top of anyone coming out from EVOS SG. What a long fight coming out from these two. Never want to back all the way down, but the red team doesn't want to die.
EVOS SG, insane. They knew that Adamir was down, but still they tried to zone out Alpha V9 as well as Aeon, and now they will blow Aeon up as well. It's 2 down on the side of Team Flash. So they zoned out they lost the damage dealer, but they zoned out the rest of the members, and Reminiscent was forced to back because of the minions as well.
Yeah, this is so tough for Team Flash to be able to pick off, and EVOS SG, they've got the gold lead and they're bashing right at Team Flash. Yes, we lost Adamant, but it's okay because I have Sayla. 605 on that Phobius. This Sayla is a late game Phobius. Take a look at the items ladies and gentlemen. Sayla with going for the Divine Glaive instead of the Holy Crystal. Has the clock right now, should be a max stack, Lightning Champion, Ice Cream 1. That second skill is gonna hurt. And you saw it blowing up Aeon, but JPL
diving in and uses the split onto KZP, will still get taken down, but EVOS SG, they have reset the Lord actually, and they're not going for a Reminiscent, trying to look for Adamir in the backline, will be able to put out half the damage. The hard gun is on him, Tempest of Blades as well, now he's up, and he is taken care of in the mid line. Sayla trying to go for the backline as well. KZP actually the one in trouble, will retreat back to the safety of EVOS SG, but he gets shut down by Alpha V9.
Alpha V9 online right now, and now Team Flash has to take this Lord away from EVOS SG. Sayla overextends a little bit too much. Nice engagement coming up from Reminiscent to delete off Adamir and denying that fight away. And Alpha V9, this is exactly what I was talking about. EVOS SG cannot allow Alpha V9 to the late game.
Here we go, the instant replay. You can see they're in the front line, but Reminiscent just died straight for Adamir after that.
JPL, I feel like just overextended just now. Like once JPL is down, there's no way for EVOS SG to linger. Even Adamir spreading Nibiru's passion at a very wrong position. And now with everyone clumped up, and this is just free real estate for Alpha V9 to jump all the way in. Just take a look, Alpha V9 still at max health. Sayla tries to jump to the back, but focusing on KCP instead.
Yeah, he was trying to zone out the rest of the members and peel for the team, but his team at the back was just spread far too thin for him to do anything more. And now Team Flash knocking on the doors of EVOS SG. This is a fight back. They've gotten the mid-tier 1 turret. Lord is up on the top side as well.
And that's no normal Lord, ladies and gentlemen. That is the Evolved Lord, the toughest nut to crack for the side of EVOS SG. They have to try to hold. KZP leading the charge, but it is going to be the Lord. Oh, the Lord would not be able to touch the turret at the same time. And now JPL will be trying to possess KZP, but KZP tries to bring JPL away. Alpha V9 coming in with a hard guy at the same time, trying to catch on top of JPL. But it is going to be EVOS SG. 3 members trying to secure and try to defend from this, but it is going to be JPL gone once again.
JPL gone, and all this time Reminiscent was on the bottom, but they still had enough to bring down one member of EVOS SG. Gear at the bottom, recognizing that Reminiscent is there and just fending him off.
What a turntable, ladies and gentlemen. EVOS SG, they were fighting and Team Flash's side of the territory, but because of one bad mistake coming up from EVOS SG, Team Flash just clean up the turrets for the side of EVOS SG, and now it is time for EVOS SG on the defense.
They are on the defense. The mid-tier turret especially is also about to go down. Same with the top inhibitor. They get one in the middle. Will they be able to secure the top? No, not just yet. This is that small window that EVOS SG had, right? We said they had the mid game, but they haven't closed it out. We're now moving into the later stages of the game where Alpha V9 is online.
Alpha V9 is online. Peach is online. Everyone's online. but now it's all about the positioning. One small mistake, the death timer is actually starting to hurt both sides. EVOS SG loses mid lane turret, but Team Flash on full offense right now. They're trying to keep EVOS SG on their side of the map, but Reminiscent will be able to find Gear. Nibiru Passion going in. Ember's Blade goes all the way down. Gear will be able to proc the immortality. JPL goes into split, but here comes Alpha V9 looking for pickups right now. Just one more skill will do. Gear goes into Winter Truck and will be not be able to dash away. Alpha V9 trying to do a stall, but Gear, one single pixel of hell will be able to just dodge away. And now Anime takes down Alpha V9, and now it's on EVOS SG on defense.
No, EVOS SG, they are trying to get Reminiscent now in the front line. Will they be able to do enough damage and chase up the gaps? No, they are slow in terms of mobility, but they might want to turn their sights to the Lord that has just spawned as well.
Yes, EVOS SG do have the Lord priority right now. Evolve Lord as well. KCP tried to stall, but now at least Alpha V9 is down for 30 seconds. If this is a window of opportunity, EVOS SG has to climb on top of it. JPL catches on top of KCP. A beach coming in. Reminiscent hard guard on the quick draw at the same time. Reminiscent will get some damage as well, but Sayla will be zoned away at Peach. A Peach looking at low. The hard guard focus on it, but no, he goes down. Not even the hard guard will be able to defend him, and now a Peach will fall. Sayla catches him, but at the same time, KCP goes on a 1-on-1. Adamir falls.
Now they're left 3 people to defend. Again, EVOS SG has turned this table and flipped it once again. This game has been back and forth and insane.
This is like a dung beetle of a table, right? You know, you're just flipping the table over and over again. A very big seesaw of damage. KCP opening the map so much, so same could be said over the side of JPL. And now Alpha V9 does have the blood. Oh, right now JPL possesses KCP, but with that the person that you want to catch right now. Alpha V9 goes in, throwing the first kill, but now would not try to follow up. EVOS SG disengages because they don't have Adamir.
Adamir still a 15-ish second spawn timer on him, but the same goes for Team Flash. They have that spawn timer on A Peach as well, so neither team probably want to take a fight yet until both of these carries are back online.
Yeah, but don't forget, Team Flash does have that link. Remember, we have PTSD from Ray's link. Will Reminiscent pull off the same with the backdoor? You notice, Link are not in position to fight for this Evolve Lord right now. EVOS SG, are they a little bit distracted? No, Gear sending, Gear going all the way down to the bottom side right now, as Team Flash will try to drag Lord aggro for KCP.
Yeah, but the thing is, Link can make it back so quickly.
And he's back.
Yeah, he's back in the fight now, but now Gear is the one that's on the bottom. So EVOS SG, they're one shot, and Team Flash has taken the opportunity to start up the Lord.
The window has been slammed shut. EVOS SG Gear needs to make the treacherous voyage all the way down to the Lord pit at the same time. Reminiscent hanging around Alpha V9 to say, half health, but the Lord gets resetted as well. Reminiscent coming for the backline. Adamir dash over the wall instead. The hard guard going in. Adamir flickers over the wall. What a wall play coming off of Adamir, but that's actually enough, but no! Reminiscent takes down Adamir as well, and now when the red velocity is actually come out all together, this is where Alpha V9 will go in for the kill. Yeah, look at how very low at the same time. JPL slowly falling. EVOS, no! 3 members goes down.
EVOS SG, they're falling one by one by one, and they knew Adamir was the first to fall. All of them just collapsed on him from the side of Team Flash. Unfortunately, the moment they lost him, EVOS SG, they just fell apart.
Yeah, EVOS SG, this window is slamming once and over again on their faces. Jogs try to make some outplay, try to catch Reminiscent, but Reminiscent has better things to do, which is to catch out Gear as well. Or maybe instead of catching Gear, they're just going to try to win this by a GG push.
Oh, Jogs in some trouble on the bottom, getting chased down by KZP. Will they be able to defend this? Oh, knocks out A Peach. Jogs, can he survive this? Gear's trying to make a play here, but there's too many of Team Flash here for them to be able to do anything. It's a complete wipeout, Jace, and they will be able to take game 1.
Finally, Team Flash takes 1 game from the Titan itself. Enter player 3, we ask. Yes, here it is, reporting for duty. Team Flash takes 1 game from EVOS SG.
Insane. I mean, EVOS SG, yes, they fought back so hard, but Team Flash so sharp to recognize that they needed Adamir, they needed Gear, and at all costs, they just chased them down to break apart the team composition.
Yeah, once you lose Adamir, that's it. There's no more damage. And then after that, if you lose members will, because Sailor's innate kit is to overextend. What Reminiscent has to do is just, we clean out the back line and then we just go all the way in. In my heart, MVP goes over to Alpha V9. He's been holding on, he's been playing on the back foot all the time, all throughout. But when he comes online, he's gonna hit very hard. But let's take a look at the match highlight, ladies and gentlemen. The earlier parts of the game is basically Team Flash's game to play. EVOS slowly catches all the way back up, but then again they fall all the way dead smack towards the late game because of Alpha V9 coming online.
Yep. Another fight here, you can see JPL just always so on point with the split, right? Yes, sometimes he catches KCP if they want to play a front-to-back kind of fight, but Reminiscent always so targeted and focused on who he needs to go for.
Yeah, and that's the power of the assassin meta, right? You focus on the right target to target prioritization. Unfortunately, this way, the EVOS SG was running low on Steam as well. You can see JPL constantly catching KCP. I think there's a bit of a question coming in for the side of JPL's decision to catch KCP. Maybe he thought that KCP was the main problem and he's able to burst down KCP quickly and then EVOS SG could just collapse. But then again, he's always catching, basically bringing KCP towards the back line, and all KCP has to do is just smash down on top of Adamir, stun him all the way down, and then just a lot of opportunities where if there's SG somehow or somewhere they're all clumped up together like this one. You see Alpha V9 catching maybe 2-3 members right there, and it's just free real estate. Alpha V9 is unstoppable whenever everyone's clumped up like this.
Yeah, I think like you said, it was the later fight where KCP, I think it was this one where he chased down Adamir and just off that damage onto him with the power of wildness, and Reminiscent was just got an easy pickup.
Here we go again. I don't know why EVOS SG is clumped out at the tight spot again, and Alpha V9 just goes all the way in. So many opportunities for Team Flash to just turn this around, and Alpha V9 is already a late game monster, especially we go into 23 minutes, and of course, with a Peach coming online as the clean as well. Let's take a look at the items, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure, I can't even say what went wrong, but I feel like what went right for Team Flash, because they did not perform very well in the earlier parts of the regular season, and now they're fighting against Titans and they took one game away. Take a look at Alpha Venus items. Not really much tanky items required, but he hits and he is constantly sustaining the clock, the book, so at even the winter chunk into a point of time. Genius 1 as well for good measure to basically reduce the magic resistance. No matter what EVOS is built, if you notice, they don't really have much magic resistance except for Jogs and maybe perhaps Adamir with the Athena shield, but I feel like the Radiant armor could be better against Alpha V9.
Yeah, we'll see in a second the post-match statistics as well being brought up. That will probably also give us some insight into the damage being done by the side of Flash and EVOS SG, but whew.
What a match.
I'm still reeling from the match.
Yeah, man, like this is really tough for EVOS, right? Just take a look. Even though EVOS dealt the most damage, yep, Sandbag is due KCP, constantly healing. There's no way to stop him as well. And Peach, finally, the 114k damage going in by the side of Team Flash as well against EVOS SG. You go into the late game, the Clin just one-shots you from a distance away, and if KCP stays alive, there's no way that EVOS will be able to collapse on top of the Peach.
And if you look at the damage being done by Flash as well, even KCP on the Hilda output 59k worth of damage, right? So that's, even though, yes, EVOS's lineup is pretty tanky, they did have enough to be able to just run through the draft.
Yeah, and let's take a look at MVP. In my mind, Team Flash, KCP is the MVP. He's constantly eating all these JPL's stun, but it is going to also be Reminiscent for that targeted approach. Find Adamir, shut him down, we go next. We find the next target should be Sailor, shut him down, we go next. That's basically the rule book of Team Flash throughout this particular game.
Yep, 6, 1, and 9, and that definitely won them the game. I mean, that targeted, laser-focused approach to be able to shut them down. You recognize that that's a win condition, then yeah, prevent that from happening.
Yeah, and of course, remember what I said during the drafting phase. You give Hilda, and then after that, Ling and Angela together as a wombo combo over to Team Flash. I think this is something that, happened. This is something that is already written from the start. is already writing on the wall for the side of EVOS SG. We were questioning, wow, four EXP laners, technically speaking, but unfortunately damage not enough, and Team Flash got the battle of EVOS SG.
Yeah, well, like we said, right, the window was really small in terms of they had to close out in the mid game. So the moment it went to the late, it was really tough for EVOS to pull that off as well.
Yes, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the 300 shares. We hit another milestone. So ladies and gentlemen, let production team, let's flash this QR code for everyone to claim. Thank you very much. What an insane of a series, mate. That was crazy game number one. And I believe because of that, everyone started sharing, hey, is Team Flash actually winning one game against EVOS SG?
Yeah, that's definitely a game to share. And if you want more, we're going to bring back the next game after this break. So don't go away, because if Team Flash can take this, you never know who's going to take the next one. We'll be right back with you after this break.
Spam skills throughout the game and get familiar with each hero during the process. Can this deal get any sweeter? 3. Go, Franco, go! If you like mischief, you must not miss this one. The rule's simple. Hit the opponent with your hook before they hook you. For the configuration, set the available heroes to Franco only and adjust the hook's range. Ooh, caught you again. Think you can run away from me? Alright, that's all for today. Be sure to check out the system after it's released. There's so much more fun gameplay awaiting you to explore. Customize your own gameplay, team up with your friends, and don't forget to share your lobby codes. This time, everyone is a game designer.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the arts of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Holds infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonates from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Strategy is my craft. Diggy is my name.
Back, ladies and gentlemen, to MPL Singapore Season 3. Again, I'm Scrubby Sheets, and here with me is Jace. As you can see, we are just witnessing a really intense and frothy match between EVOS as well as Team Flash.
I mean, you earlier just now you said that the game, the series earlier where it is Almighty going up against Zion. It's like a wrestling match, but then it is also going to be the fact that this is basically the real arm wrestling match, right? But let me bring you through about the standings in the sense, right? Because Team Flash right now, I think they're sitting at 4 points. If they actually 2-0 EVOS right here, they will get 6 points. And this is the fact that we have to be careful about. But once again, let's just gonna go through the team lineup and remind you guys, Reminiscent on that lane was way too crazy. And then Aeon gets the Angela as well. It's just so much tag team, and it's so tough for EVOS to crack.
Yeah, exactly. But the fact that EVOS SG, they did try to crack it in the beginning, right? And they were successful in the mid lane, but unfortunately, towards the later part, it was just Flash's draft to take.
Yeah, and of course, with EVOS right now currently at 6, and then they're currently top 3, right? This is supposed to be a game for EVOS to take, and if they take this, they secure the top 3. But then because if EVOS lose the game and they'll stay at 6 points, Flash will also go 6 points as well. And because Flash won, like I said, Flash will drag EVOS down to the lower bracket.
So EVOS cannot lose this match right here, but we are going to go into game 2. Now EVOS has to even up this score.
Even up the score, it's going to be something that's very hard for them to do. EVOS, I don't think they're expecting the Alice pick coming up from Team Flash. It has been really good. Darrow gets banned off. EVOS will take first pick. Flash bans away the Valentina as well.
The Roth as well as the Paquito. Actually, EVOS opting to take that out. A comfort pick on gear, but not going to go the way of EVOS, and Team Flash responding with a Cho ban.
Yeah, targeting JPL right now once again. Earlier just now in game number 1 where they were targeting JPL's heroes for the second ban phase. So maybe Flash, they're really hammering down on JPL. They're trying to limit JPL right now. They realize that he's the problem, and Team Flash has finally cracked the EVOS's problem.
EVOS now taking out that link as well. Reminiscent was a huge problem on that link. Speaking of problems, they definitely did have one. Diving right into the backline. And the thing is, Adamir is always one of their huge win conditions, right? You need Adamir to scale, and they depend on him to put out the damage. But Reminiscent shutting him down was definitely detrimental to EVOS' strategy.
Yeah, and no matter how Adamir plays, you see him jumping over from wall to wall as a Beatrix, I think at least once or twice, with the dash in the Beatrix and even the flicker as well. I mean, it's it's a link, right? You could just dash over the wall very easily, so it's very hard for Adamir to jump away. So EVOS really respect Reminiscent's link. Definitely take it out from the board right now. Team Flash, responding with a Phobius, leaving a lot of things wide open. Just now, the Marshall was ignored, and now EVOS will first pick that Grok.
First picking that Grok. I think in the previous game, they also didn't have the option of going into that. But Grok, really good for zoning out the rest of Flash, good for denying entry into objectives and setting up the place for EVOS SG.
If I'm Flash right now, I'll snap pick Angela and Carry right off the bat because this is so good for Flash, right? But no, KCP will focus on the Hilda first and foremost. In fact, this is one of KCP's very comfortable pick we saw in game number 1. It's so hard to kill KCP.
Yeah, again, him on the Hilda,
Yeah.
you have both the aggression as well as that tankiness. And KZP provides vision.
Is picking.
He provides vision and he can invade the jungle as well. I paused there because Reminiscent has opted to pick up the Hayabusa that we said we haven't really seen much in this season so far.
Yeah, I was definitely lying about Hayabusa being one of the top bans, but I wasn't expecting Flash to pick up the Hayabusa as well. Reminiscent still loves his assassins since season 1 as well. He's been performing outstandingly as an assassin player, so Hayabusa really helps, especially if you're gonna constantly go in and find Adamir, try to target him down. Now, EVOS, what is their play here? Do they respond with Masha? Don't forget, game 1, we kind of whiffed and kind of forgot about Masha, but are they gonna secure a Karina here as well? Or maybe even Angela this time around? But no, Karina will go get picked up. Kagura comes into play. I love this pick coming up from EVOS because Sailor, known to go in from the backline, bursting members down, and especially if Team Flash right now, Hayabusa, you have a Sicilian, these are juicy targets for Sailor.
Ooh, and you know Sailor to be comfortable with the Kagura as well. It's his most used hero. So going back to the basics, playing what you're comfortable with, Jogs as well on the Karina. A Team Flash though, opting for that Sicilian matches that because Aeon, we know, also comfortable on that Sicilian. And in the late game, it is definitely a hero to fear.
Yep, and now Team Flash bans away JPL's Kufra. I think everything that's on, whatever that JPL has played before is definitely going into this chopping block. For the other side, EVOS, I think they could ban out, the marksmans right here. I think they're just matching they're matching roles for roles right now because EVOS has secured almost the same roles as what Team Flash has secured. So, the banning pool is extremely wide. Do we limit or do we allow?
I think when you talked about the Masha, with that nerf onto Masha, maybe not as viable. I mean, probably the Hilda is able to have more of that damage plus healing potential, so you can pull off invades better as well.
Yeah, maybe that's the reason why, because of that nerf, we don't really see the Masha anymore. Now, Team Flash, banned away the Franco as well. Once again, targeting JPL, locking him down. Is JPL going back onto that blue duty, or will Team Flash respond with a glue pick for himself?
He has like 3 heroes now targeted just at JPL, right? Being banned out. There's Franco, Kufra, and Cho, which really limits his options here. What do you think is left on the table?
Hot take, Joehead. We bring back Joehead. We go back to season 1. If Team Flash pulls out the Alice, we're gonna go all the way back to season 1. But let's take a look. EVOS, what their bans right now? I think they could limit the Uranus as well, which Alpha Vina is known to play. But Baxia is open, mind you, and so is that Alice.
Your team.
Well, if you're playing the Baxia, there's also Angela that's open for both teams to pick up. But considering KZP has chosen Aeon and Hilda, probably not going to go that direction. EVOS decided to ban out the Uranus as their last ban, and Flash picking up the Baxia.
Good pickup coming out from Flash right now. You know me, when you were talking to us now, I was thinking, okay, what can JPL pick? Yep, hot take was the Jawhead. But a serious note, on the serious note, I was thinking the Baxia would be very good for the side of EVO because it fits JPL's playstyle. I don't remember JPL playing any form of mage supports, like, the Estes not really doing as well as his usual, these hard tanks. He's
aggressive, right?
He's aggressive, that's why. But I don't think it's in EVOS or JPL's MO to go for that Angela pick. But now Marksman coming out from Adamir should be going back into his comfort pick with the Beatrix, or maybe perhaps pull out the Clint this time round.
Oh, it's gonna be the Benedetta, another signature JPL pick that we maybe didn't expect here. And it's gonna be Brody. Oh yeah, it's Gear. It's
Gear's signature move coming out from JPL. And now this
he could be taking the Grok.
Yeah, so JPL would
on
take
the Benedetta,
Yeah, so JPL would take Grok and then hard invade. This is basically his playstyle going in and being, a Grok to do a lot of damage this time round. And this is not like, back in season 1, season 2, this Grok doesn't do a lot of damage, but no, this time this Grok is gonna build a lot of armor, and then you'll find yourself, trying to fight against someone that do a lot of damage and have a lot of innate tankiness. And then you hard invade Hayabusa. Remember, Hayabusa was nerfed quite a long while ago. And instead of power spike level 4, you power spike at level 6.
Flash now choosing to round out the draft with the Beatrix pick. So I feel like Flash has more of that stable, you kind of know what they're going for, except for the Hayabusa is maybe the slight change from their usual, but it's EVOS that's changing things up here.
Yeah, and now, ladies and gentlemen, on to game number 2 we go. Don't forget, remember what's at stake right here. EVOS, if they lose 2-0 against Flash, Flash will drag them down to the lower brackets, and this is exactly not what EVOS wants to be. They want to be at top 3 and they want to stay there. Team Flash posing a very strong contest in game number 1. Will they hold and equalize this particular score?
Yeah, we can see the players of EVOS up against Flash. It's going to be Gear, Jock, Sailor, JPL, as well as Adamir, going up against Reminiscent, Aeon, KZP, as well as
a
Peach.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, game number 2. Back to the land of dawn we go. This is Comfort Hero Zone for the side of EVOS. Gears Benedetta is back, and you also have Sailor on that Kagura as well. Jox, technically speaking, is also his comfort hero, but now JPL may find himself some damage on top of KZP on that Hilda.
I think he can afford to take that damage, right, from KZP, but he does output a little more than he might want. That Grout Wall, Guardian's Barrier coming in to block him out from any evades he can put off onto Jox.
Wait, okay, Jox still managed to secure purple buff, so it's so good. But you can see how much resources was just devoted just to make sure that Jox hits level 2.
Yeah, and right now, Reminiscent, though, having that time of his life to be able to farm himself safely, and this is why KZP on that Hilda is just so annoying.
Yeah, he has been very good with these very hard tanks. Basically, any tanks that's supposed to annoy, this is KZP's comfort picks, and he's really, really good at this. And now you see KZP constantly having vision on top of Jox at the same time. It's so annoying for Jox.
And he really needs these jungle buffs. I think JPL on the enemy, on Team Flash's side, also trying to do the same, but you just don't have the same kind of poke prowess that the Hilda has.
Yep, Reminiscent, I think, used the Retribution right there just to secure the orange buff right now. Turtle will be spawning in 20 seconds, so I think, well, at least Reminiscent should be still in time and on schedule to go for that Turtle pickoff right here, but it all depends on JPL, whether he may lose his life right here. Now, looking a little bit low at the same time, the wall will be built just to block off Team Flash.
Turtle is spawning on the bottom right now, though, so Team Flash actually, I think, poised to be able to take this one. No, actually, Alpha V9 forced to go down to clear the lane. So will they be able to take this objective?
I think it's a lot easier for Team Flash to secure this objective because, look, KZP has been so proactive and so determined to make sure that he is that roaming ward that EVOS against EVOS SG. Now, Gear may get scouted out by Alpha V9 on this Boxer though, but now the stun will be able to land on top of KZP. Looking really low, one charge will be able to activate the Gear, picks up first blood.
Alpha V9 now in some trouble. The Guardian's Barrier blocking his way out of this. JPL, though, having to flicker out. Still going to get taken down by Team Flash. They trade out between both teams. But the Turtle does get taken down by Reminiscent.
Good job coming out from Team Flash right there, securing the Turtle and also securing JPL as a kill, as a prize as well. Now, EVOS SG, not a very good start in the earlier parts of the game. You think that, JPL on that Grok should be able to output enough damage, but I feel like it's not enough. Let's take a look at the items. Sailor going for the clock. Aeon will follow suit with the clock at the same time. Josh going for the molten core. I think these are very common items that both picked up. Reminiscent, though, going for the War Axe first, coming in for Hayabusa.
JPL running away from a little bit of poke on the side of Team Flash. But EVOS SG, again, right, they have that smaller window of having to close this out compared to Team Flash. Team Flash, they have Sicilian, Aeon on the Sicilian, they have a Peach on the Beatrix as well for the damage in the late game. Aeon, though, in some trouble now, popping back piece to get away. Jock trying to run away from KZP and does manage to, but Aeon, Gear in the backline, slays him.
Man, this is why. We're basically in comfort picks town, ladies and gentlemen. EVOS SG secures 2 of their comfort picks, and they're not messing around. 2-0-1, this Gear will start to snowball like a madman. And don't forget, this Gear is just rotating around the map, matching Alpha V9's rotation as well.
Team Flash, KZP, try to set up for something in the top here onto Adamir, but JPL is there to be able to scout that out. KZ Jocks also here to say they have to babysit Adamir so much, and this is, again, their win condition. Will they be able to pull that off this time?
Yeah, but it's going to be Shadow Kill going in for the side of landing on top of Sayla. This is not a very scary Hayabusa as of yet. Yes, level 7 does have, you know, the power spike already, but still not enough damage to deal with Sayla for now. But it is going to be JPL scouting KCP once again. Sayla goes all the way back in. Aeon looking to be low. Ball charge will be able to finish the job. And now Reminiscent gets knocked up in the air, and JPL picks up a double kill with a spin. Built wall going to be at build. KCP jumps over the wall instead, and now Alpha V9 going to those points would not be able to follow up with anything else.
EVOS SG, now they have the window to be able to take the turtle, and JPL just zoning out KZP from this objective. Gear as well doing the same on the side of the EXP lane. A free objective going the way of Jogs.
Free objective going the way of Jogs, and that's exactly what they need, right, May? Because EVOS SG, game number 1, they were behind in the early parts of the game, and now EVOS SG slowly claw all the way back in. Team Flash using a Peach going in Nibiru's Passion just to wave tail so that he could back off and then reset very quickly. But hold on a second, Gear is on a roll right here off screen. Picks up Boxia for free.
This is what it is when you talk about comfort picks. Gear on that Benedetta just absolutely insane, and he can split push out of his mind if he wanted to.
Yeah, and he's doing it that right now. In fact, bottom side is already gone, and now Gear could be anywhere in the map. Team Flash has to be careful. Aeon, the main target for EVOS SG to hunt down, and that role goes into Gear and Jogs. 2, well, technically Sayla as well. 3 assassins that this Sicilian has to look out for.
In the players video, you know, they mentioned that to look out for Aeon as well, because they said he would feed, right? And I think, no, it's especially critical here because he is basically their ticket to winning this, especially in the later parts of the game. So he cannot be feeding himself to EVOS SG.
Yeah, but Team Flash do have the late game advantage, right? The Sicilian could scale indefinitely, but then again, positioning, like I said, it's another Nezuko problem in game number 2 of Zion. This Sicilian has to be careful because Sayla could be hiding in the bush right there and then just surprise and then just deletes off Sicilian, and then Team Flash will lose a lot of damage already.
Right now, Team EVOS SG 6-1 up against Team Flash with the gold advantage. Oh, the wild charge onto AP gets him thrown up, and they're immediately just trading out though. Adamir for AP just 1-1. EVOS SG and Team Flash.
Yeah, this is not a marksman game right now. EVOS SG and Team Flash just decide to ditch off their marksman, and now it's a 4v4. JPL, you can see the armor going in very well against Reminiscent, and maybe that's why Reminiscent went for the War Axe first. You need the armor penetration, but then again, War Axe does receive quite a bit of a nerf based on its stacks, so that's not very effective for JPL. But hold on a second. Aeon once again looking a little bit low. Sayla will be able to find a piece right there, but would not be able to get out away.
He knew he was dead. He was just running around waiting for it to end. And right now, chasing down JPL in the mid. I don't think they will engage us at the moment. Gear and the top side, brawling it out with Reminiscent. Will he be able to get it? Electo misses the mark. Reminiscent gets away just fine.
No, that Electo is not meant to miss. It's supposed to provide iframes so that the Hayabusa Shadow Kill doesn't hit him. So much big brain, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Gear on his comfort pace is just so good. Using the second skill to reduce the damage and also the ultimate as well. Just so good.
Bottom side now, Adamir trying to brawl out. I think right now EVOS SG, they seem to have the upper hand, right? But how long can this keep up for before Aeon and AP start to get online and EVOS SG might start to lose that momentum?
With the Trunkian actually being built in, I think this is something that EVOS SG have to pay attention now. Now Aeon will slap even harder, and also EVOS SG needs to take this opportunity to try to cash in as much structures as possible. And you know, Gear off the side of the map is doing exactly the same. Now Team Flash has to pay attention to Gear's positioning. If not, he will just split push, takes down turret as quickly as possible. Don't allow Team Flash to go into the later parts of the game and hide behind the turrets.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. And now Alpha V9 has to be sent up right all the way just to prevent Gear from doing that. But even that isn't enough to stop him. Bottom side, JPL getting just hit by bad space here. Oh, gets knocked out, Reminiscent, and just deleted off of the map instantly.
JPL wild charges point blank, denying the Reminiscent to go into the Shadow Kill as well, just to protect Adamir from being sniped all the way down. so much micro going into the side of EVOS SG right now, being on form. Basically, that game number 1 was a huge wake-up call, but speaking about wake-up call, Alpha V9 rolls on top of JPL, and now looking a bit low, Anima goes in, and now returning to the favor, allowing JPL to run on the way.
Yeah, he will get out safe. That was extremely sharp of Team Flash, though, to catch him in the bushes there, unfortunately. Just not enough to be able to close that out.
Yep, now back to neck and neck as EVOS SG. This is not a position that you want to be, especially with Sicilian on the enemy side. But now it is going to be, Team Flash retaliating in terms of the structures, takes down one at the bottom side as well. KZP just landing on top of this aggression so hard for EVOS SG to basically do whatever they want.
He's been doing that, game 1, game 2, every single game that he's been in. And this is why KZP on the Hilda is just... You just want to take it away from him, right? But there's so many other things that you need to ban out and look out for that you have to give it away.
Oh, wild charge point blank. A Peach gets deleted by JPL. Now you're talking about, you think the Roma doesn't have damage? JPL will show you that I have the damage. And now it is going to be bad fix. Activate the Aeon at a very nice position right there. JPL will be able to find Aeon, but not enough damage coming in. Anima goes in, stuns down Alpha B9, but it's going to be a gear kill going in. KZB on the prowl, on the hunt, looking for Anima at the same time. Will be actually ultimate, jumps all the way down, and now gear following suit. KZP desperately dancing around the brush, but Sailor comes in with assassination. Fight still ongoing. Assassination as well. JPL, the rock will fall.
Oh, great trade out there by Team Flash. KCP tries to go, Aeon now in the mid lane though. Gets taken out by Gear, but Reminiscent and APs will be the one to shut him down.
Wow, back and forth, 3-4-3, back and forth seesaw game coming out from EVOS SG and the player number 3. Sailor desperately tried to push it down, but Peach has the sniper and Alpha B9 looking for the roll, trying to clash on top of Sailor as well. Let's take a look at the items, ladies and gentlemen. Instead of JPL going for the damage items, notice he's going for Blade Armor and Athena Shield. No BOD, no Malefic Ross. This is something that we have to point out. That's why if you notice, JPL doesn't really have the damage to basically shut down Aeon. Just now when he was spinning and he caught Aeon, I was like, wait, that's not enough damage coming out from a Brock.
Now, 2 of the teams, they are hanging around at the Lord there. They want to be able to get this next objective. I feel like this is a really uncomfortable position for EVOS SG to be in, right? They're so used to being on top of the aggression, setting up these team fights, but Team Flash, they're responding with exactly the same.
Yep, KZP is always everywhere, and it's so annoying for EVOS SG to deal with. And now, oh my goodness, Jogs get clawed all the way in by Aeon, but no follow-up coming out from both these 2 teams. Gear is always off position, not say off position, off the map right now, not revealing. So it's a very dark map for the side of Team Flash. Now JPL, Gear gets scouted all the way out. Ultimate just to get out of dodge, very nice, but it is going to be Team Flash trying to follow up with the damage, but EVOS SG, they're not going to fight. But KZP will be able to find no one. In fact, JPL and Anima get sniped all the way down low.
Jogs here for the backup. KZP wasn't able to close that out, but still getting one off of Gear means that EVOS SG, now they're outnumbered, and Team Flash has their eyes on this mid lane turret, but Sailor with the burst damage though manages to take out AP.
Sailor always at the right place at the right time. This is the Kogura of Sailor that we know and love. Coming in clutch at the last minute and just busting someone down and moving on, and hey, that deficit doesn't seem very scary anymore.
And not just that, they now have the opportunity to actually take this Lord where they couldn't before. Alpha V9 scouting out this, trying to take that, but I don't think either team will be able to take it just yet.
I don't think either team is actually poised to take it yet. This is a luminous Lord. Both these 2 teams looking and wanting it. Don't forget, Team Flash needs to take this 2-0 in order to drag EVOS all the way down to lower bracket hell, but it is going to be EVOS SG, securing 2 of the comfort picks. Sailor coming in clutch. We've seen it coming time and time again, and he will be able to deliver so much pressure on him to find the right target to burst down.
Reminiscent hiding here. He knows his target is Adamir and jumps right on him when he spots him out. JPL also in trouble in the mid lane here. Sailor having to bang a bit. What will be sealed by Alpha V9 in the mid lane. So it's 1 kill down by EVOS SG. Team Flash, I think, choosing to disengage because they're happy with that.
Yeah, they're very happy with that. We take down Sailor and then we move on. But EVOS SG trying to look for more members to kill. Alpha B9 looking very juicy, but I think Gear is out of position right there. He's not supposed to be here. Ultimate going in, but now he has to dash on the way. But KZP come in. They're unable to deliver the payload though. Gear will get chased apart, but the ACP will not be able to reach Gear at all.
Insane! insane! That Electro final blow got him.
Hey, why are you still doing that?
And back, and he lived through all of that. How is that even possible?
Gear illegal on that Benedetta. That's exactly what I was talking about. But then again, it's going to be a trade for the objectives and the kills. Aeon will be able to claw JPL right on in. EVOS SG starts the Lord once again. JPL, I think he's taking too much damage. He has to fall back.
He's falling back. He is, and trying. In the meantime, Jox is trying his best to take down that Lord. Sailor finds the position in the foot and just takes care of him immediately. It's gonna be Jox that takes the Lord. They do sacrifice JPL in the middle of it, but still, two down on the side of Team Flash.
No, two members actually leading all the way back. Adam activating the wing of nature as well, but he will get shut down by Aeon at the same time. Sailor looking for Aeon right now, but Aeon is actually online. But here comes Electron, find the blow. Aeon gets assassinated by Gear, the prodigy child of EVOS SG.
Oh, Gear on that Benedetta, just absolutely insane. 1 minute, he's just split pushing onto the objective, onto the turret. Suddenly, he's there in the team fight, just killing people off one by one.
He's basically an Indian dancer in Bollywood. You think he's split pushing? No, he's actually on top of your carry. And then suddenly you think he's on top of your carry. No, he's split pushing. He's always everywhere. This is his map. Gear will also be actually, coming back into assassinate, and then, off the map, Reminiscent gets taken down, and now with this Lord going in, this is a Luminous Lord, he's going to charge, Gear going in with ultimate.
He does try to zone out the rest of the members of Team Slash to create space to be able to take this bottom inhibitor. Sailor gets blown up by the bad speed on the side of Aeon, but they get one objective.
Yeah, and this is exactly not a very good position for EVOS to be in, because Aeon is starting to claw, is starting to slap. So EVOS SG has desperately trying to push the bottom side down. At least the crack is open, but the fight is not over yet for Team Flash.
Team Flash is definitely still in the game. I mean, yes, you talked about Aeon, and the thing is, he also has enablers, right? KZP, just the front line going so hard, as well as Alpha V9 to create that space for him to just walk up, use that Sanguine Claw, as well as the Best Feast.
Yeah, but he, like I said, he has to pay attention because Gear could be anywhere at all. Don't forget, 2 executes from the side of EVOS SG. As long as they played it right, the battle spells will be able to just delete off Aeon, and then that's all EVOS needs. That is the win condition. Take out Aeon. Team Flash, on the other hand, one JPL goes down. I think there's no one for the side of EVOS SG to basically hold down the fort. And I think that's what Team Flash is trying to do. We catch JPL, and then we bow down the rest of the members.
They have been quite successful in chunking down JPL, and JPL is forced to retreat from the team fights. But I guess Jox kind of plays that pseudo tank role, maybe obviously not as good as what Grok can do, but it still helps a little bit. Right now, though, they're brawling here. Alpha V9 getting caught out.
Sailor out of position right there. Vengeance will be popped at the same time. Jox, Adamir takes out Alpha V9, and Adamir half HP will get chased by KCP. 2 fights happening at the same time. Gear will be able to not find Aeon at the same time, but here comes JPL looking at KCP right now. It's 4 member versus 1 person that's running around in the bush trying to heal. Reminiscent looking for the bush, looking for the assassination, looking for the place to jump all the way. Same could be said for Sailor at the same time. Reminiscent has to be careful of his positioning, or else he'll get blown up by Sailor.
Insane match there. They did treat, I think, EVOS SG and Team Flash, they kind of got tit for tat in that match there. EVOS SG, though, they are really well poised to take this next Lord here.
I'll have to disagree for the tit and tat, mate, because Adamir is one of the main carries and he allowed it to go down. Alpha V9, no offense, he's expendable X box, yeah. But then again, you got the Lord coming back up once again. It's a reset. KCP always creates so much space for against EVOS.
They didn't ban out the Hilda, and they saw what KCP could do in the first game, but it's really tough for them to do anything with KCP, either in the front, creating space, or in the back line, making trouble.
Yep, I think this is the Evolve Lord, man. It's going to be scary for both these 2 teams to try to take it down. Jox catches KZP, nothing happening, but on the bottom side, Gear trying to catch Reminiscent, nothing happening for now. At least Aeon has the immortality. Some time could be bought with that, but same could be said over for Gear as well. Adamir finally respawn, but then again, I feel like EVOS SG, they're trying to snipe down the core. They're just trying to bait out Team Flash to basically think that they're going for the Evolve Lord, and then suddenly just appear as 5 to try to take down the core as well. But Gear going in.
Alpha V9 stunned out, and the Grot Wall is here to prevent him from running away. Bad Speed's activated for the damage. Jox, though, in the middle of everyone trying to create some space for the rest of his team. Will it be enough? JPL forced to back EVOS SG. KZP again in the middle of the back line.
KCP always open the map, and there's no way for Sailor to basically do whatever he does best. But Gear going in, activates, find Alpha V9.
EVOS SG, it's really tough for either of them to close out this fight. But again, Team Flash, they have the better cards in the later part of the game. How is this going to play out for either of them?
Better cards, Team Flash definitely. One slap, I think JPL will not be able to hold. Sailor has been always trying to find these back doors or basically back end assassination, but KZP always finds it in the right place at the right time. This is very hard for Sailor to basically fulfill his duty. But now, wall will be built. Jogs finds Aeon. Aeon walks in the wrong street this time round, and now Aeon will fall. Immortality will not bring him back to life once again for this Lord fight.
Aeon, that couldn't have died there, but he did. JPL flickers out to safety. Will still fall though. APH gets the kill, but in the meantime, it's EVOS SG that has slain Lord.
Aeon walks into the wrong neighborhood, and EVOS just appears with knives and stab him with many times, and finally he goes down. And because of that, they will lose the Evolved Lord, as EVOS SG will march along with it at the bottom side, which is so wide open on the side of Team Flash.
Yeah, and it's even more wide open when you have, Gear on a Benedetta just taking down these objectives, split pushing all the time.
Yeah, but EVOS SG, I don't think they're in form right now. They have to try to shove mid lane as well, try to crash 3 lanes at the same time, but it's going to be 4v4. Aeon will be up there for the defense, but I think JPL will be a little bit slow right there. Team Flash, they need to try to hold, they need to brace. 3 lanes will crash on top of it. Jogs entering, the Lord entering at the bottom side. Aeon up and running to try to defend, but it's going to be Adamir trying to push down this turret at the same time. Members of Team Flash focusing on the Lord. Reminiscent going in the back line. Not enough damage for the side to ban off Sailor. There's one big problem for the side of Team Flash, and they're not able to find any back doors. The Reminiscent using the shadow kill already has been so hard.
Right now, EVOS SG, yes, they've cracked open the base of Team Flash. Only the top inhibitor stands now, and they have to defend this. KZP, he's been creating so much space, but it's just not enough.
Not enough as well. Alpha B9 jumps, trying to look for members. Aeon just basically spamming bad impact, but Team Flash has 2 lanes cracked open. Reminiscent, Reminiscent, he will pop the immortality, and now he will fall. No more jungler for the side of Team Flash as well as EVOS SG. They just need to take down the top, the last bastion for the side of Team Flash, and they should be able to get it with Adamir in tow.
Reminiscent, where was he going? In the bush, just 1 person up against 4, gets blown up, and now Team Flash is down 1 member to defend this. I don't know if they can make it.
I think they can. Team Flash, they do have 30 seconds on the clock. I don't think there's enough minions to stack so that EVOS SG could go in for the GG push. There's still a Peach. They could go into the Bandit's Rage as well to try to wave clear very quickly. And then they've also got Aeon in tow. The siege, basically like a siege unit already. This time around, this Aeon will hurt.
I mean, this is the part of the game where we said Aeon is going to start hurting. And right now, Max level 15, he's got what he needs to shred EVOS SG. But of course, EVOS SG, they also recognize that. And in the fights, they've been going straight for Aeon. He needs to be especially careful about his positioning because JPL on the Grok can just zone him out at any time.
Yeah, and you start to notice Reminiscent's not even doing enough damage against the backline. Sailor, unable to assassinate Sailor or Adamir, is basically starting to cost the game right now. KCP creating space, Jogs will fall back for now. They're trying to make sure that Team Flash is actually pushed in all the way into their own base, as they will be able to try to contest for this Lord again.
Another time, I don't know if Team Flash can really contest for this Lord. KZP, he'll definitely try to, but right now they're not in the position to even come out of their base.
Yep, especially if JPL builds a wall to try to wall members of Team Flash away. But now JPL and Jogs right in providing vision. I think Adamir is working on the Lord right there. KCP will be able to scout. Jogs coming for the flank, but it's going to be finding Alpha V9 and KCP as well. Jogs is actually very tanky for an assassin right here, but no, EVOS, they decide to go all the way in. They decide to jump in. The wild charge, but will not be able to connect a Peach.
Aeon, he uses Winter Truncheon to try to suppress himself, but that actually delays him from trying to carve out an escape path, and now it's going to be Jogs picking up their kill and they're running through the drops of Team Flash as well. A Peach and Reminiscent, they have fallen. It's down to Alpha V9 as well as KCP.
Oh.
Nothing they can do. It's gonna be Team Flash that drops this game. EVOS SG, victorious game 2.
Tough game for EVOS SG. 1-1 going up against Team Flash. This game is so hard because KZP throwing into, wrenches into gear, technically speaking, but then gear coming in, very clutch to try to wave clear, try to split push. It allowed them to bottom so much space, but then again, they played too long into the later part of the game, and that's where Aeon starts to slap.
Yeah, unfortunately, they needed Aeon in the fights, but he was just taken out so quickly. EVOS SG, it was like game 1, right? Crashing in onto Adamir, and now it was onto Aeon.
Yeah, we need a KZP ban. We need a KZP ban, technically speaking. Sorry. What I meant is we need a Hilda ban, because take a look. Hilda, this KZP is constantly, scouting out Sailor's positioning, and then after that, there's no, a surprise, so much bad vision given over to Team Flash, and then it's just so hard to close off the game. Yes, this is the earlier parts, when EVOS SG is actually steamrolling, they're actually got what they need, what they desire, but then the late game slowly starts to encroach. Aeon claws back into game.
And right now, Adamir, you can see in this fight, getting caught out by that, and Jox was doing a great job, even though he was, obviously that hybrid tank in the late game, but he was so tanky and managed to frontline for the team.
Yeah, and this part is a very good play coming off on a Peach as well, right? The wall was built, dash away. JPL was a little bit slow on the wild charge, but then again, the members of Kia is just shredding. You look at the HP bar, so low. Had the fight gone on at least another second longer, I think EVOS would not be able to hold. Let's take a look at the items, ladies and gentlemen, because I think there's a lot of they should be respect paid over to this KZP Hilda 433 into Kura's Radiant Armor, going into Immortality, and even Dom Eyes as well. So much tankiness in that one item.
Yeah, and not just that, he also outputs damage, right? It should be illegal. I mean, you have a Hilda chasing after you, so much HP, at the same time, he has that kill potential.
Yeah, the kill potential comes in with the ultimate, right? And that's actually a 3 million year stun as well. But also, let's take a look at Jox, right? Guardian's Helm, Magic Curse Helm as well. So basically, as long as Jox sticks to one person at a time, he should be able to burst it all the way down. And don't forget, Jox never died a single time in this particular game. Jox playing out of his mind.
Yeah, so did Gear. I mean, 7-2 and 8. For me, Gear was... the amount of times, the number of times that he got away from fights that he shouldn't have was just absolutely crazy.
Absolutely illegal, like what I always call him. He is the prodigy child of EVOS SG, and he's showing it to the rest of the world right here, ladies and gentlemen. Gear on the Benedetta, comfort picks galore coming in from EVOS SG. And then we'll be able to, zone off Aeon, zone off a Peach, and that's basically it. And Reminiscent kind of got baited too many times to basically get into the midst of the fight, but turns out Adamir could just use second skill and then stun down higher persona. But let's take a look at the post-match statistic once again, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see how much damage that KCP has got. How many times that you have to kill this guy.
85,000 on the Hilda. Crazy.
85,000 that Hilda. Look at the Peach damage, almost the same. And look at the Sandbag also going to KCP. 227k damage taken.
KCP has been, I don't know, maybe a Hilda ban the next round.
Hilda has to be banned now.
Really difficult to be able to pull off anything with KCP just going on in, invading your jungle, invading your space, and just preventing you from taking any fight.
Yeah, and something very interesting though, I was expecting total amount of heal should be going into the Hilda because of the innate healing from the Hilda, but then again, if you take a look, it is still blue bars for the healing. I'm not too sure where the heal goes into. Is it? I think could be the Kirina too, that because of the Garden Helm constantly regenning, or it also could be the Benedetta constantly life healing as much as possible. But in my mind, MVP goes into Gear. He has been stalling so much, but let's take a look at the MVP, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Jox 5012 as well. It's just so much peel. Don't forget, he became a pseudo tank to the later part of the game. healing for Adamir and of course for Sailor.
Yeah, but 0 kills not easy to achieve, especially when you're
Zero
in a-
deaths.
0 deaths, yeah. Not in a past 20-minute game and not dropping a single time.
Yeah, and you're technically an assassin, question mark, but then you became a pseudo tank. Athena coming in very clutch, especially going in against Sicilian and of course anti-Cuirass. Every time you get slapped, you basically get a lot more armor, got a lot more damage reduction as well. And of course, Magic Helm, Athena Shield provide the magic resist that you need, the Garden Helm providing the HP that you need to constantly stick onto your target.
So Jox, I think he has shown himself, right?
He has.
As a really, really capable jungler that can support EVOS SG, not just as, the typical assassin kind of jungler, but also to be able to be a hybrid tank.
Yep, of course, ladies and gentlemen, the score right now is 1-1. Team Flash takes game number 1. EVOS SG takes game number 2. We shall see who shall be able to end off this chapter of this very crazy long series. I think both games went over past 20 minutes. Both of these two teams will not want to back down. With that said, don't go away. We'll be right back after this break.
This will sting. You have my word. Saber guys just can't stop reaching. Saber guys just can't stop. Hey, that purple thing looks cool. Well, who's the hero now?
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband. Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is MPL Singapore Season 3, and we are in a last game between Team Flash and Team EVOS SG.
So let me just give you a breakdown on how this is gonna go, right? So, I can't math, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Just a huge PSA. I need my calculator, and I don't have my calculator this time. But let me break it down to you, right? So, current points that Team Flash and EVOS right now is 6 and 4, respectively, with EVOS in 6, Flash at 4. But they would not be able to stay around this anymore because both these, regardless of which way you go, 1-2 or 2-1, both these two teams will move. Team Flash has introduced a lot of messed up, not say messed up, they messed up the power rankings for this regular season as well, and that is so juicy. So starting from, if Team Flash gets 2-1, then that will mean that Team Flash will get 6 points, EVOS will get 7 points. So that is still not too bad for EVOS, right? At least they're still up top. But then again, if EVOS still gets, gets another 2 points, there'll be 8 points, and then, Team Flash will stay at 5 points. So EVOS will still be at top 3, regardless of this kind of outcome. Even if they lose, I project them as around top 3. But then again, this shakedown that Team Flash done is like, hey, I gave up so many points. This is the time that they should get some points. At least getting 1 point is good so that they stay around maybe the 5th place or maybe an opportunity to jump into the lower brackets.
Upper brackets?
Upper brackets, sorry.
Brackets. Yeah, but I mean, it's a bit curious, right? I mean, Team Flash, we expected them to win games in the previous matchups. Like, we thought they had an easier time, against the likes of SMG, but they did not. And now going up against a titan like EVOS, they are really contesting for this series.
Yep. And ladies and gentlemen, with that said, let's hop into game number 3 of the draft pick. And this is exactly what I was talking about, right? Yeah, you can be very good in your normal math, but then, you can be very good at your additional math, but then you kind of suck at normal math. That's basically what happened for Team Flash. But let's take a look at the draft right here. I think EVOS really has to take away the Hilda. It's so annoying, and Team Flash is like, okay, let's just continuously ban away JPL. The Troll gets taken away, the Grog gets taken away, EVOS bans away the Valentina. Hilda has to be gone, has to be taken out right now.
Yeah, maybe they're considering taking out the Hilda, right? But what do you trade out if you ban away the Hilda? You need to consider things like Link, right? Because Reminiscent was absolutely annoying on that Link, going right straight for Adamir, and you need to protect Adamir as well.
Yep, so if I were EVOS right now, Link, and then Hilda ban, and then after that, Team Flash, at least you get all these boxes checked, right? Now, Dara will get banned away as well from the side of Team Flash, something very interesting because it kind of hints that they really want to go for something that's armor heavy, and there's so much respect for D-Rock in this particular meta. So Team Flash banning off that is really, really good.
The other thing for Team Flash is in the previous game, they invested a lot in banning out JPL's heroes. They had at least, maybe 4 heroes targeted just at JPL. But in the end, he went for the Grog that was already picked, and he did a swapperoo with gear on that Benedetta comfort pick. So is Team Flash still going to take out that many of JPL, or should they change around their strategy here?
I think Flash we're going to stick over to limiting JPL. But if I were EVOS right now, if I were Daryl looking at him right there, holding the hosting chair where JPL is sitting so much pressure on him right now, I think you take Okay, you ban away the gear and you see KCP is like, whoop, Hilda duty, here we go.
This is a no-brainer. Like, he's been using the Hilda and playing it out of his mind. EVOS letting that through again means that they're gonna have a hard time in the early game.
Yep, EVOS, I think they have to secure JPL's hero right now. The Cho's wide open, mind you. The Kufra's wide open. I think EVOS has to take it for now. Oh, their Chos get taken away by Team Flash. But then I feel like the Kufras will be very good right here because every time the Hilda dashes forward with the first skill or the second skill, you basically just bounce the damage off. But here we go again. EVOS picks up the Esmeralda and Karina as well, and Flash respond with Aeon's Angela once again. The Uranus comes in as well for Team Flash.
Uranus gets picked up as a prior pick. It usually gets banned out in the second phase, so Team Flash wanting to pick that out before the options are taken off. Now with the Angela pick on top of that, this is a really, really beefy frontline.
It is a very beefy frontline coming off Team Flash. I think EVOS could respond right now. No, I will scratch that Kufra idea. I will replace it with a Bucks here because it's so wide open for EVOS to take. And then you secure two of the prior picks that, potentially Team Flash could pick against you. But EVOS, on the other hand, right, I think what Admiral could switch around, I think a carry would be very good here because of the Uranus and also with the Hilda, right? You just shred through these tanks very quickly. But okay, instead of that, he's going to go for the Wen instead.
Yeah, the 1-1, I mean, pretty much that's the same thing, right? Your objective is to be able to shred the tanks as well. Yes, a bit more contingent on whether or not you proc the weakness points, but now that they've made it easier, it might not be that much of an issue. EVOS actually choosing to ban out the Hayabusa.
Yep, so a lot of focus. So what Team Flash is doing, I'm banning away JMPL. EVOS, on the other hand, I'm banning away Reminiscent, denying all these assassin picks. But the last time we tried to ban away Reminiscent heroes, he has a hero ocean. He could basically take anything and bring it to the jungle. Heck, a Lucard if you want to go to that extent in the last season. In fact, a Bauman could actually appear for the side of Team Flash this time around. And you could stick onto any one of these three heroes that I proposed from the side of Team Flash. It'll be so good. Now, EVOS, what is the last ban? Maybe a Bauman, I would say, like what I suggested earlier just now, or maybe they're going to try to find the Lancelot ban as well.
Flash choosing to take out the Franco, so again, limiting more of JPL's picks. What are the options for EVOS left to pick up that could complement their current strategy?
I think they need more. They need more tanks. I think Jogs Jogs would definitely go on the Karina, right? There's still also gear on that Esmeralda as a front line. That's to deny the Angela pick. But okay, EVOS banning away the Hellcat instead. I think that's also, target at Reminiscent, the Team Flash. Yep, going to ban the Kufra. No brainer right there coming out from Team Flash.
Sayla as well as JPL still have yet to pick their heroes here. Kagura is open for Sayla's comfort pick if he chooses to go in that, but that's basically he has all the options he wants.
Yeah, Phobius is open, right? So Team Flash could potentially use that every time, the Hilda dashes. Technically, Uranus does have a dash as well, and whatever Reminiscent picks up definitely has a dash. So I think a Phobius will be very, very good here for the side of EVOS. Team Flash, I don't think they'll pick the Phobius because there's an Esmeralda on the other side. So I think EVOS could hold and wait and use that Phobius as a last pick. I think right now, what is JPL going to be playing as the tank is the biggest question that we have to ask ourselves here.
Yeah, well, that will be coming up on the screen. It's going to be a Lilia pick for Sayla. In the meantime, we know Sayla to be really comfortable on this Lilia pick as well. And I think given Team Flash, if they've exhausted their skills, having that second chance to go around with the black shoes could be really beneficial for Sayla to get out of sticky situations.
Yeah, so there's a lot of sustain coming out from EVOS. Technically, Lilia with the black shoes just provides you, it's a form of sustain, right?
Yep.
But then again, Team Flash, question, what is Reminiscent's pick? I don't understand, not say I don't understand, but I kind of dislike the fact that EVOS just decides to secure their win con right here as the 4 pick, securing the Wen and Lilia as well. There's a lot of damage in their kit, mind you. But Team Flash, are they going to go in full tank, or are they going to go in with a little bit of a sprinkle of a damage right here? I like the clean pick, and like I said, the Lancelot will go in. I think EVOS, the Phobius could have gone very well for this one, but unfortunately, Sayla has already picked up the Lilia.
Team Flash right now, coupling that. So they had a beefy front line and now they've matched that up with Lancelot as well as Clint. So it's very well-rounded, right? To be shaping out. You have both the damage as well as the tanky front line. They don't have too much of lockdowns, I guess, maybe with Hilda's power of wildness. But still enough to chase down the kills. So they're looking pretty comfortable here, I think, with Team Flash's lineup.
I agree. I love Team Flash's lineup right now because the fact that they've got the late game, they've got the early game. Uranus is just very crazy regardless of anything. And then you couple that with Angela. Is that a JPL? Is that a Ruby Roam?
Hold on. Adamir's playing Ruby?
No, I don't think so. No, impossible.
That doesn't make
it's
any
impossible.
sense.
Adam, JPL.
Yeah, JPL Ruby.
JPL Ruby definitely. But then again, it's gonna be utility. Like I said, a lot of us don't really like a Ruby as a tank because like you really want her to either go to the XP lane or basically, she's basically better off not being a tank because of how squishy she can become, especially in the earlier parts of the game, because his innate design is to become an XP laner. All you do is hook and then secure that nice hook and just try to delete everyone as quickly as possible while they're stunned.
Now, that being said, you still have Esmeralda in the late game to serve as that tank, as well as a pseudo-tank in the form of Karina. So it might not be too bad. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be the final showdown between Team Flash and EVOS SG. One each to their name, and this is the match point.
Yep, and I feel like mid lane priority should definitely go to Sayla because he could just wave clear very quickly and then move on to try to gank. But same could be said over. I don't think Aeon will be able to gank as quickly as possible. So it really depends on whether EVOS SG will want to try to gank earlier parts of the game. But I mean, I don't know, but EVOS SG has leaked out KZP's Hilda over and over and over again. I think it's very hurtful now. Look at the damage coming out from KZP and a Peach. I don't think Adam can actually hold and to fight, especially earlier parts of the game.
Yeah, and especially that, right? Team Flash, they also recognize that it's Adamir that needs to be shut down, and instead of going to the jungles, he has dedicated himself to the bottom lane in the beginning, almost getting that kill onto Adamir.
Yeah, so right now, it's going to be the same playstyle as like what Supergirl did in this game with Zion, right? Like, Adamir just has to proc the crossbow, a tank landing on a Peach, landing on top of Reminiscent. But the best part is, because that KZP will be usually rushing towards when this allows you to use your first skill and then to follow up with all the weakness points. But then if your weakness points, but hold on a second, Sayla doesn't have level 4 right there. So a lot of slow coming down, but not enough damage to end off the mid lane for aggression right here. JPL is around, trying no hooks as of yet, no chain CCs to be done for the side of EVOS SG.
Yeah, but burning that flicker, Sayla actually to get away from the fight. So it's gonna be even more susceptible now. They know Team Flash, Sayla is vulnerable to any ganks. And now that the turtle is up, both teams will rotate to their objective to try to pick it up.
Yep, I don't think EVOS is actually ready for that yet right now. No hook coming in for the side of JPL, but Peach has already have level 4, so not a lot of kill pressure for the bottom side, but hold on a second, top the mid lane as well. Sayla forced to use the Black Shoes already. JPL coming in to try to protect, try to defend Sayla, but Sayla used the Black Shoes so early on. Don't have the Black Shoes for the turtle fight, may cost EVOS SG that turtle.
I mean, they still have Jox that is trying to, zone out and get this aggressive positioning. So EVOS SG might still be able to contest this one, but it doesn't look like Flash is starting it up either.
Yep, I think right now Team Flash just have to try to hold it down. Aeon has already had secure hard guard, so they could actually play a bit more aggressive right now. Sayla, well, playing a little bit safe. Doesn't have the flicker, doesn't have the Black Shoes. I don't think EVOS wants to start this out. Jox and JPL zoning members away. I think right now EVOS SG, they have to play the late game. They're letting Wen to try to scale as quickly as possible, but in the earlier parts of the game, a Peach should be able to handle Adamir, especially because Clint has a better early to mid-game power spike.
Yeah, you can see that, right? The lane is pushed up in favor of a Peach as well. So they're playing exactly to that strategy. Adamir is not going to be able to have a good time or leave his lane, especially in the early parts of the game. But this time, EVOS SG, for the past 2 games, they've played more of an early mid-game kind of strategy. This time they have the late.
Yep, they do have the late. I think this could be it for EVOS SG. At least there's no Sicilian for the side of Team Flash, so that's all good. But JPL hooks KCP right now. Sayla going in, but KCP constantly runs away. EVOS SG unable to catch KCP at all.
Yeah, the hook used already, so not enough lockdown to be able to get that kill. And again, KCP just healing up in the bushes, gonna be able to come back into the fight really quickly.
Yeah, it's really good, right? That's the reason why KCP loves the builder. You don't really need to go back to reset. You just hide in the bush and you just innately kill. But hold on a second. 4 members right in the choke point. This is basically free playing ground for Sayla to land down the damage. First blood will be picked out by Gear, but Alpha V9 comes in with a hard guy as well. JPL takes some turret shots at the same time. Ionic Blades, one more should be able to do the trick. Alpha V9 along with the side with Aeon takes up that kill.
I will trade that any day. I mean, you get Reminiscent as well as KCP just to trade in for a JPL.
Yep, but then again, it is going to be Jock starting the turtle for now. I don't think Team Flash will be able to contest this turtle. We'll give it over to EVOS SG for now.
Yep, EVOS SG now has the leg up. I mean, yes, go pretty even, but they definitely have the advantage. And you don't want to give that early game to EVOS SG.
Yeah, Power Spike's already hit for a Peach right there. Endless Battle, and then even Adamir as well already finished the corrosive side. This is so good for Adamir. He just needs to activate the crossbow attack, but will not be able to find some damage. JPL goes down by a Peach, and Adamir unable to proc the crossbow attack. May actually cost them the team fight right here. Jox coming in, trying to peel, but Adamir only at half HP already. No crossbow attack means no kills and no snowball for Adamir.
Oh, that was such a good I'm offended, but they couldn't close out that fight. Sayla putting some damage onto Reminiscent, zoning him out of his jungle buff here. Oh, meeting KCP in the bush and forcing him to back out here.
Oh, Sayla procs the black shoes as well, but KCP, he's trying to chase. A Peach is hiding right behind Sayla, looking a bit low. No flicker all the way at the last minute and picks up the double kill.
Oh, Team Flash, I think, thought they had it there, but Sayla had the flicker at the last second and also got baited both Aeon as well as KCP into that fight.
Yeah, really good plays coming out for the side of Sayla as well. You know, I think he's purposely delaying, but I mean, it could be luck as well as Aeon jumps out from the hard guard on top of KCP. Sayla just bursted them down with a second skill, and that's the power of this Lilia, right? I mean, she's basically one of my favorite mages, especially in this MPL meta for now.
Yep, and in the hands of someone like Sayla who knows exactly how to use that, it's extremely hard to play against. You take the burst damage, you want to kill him, and then he pops the black shoes, and then he gets another run at it.
A bit of a sneaky play coming in, but it's going to be a Peach getting hooked. One more proc should be able to do the trick. Here comes the helicopter strike coming out from the 1-1, finishing a Peach off in that bottom lane fight.
Yeah, they do get that kill. Alpha V9 in the mid lane here, just trying to defend this turret. It's about to go down, and Team Flash, they don't want to lose this mid lane turret. EVOS SG gonna take the opportunity to get another second turtle.
Yep, and turtle's very free for the taking. In fact, Team Flash focusing at the bottom side because that's the weakest part of EVOS SG, and now Team JPL looking for the hook. Adamir will not be able to proc KCP for now. Just a few more weakness should be able to do the trick. Lancelot from the side of Reminiscent just try to slow the tempo down from EVOS SG, and now EVOS SG, they're out for blood. They take down top side as well as the Gear has been split pushing like a madman top side.
Again, Gear, whether he is on any hero, right? It's just Paquito, Benedetta, or Esmeralda just does what he does to create that space for his team in terms of the overall map objectives.
Yep.
Now, EVOS SG adding another turret to their name, and this is important to create a space for Adamir as well.
Yep. Now Adamir has more space to farm, and now look at the mid lane turrets. So low for the side of Team Flash, and now KCP may find himself a bit of trouble, but should be able to dash on away. I think he activated sprint at the same time as well, and now EVOS SG, look at that 1-1 is like, my duty is to push down turrets, and that's all I do for this game.
Here on the top side, getting attacked by AP as well as Alpha V9. Here is Sayla trying to save the day. Reminiscent joins the party though. The damage onto Sayla, will it be enough? Pops the black shoes to be able to get away. They're chasing Team Flash onto him. Flicker pop, and he runs back towards them and gets blown up immediately. But here is SG on the bottom side, crossbow tank onto Aeon and manages to finish off the kill.
What a crazy mechanic coming off this 1-1. Yes, you take down KCP, and then because of how, Aeon is actually stuck to KCP, Aeon just pops out and hey, look, another reset. Adamant just and just shreds through the bottom lane as well. Team Flash has an open bottom lane right now. Only just the first tier turret as well. EVOS SG. Okay, this looks like a very confident game for them, but don't count them out just yet. A Peach, Team Flash just yet. A Peach can scale, but Alpha V9 can scale as well as the crazy late game Uranus. Same could be said over to KZP. Could also do a lot of potential damage and stall Adamant from actually proccing all these weakness points.
That being said, this is a much more comfortable spot for EVOS SG to be in. They are used to, having this lead and momentum and traction to be able to carry them into the late game. KZP trying to go on to Jox here in the purple buff, but they fight back. Adamir, the damage onto KZP, will it be enough? Not at the moment, but they do get this turtle buff away from Team Flash.
And not only just the purple buff, right? Adamir actually does have the crossbow tank ready to go, but Reminiscent, all three members from EVOS SG is collapsing, but here comes Alpha V9 to try to slow it all the way down. Adamant will have a bit of problem, but here comes the helicopter attack coming up from KCP. The Apache will not be able to kill off KCP as he runs on the way, and now Alpha V9 tag teaming with Aeon just pushes EVOS SG away.
That unfortunate one hit away from KCP, and now you won't be able to get it. Oh, JPL. KCP doesn't go for it.
Wow. That cold sweat,
Yeah, he would have died there. I think if KCP had his ultimate up, when go for it. I don't know. But now EVOS SG, they're gonna try to contest this Lord here and take it away from Team Flash. Reminiscent. Yep, gonna pop the retribution and get it away from the hands of EVOS. But he sacrifices his life for that. KCP gets taken in by the offended, and Sailor finishes that kill. A Peach blown up by Gear.
But it is going to be Team Flash securing the lore, but at what cost, ladies and gentlemen? Losing 3 members, and also, of course, EVOS SG, they're just going to stall the lore right there. But it's going to be Alpha V9 on the other side of the map trying to split push, and this is the power of the Uranus. Let's take a look at the items, right? Tom Ice for 2 heroes on the side of Team Flash, trying to stall Adamir in terms of attack speed. But Adamir already Demon Hunter Sword, the corrosive side, Wind of Nature, so much defense, especially Wind of Nature when, Reminiscent goes in for the kill. You basically nullify it, so that's so good for EVOS SG for now.
They're definitely in a good position, and Adamir, you can see, is in his comfort zone now that he's got the items that he needs and can start to deal the damage. Team Flash trying to chase down JPL. The damage is going to be enough. Can they close it out? Flicker away. Alpha V9 chases and closes the gap between them. They get 1 kill, Team Flash, but they straight out for A Peach in the backline. Reminiscent and KCP going on to Adamir. He's just dashing around, avoiding all this kill. And somehow manages to get away. It's Reminiscent that is going to be the one put in a coffin. KCP chases that down and manages to close out the gap and finish off Adamir.
When that Adamir just dances around, but Alpha V9, he's trying to chase down Gear or Sailor. Maybe 1 kill would do, but he would not be able to find anything else. But here comes the hard guard. This could be the equalizer that Alpha V9 is looking out for. Josh looking a little bit low right now. Sailor desperately trying to burst, but he doesn't have enough damage as Alpha V9 is a tank. He's gonna mold down EVOS SG and take 1 for himself.
He's a tank and he has Aeon's hard guard on him. That makes it so much more difficult for them to take him down. Not enough damage from side of EVOS SG. Unfortunately, they lost 1 there, but still EVOS SG in the previous fight.
It's okay, mate. Can we talk about Adamir just now?
It was just dancing around the map, I'm a 1-1, I'll hit you and I'll walk away. Okay, well, he didn't make it out in the end.
Yeah, by the way, that 1-1 usually skipped the boots already. And let's take a look at this instant replay. Thank you very much. Just look at the positioning of Adamir, right? You can see that I think it was Alpha V9 that proc the helicopter, crossbow tank, I like to joke, right? Burst down a Peach, and then you can see how Adamir constantly dances around, and there's no one for the side of EVOS that she will be able to hold. And KCP, look at how much things that he has to basically shut down that 1-1, dragging himself away and not healing for his team.
Yeah, I think Adamir had free reign basically, to burst down because KCP was so far up trying to create space as well. But
so obnoxious.
You need KCP to perform so many jobs, right?
Yep.
To be in the front line, starting the fight, but at the same time to peel for the back line as well. So unfortunately, that fight went to EVOS SG, and now they're gonna have the upper hand to take this turtle on the bottom, take this Lord.
Yeah, and I think there's also a mispositioning coming up from Alpha V9. Don't forget, Alpha V9 is the one that basically rock the crossbow attack, but hold on a second. Reminiscent tried to find this. The Thorn Rolls coming in, but not enough damage. Alpha V9, like I said, here's the tank. He tries more on EVOS SG, but would not be able to do enough damage although. But Josh, in the back line, try to catch a Peach, but now he's on the run. Ionic Blaze, and with the combination hard guard, slows down the members of EVOS SG's escape.
Yeah, EVOS SG, I think they had that one in the back. They were just coming down one by one back into the safety of the turret, but they made it. But they might have to pay the price here though if they don't make it back here in time. Team Flash might get this Lord.
Yeah, the Lord, Luminous Lord, very juicy for Team Flash right now. EVOS SG, looking at Adamir's positioning, he's slowly jumping into the fight. And Team Flash is gonna let go of the Lord. EVOS SG decides to reset. Adamir tries to catch KCP, but would that be a little bit arrogant coming out from Adamir? No, but he's able to walk away. He jumps, he hippity hoppity and takes one for his team.
KZP now, Team Flash has no more front line, and now EVOS SG, they have free range combos to Alpha V9. Hardguard comes in for the shield, but Adamir is still adamant on putting out the damage. Crossbow attack onto AP, enough to blow him up. Sailor secures the kill, and they're going on to the EVOS SG. The rest of the Alpha V9 Aeon, they are also shut down by Gear, and it's going to be a team wipeout. Reminiscent, one sliver of health left. Can he make it out alive? He's trying to run away from Gear. Can he? Gear knows it. He's trying to chase down the kill here, but whether he'll make it out alive. Here we go. Nowhere for him to go. That poor guy was just being chased from half of the map down to his base.
Yeah, and literally when that happened, I'm listening, I'm thinking about, you know, the shark song coming in, like da 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 da. But then again, Sailor comes in, but it's gonna be a team wide go over to the side of EVOS SG. And now Adamir trying to push down the core, but a Peach comes in and wave clear very quickly, and EVOS SG forced to forfeit the GG push.
They couldn't do that because they didn't have the minions to clear it. Unfortunately, it came back up and A-Peach was able to fend them off. But EVOS SG, they definitely can take down this Lord, and that might be the GG push.
That's right. Alpha V9 once again taking the fray, but it is going to be 5 members of EVOS SG collapse on top of Alpha V9. No more kamikaze coming out from Team Flash, and now EVOS SG takes down the Luminous Lord.
It's a Luminous Lord. They definitely can make this push onto Team Flash. It's up to them to defend, but do they have the ammunition to be able to defend themselves?
No, KZP, the only one left coming out of Team Flash to basically hold down the stream, hold down the fort, but you have 5 members of EVOS SG. And like I said, you proc the crossbow tank, and that's it. Look at Adamir, the attack speed is just absolutely nothing. And here we go.
They don't need the Lord. They're going on to KZP immediately. Just pop immortality, but he's gonna go down. And now they're gonna focus their sights onto the Lord. No more creeps for them to press on, so they have to back off a little bit here. The timers are back on the Team Flash. They are back for the defense, but don't forget the Lord is now coming down in the mid lane.
Yep, Adamir, now Alpha V9 is up, so there's so much tanks that EVOS SG has to shred through. The Lord is slowly marching all the way in. Hard guard activated on Alpha V9, running away as well, just trying to slow down EVOS SG as Alpha V9 comes in for the re-engage. Reminiscent and Peach desperately trying to hold the core. Half HP coming up for the side of Team Flash. EVOS SG, if they want to do something, they have to do it now. Adamir takes down Reminiscent right now, but now he's looking very low. He has to bounce it away, but the Lord will get taken down by Team Flash as we go back to another reset.
This back and forth is insane. EVOS SG, unfortunately, they lost JPL. They couldn't have that front line to make that push and the fancy plays. And now Team Flash, they are back with the numbers. Team EVOS so close to closing that out.
Man, Team Flash is hanging by a hair. That's basically just what's separating them from imminent defeat going into one against EVOS SG. Adamir right now should have full item, even going for the brute force breastplate so that Adamir gets more attack speed, not say attack speed, but movement speed as he bounces around hippity hoppity. Look at him, this is how he's gonna walk. He's just gonna bounce from one map to another. He's never gonna be able to walk properly. You know, it's like my mom scolding me, hey, can you just walk properly, please?
He was not meant to walk. He was meant to dance around exactly like he did. And he don't need no shoes for that either.
Wait. Man, this is a nutty performance coming up from Adamir on this when, ladies and gentlemen. But there's so much opportunities for, Team Flash to prop that crossbow on tank, and they have to be careful. Yes, you think you're rushing towards Adamir, but Adamir could just like, okay, thanks for the crossbow tank. You go chase someone else. I'm going to go find a Peach and just, attach a helicopter on top of your head.
They finally find KZP in the bushes here and they're going all ham on him right now. KZP runs around the ring of roses but manages to get away from that fight without popping the immortality as well. So EVOS SG unfortunately didn't get the advantage from the numbers game there. They are pushing really hard on the creep waves though and preparing themselves for the next Lord.
Yeah, the core has completely healed for the side of Team Flash. Lord has evolved, EVOS SG has map dominance. They could go ahead and try to take it. Team Flash, on the other hand, could actually use that opportunity to try to basically sneak up on top of them. But hold on a second. Alpha V9 goes into Winston Trunking at the same time. Josh going in, but it's going to be Reminiscent on half HP. But here comes Gear for the flank. Trying to lock down Reminiscent, a Peach on full retreat as well. If your marksman's on full retreat, who's going to be there to do the damage as EVOS SG shreds through Immortality and KZP put him into the ground.
They're trying to press on even more, but JPL, he takes damage. He has to back Reminiscent going in with the damage. Gets stunned out, has to back away. JPL, he still slides as well as Jogs. This is insane. They do manage to still slay Jogs and put him in a body bag, but it's Alpha V9 is going back home and set on the death timer. EVOS SG, now they have the numbers advantage.
EVOS SG has to kill Team Flash 6 times. All the immortalities being dropped out, but EVOS SG, they're trying to take the car, but there's not enough minutes to hold down the fort. A Peach right there desperately wave clearly. You can see constantly using the spells as much as possible, and now EVOS SG forced to reset once again.
They knew they couldn't take him down because Aeon with the hot gun was protecting A Peach together with the creep waves. EVOS SG once again, round 2 siege, unsuccessful, and now they have to reset for the next round 3.
I think they've sieged 3 times already, and Team Flash is this cockroach that's scuttling around your living room, and he refuses to die. They refuse to die.
Like you're stomping all over, but they just don't die.
Yeah, and you're just stomping on it all the time, and then suddenly he starts to grow wings, and this is something that Team Flash has to be, EVOS SG have to be careful. Once Team Flash starts to grow wings as a cockroaches, trying to squirrel yourself out for a squeeze one win away from this. I think EVOS SG, wow, this is so crazy right now.
Here in the backline, just peeling so much for EVOS SG, going on to Reminiscence. EVOS SG not starting up the Lord just yet. Seems like they might take a fight here if the opportunity presents itself.
No, I don't think.
They started the Lord.
Yeah, they started the Lord. The Lord has already been saved right now. And now, nice one coming out from JPL, hooking 3 members. And now Adam is trying to go in, has to product crossbow attack, but will not be able to find anything else. It is going to Alpha V9 trying to look for Adam as Adam dances around the battlefield. No one can touch him.
Again, just dashing around Alpha V9, and Alpha V9 is just like, okay, I'm just going around here, but my target is just too far to reach.
Yeah, and he's constantly kiting away, and every time he shoots, he's basically getting stealing HP all the way back. And with the weakness finder, Adam is constantly slowing the members all the way down. But hold on a second, Aeon will get caught right here, but will be able to get on away. It is going to be, where did Gear come from? We did not see him coming from the flank as well, but it's still okay coming up from EVOS SG. With this Evolved Lord, this could be it for Team Flash.
Alpha V9, he has the hard guard to go in deep into the back lines of EVOS SG, but they're trying to kick down the Lord. They need to be able to get ACP, goes all the way in, but Sailor's the one to seal the deal, and now they lose the Luminous Lord. Can they continue following Starman going in, but uses the Winter Treasure to prevent any more damage. Jogs pops the Immortality, uses the Winter Treasure again to delay even more damage, and will be taken down by Aeon. Doesn't manage to get out of the fight, but EVOS, they have the minions this time. Will they be able to close this one out?
I don't think so, but here comes the crossbow attack of Anime as he shreds through a Team Flash, and now there is no more members, but Reminiscent desperately trying to hold. Sailor activates with magic shoes at the same time, but no, he's gonna get blown into pieces.
Reminiscent almost made that play over there, but insane plays and defense coming from
Gear's gonna end it!
Gear's going right for the car in JPL. They close that game out. Insane plays by EVOS SG.
Crazy games in week 3, day number 1, and heck, it already feels like the grand finals already.
My goodness. Oh my god. Well, EVOS SG, they had the draft in the late game to be able to play that out. We knew that Adamir was going to be a beast on the 1-1, but Team Flash, they put up such a fight.
Look at his hair. Look at his hair. He's like, nah, I'm gonna be disabled right now. Man, what a nail biter. EVOS SG emulation admin, please. My heart cannot take this any longer. Please stop giving me this kind of heart attack.
We're gonna look at the game and what transpired here with the highlights of the match.
Man, it starts off very crazy. EVOS SG, they've got the earlier parts of the game, but then suddenly, Team Flash just refused to die constantly. There's so much Q, there's so much regen in KZP and Alpha V9. And don't forget, Aeon's constantly healing. Alpha V9, look at that, he's a beast. He's looking for members of EVOS SG one by one, even though you think that he doesn't really have the HP. But I feel like, okay, this is the Adamir dance, right?
Yeah, this was the Adamir dance. Going across from one lane to another and trying to get away from KZP, but he has his teeth on him and manages to shut him down.
Yeah, if Adamir had the crossbow attack right there, I think that would be very, very funny. Speaking about crossbow attack, just take a look. I think what's the biggest problem of Team Flash going into a game against 1-1 is the fact that the tanks tried to proc. The tanks proc the crossbow attack, and then suddenly for some weird reason, the tank goes in to find another target, such as Sailor. Then as you do that, what the 1-1 will do is to encroach towards like maybe squishies such as the Reminiscent or a Peach. And then here we go. I'm just gonna activate my my crossbow attack, and the backline gets shredded by Team Flash, and EVOS has free real estate after that.
Oh, Finn, I'm still recovering from that fight and processing all that happened. Insane, but the match time, 22 minutes. Again, this has not been an easy victory for EVOS at all. Every one of the matches was about 20 minutes.
Yeah, but you gotta admit, Team Flash shook up the standings because, Team Flash going up against the two Titans, this is the Team Flash that we're asking for since week number 1. And now, after losing towards, the likes of Team SMG and Team Zion, they woke up and they bared their fangs at EVOS SG, but GG over to the side of EVOS SG.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Team Flash, this was the A-star team that we thought would show up in the beginning of this MPL season, right? But it is only now that they're finally coming online. So let's look at the post-match statistics that are coming up just right now.
Look at that, Wen. Look at that. 136,000 damage. Sorry, Jace can't do math. But hold on a second, let's take a look at Uranus's damage. 97k damage, you do more damage as your marksman. Man, I mean, if there's one statistic you want to brag about as maybe a tank player or even a mage player, especially a tank player or XP laner, I do more damage than my marksman. I think Alpha V9, kudos to him. He's taken so much damage and also do so much damage as well.
He was doing a lot of work. He was one Alpha V9 always going up against 3 members of EVOS SG and almost being able to take them down at that.
Yeah, I feel like in the end of the day, it's just that Flash doesn't have enough damage. I think that's the biggest argument. That I was having a discussion with someone on stream, one of my friends on stream, right? And they're talking about like Angela is basically back in MPL meta. She's very happy about it. But then again, there's also one big problem if you go for the Angelas, that you don't have enough damage coming in. And you can see that from here. I think that's the trade-off that you have to prepare if you go for an Angela in the mid lane.
Yeah, but it was a ticking timer, right? They needed to close it as early as possible. Clint was their only safeguard, but wasn't enough to deal the damage. Even Alpha V9 put out much more than that. Right now, though, we're gonna see who the MVP of this match is.
Adamir, I feel like he is the MVP, and finally I agree with the MVP graphics, right? 11-14, he dances like a dancer. Usually, I joke about JPL being the ballerino dancing around death, but no, Adamir brings in the Wan and just like point, jump from one lane to another and say, literally teasing, you can't catch me.
Yeah, well, no. Oh, well, yeah. He did get caught out, but, a lot of times he just skirted death just with the 1-1 dashes. So props to Adamir, 11-2 and 14 KDA.
Yeah, so GG, well played over to Adam Aaron. But of course, this is a team game. I think without, the members of EVOS SG, I don't think Adam Aaron will be able to reach all the way to this late game. Don't forget, I remember it was the second last siege where, EVOS has to go through, peel through, mind you, 3 immortalities just to be able to get through and finish the job, and then they ran out of steam. And don't forget, you're peeling through 3 immortalities of 3 tanky heroes. It's so annoying.
You have to fight twice, right? You have to fight them like, it's a team of what? I can't do math, but like 9 people maybe?
Yeah, and basically, it's just so difficult for this game. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, I would love to hear what JPL has to say in the Throne of 4 Champions, brought to you by OSIM as well. And of course, the interviewer will be Yuno. With that said, let's hop over to the other side.
Hey guys, and we are back here at the Throne for Champions winners interview presented by OSIM. I'm Yuno. I'm here with JPL from EVOS, who have just won Flash. So sorry about that. Anyways, can we talk about the first game? I'm sure many of us didn't expect EVOS to lose. So can you tell us exactly what went wrong in the game?
Honestly, game 1, we were winning early, but come towards the late game, we didn't play well. So they have been going all in on Adamir, and we didn't have the right heroes to peel for him. So I think that is where everything went wrong.
So did you guys expect them to pull off this strategy?
Honestly, all of their games, they have been playing like this, just that we didn't get to experience it. So after experiencing it, then we start to understand how they play, and we work towards encountering their kind of gameplay.
I see. Okay, so Aeon from Team Flash was previously a player and even a coach for EVOS. So I'm sure that he know EVOS in strategies, drafts, trainings. So do you think that posed as a problem, or do you think your new roster, so he has outdated information?
Pokemon was in the roster too. So as well as much as they know us, we also know them. So it's a trading thing, Yeah, and based on hero pool wise, I don't think they can ban us out lah. But for Aeon wise, I think he have to work on his hero pools.
So you mentioned that you know them as well. So did that kind of help? Do you think that helped you guys win them?
Sorry?
Do you think, because you said that you know Pokemon and Aeon, so do you think that information helped you guys to win them this game?
Yes, of course.
Can you elaborate
Basically, Aeon is, we can catch Aeon easily. And for JH, she needs babysitting, so we know what they need.
So you know their play styles and you guys know the counters that. All right, very exciting information. Okay, so the next game will be SMG versus RSG. Can you give us a prediction?
Honestly, I think it will be a tight match. I feel that SMG might win RSG. It might be a 2-1.
So why? Why do you think that badly of RSG?
Because I think SMG, they got a new players. I think they got a roster sort or something. So I'm looking forward to looking at the new players performing.
RSG has a new roster as well.
It's old roster.
Old roster? Okay.
I think the SMG one is a new player.
All right, okay. So it's been a few weeks of regular season. So do you think RSG with their roster, do you think they still can take the throne?
I believe based on the experience they have, of course they can.
Even beating you guys again?
It will be a tough fight. Yeah, the better team wins.
All right. That's a very interesting interview, and thank you so much, JPL. And once again, we're at the Throne for Champions, the winners interview presented by OSIM, and back to the casters.
Thank you, That was really an exciting, intense match between EVOS as well as Flash. I'm so thankful that we got to sit here, just reeling from the match in our comfortable OSIM chairs.
Yeah.
So thank you to OSIM for Throne for Champions as well as being a partner to enable this MPL.
I like the fact that just now, hold on a sec, JPL was like, sorry, what? You can see how stressful it is to be, playing for 3 games. If I'm not mistaken, all 3 games, like 20 minutes, at least 20 minutes each. That goes to show, man, the stamina to be on that stage is just so respectful for EVOS S3.
Yeah, but you can see that, both teams are really veteran players and neither of them gave up in the later parts of the game, as opposed to maybe if it were a really fresh team, they might have lost steam towards the later matches.
Yeah, so the best receipt card for both sides definitely start to kick in, but of course, with EVOS technically, well, we kind of argue that they're kind of the newer roster, but I'm not going to discount, Gear and Sailor being new anymore. I think they're starting to step up, not only just in MPL, I think they're also participating in SEA games as well, so looking forward to that as well. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we will close off this chapter for Flash against EVOS in a 2-1 fashion. GG well played over to EVOS and GG well played over to Team Flash as well.
Yep, and don't go away because we do have another series coming up. It's going to be SMG up against RSG. So let's take a look at where the matches have placed us right now on the standings.
Yeah, I remember before we start the game, right, we were talking about the standings, right? How Team Flash could potentially shake up the standings a little bit. There you go. I'm expecting mega movements, but no, unfortunately, it's going to be Flash still, at the 5th position. They played out of the mines. They put in so much effort, yet they're still at the 5th position. However, EVOS still comfortably at the top 3. So, this is exactly what I was talking about before the game. We thought Team Flash could come in through it as the upset, but EVOS still hanging strong at the top 3.
Yeah, but there's a battle between EVO as well as Team Flash. I mean, they're quite tight in terms of their games and points as well. So we'll see how this plays out, but looking at the next match, it's going to be SMG up against RSG. So kind of like upper bracket versus lower bracket team.
Yeah, but don't discount SMG because SMG, like what JPL said, there's quite a few new members going in. So RSG, I think they have to play to the advantage knowing that they do have experienced players. And of course, RSG has been practicing a lot of JJ Lin songs.
Wait, what? I'm not sure that helps them in the matches later on, but RSG definitely has had a strong showing since the beginning of this season.
Yeah, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us, especially, me, Jace, and Scrubby Cheeks as well. You've seen Almighty versus Zion, Flash versus Zion, Flash versus EVOS. Coming up next is going to be SMG going up against RSG, where your casters, Vertigo, as well as Hungry Cast will take over the stream.
Mobile Legends Bang Bang, where heroes make history.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
everyone, DevPow here. In this video, I brought fantastic news. MLBB is releasing a new system, Creation Cam. Without further ado, let's take a look at the system's 4 major features. Today, I'll be recommending a few of my favorite gameplay. Watch carefully and make sure you don't miss a step. 1. Hide and seek. This gameplay allows you to fully experience the thrill of one against many. Now that it's hide and seek, we first need to assign the roles of the 2 teams. You can configure the size of each team on the configuration screen. First, I'll set 1 player from Team A as the seeker, and 5 players from Team B as hiders. Next, I'll check the hide minimap avatar option so the 2 teams can't see each other on the minimap. And then I'll adjust the 2 teams' attributes. Since there's only 1 seeker, I'll give them a major boost on damage, defense, and HP, but lower their movement speed. For hiders, I'll increase their cooldown reduction and movement speed, but take a chunk out of their HP. The 5 hiders need to avoid the Seeker's attack, assemble as fast as possible, and eventually take down the Seeker together, before their base is destroyed. Who will be the last one standing? The exceptionally strong Seeker, or the 5 hiders united as one? Go and find out for yourself. 2. Zero cooldown blitz. Now this is something you can't experience in regular matches. With the cooldowns removed, many of the heroes are bound to offer a fantastic experience. The configuration is here. The most important is to set the cooldown reduction and battle spell cooldown reduction to 100%. You can also limit the available heroes and adjust some of the other attributes. I, for one, particularly like to disable basic attacks for a competition of skills only. Spam skills throughout the game and get familiar with each hero during the process. Can this deal get any sweeter? 3. Go, Franco, go! If you like mischief, you must not miss this one. The rule's simple. Hit the opponent with your hook before they hook you. For the configuration, set the available heroes to Franco only and adjust the hook's range. Ooh, caught you again. Think you can run away from me? Alright, that's all for today. Be sure to check out the system after its release. There's so much more fun gameplay awaiting you to explore. Customize your own gameplay, team up with your friends, and don't forget to share your lobby codes. This time, everyone is a game designer.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the arts of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonate from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Toot toot! Horology is my craft. Dicky is my name. First blood. Late? Just slow down the time. Time is science. You have slain an enemy. Time is science. Time is science.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband. Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
This will sting. You have my word. Saber Dynasty can't stop reaching. Saber Dynasty can't stop. Hey, that purple thing looks cool. Well, well, who's the hero now?
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Here we go! The phone is calling your name, sounds alarm can contain all the strength is coursing through your veins. Shigeki de hisatsu, uji no mesare, legends they rise from the earth. Kakenukeru, we break through to show our worth. Makete nai, tomirare nai, never back down, never fall, till we make it to the top. Come on, let's light the sky with our spirits burning bright. 'Cause we get together, you shall forever. Chikara dashite, we stand and fight our hearts out. Hono keshite tayasanai de. Calling our name, changing the game, setting the change of place.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I'm Hungry Cast. Alongside me is Vertigo, and we'll be bringing you the last best of three for today. It's going to be SMG versus RSG. But before we even talk about the game, let's give a very special shout out to our sponsors, one of them being Singtel 5G, ultra responsive gaming with 2x lower latency on Singtel 5G, Singapore's most powerful 5G network. Get the edge you need while gaming on the go with Singtel 5G. Honestly, I'm not sure if you guys haven't tried it yet, but some of the most efficient and low latency gaming networks I've tried.
Fast is quick, But you know who else is fast and quick? To bring everybody together to the community is PvP Esports. You see them everywhere.
Nice.
They are quick with their competitions. They're quick with the community games, and then now we have a professional competition. Thank you so much to PvP Esports. PvP Esports is the ultimate regional platform where gaming lives, guided by its core value of passion, sportsmanship, and healthy gaming. PvP Esports seeks to continually grow the regional esports ecosystem through its initiatives and tournaments.
Yep. Again, thank you so much to our sponsors for making all this happen. And one thing I love about MPL season after season, we got these, absolute bosses coming in to make sure that it's running perfectly. We have no issue. And not to mention, another big thing that we have going on right now is the milestone event, right? And I believe we have a graphic for you guys. There you go. We're on the way. We're trying to get there.
We're almost there. We're almost there.
Almost there, right? All we need to do is get some more of you guys to go onto Facebook and give our official page a follow, facebook.com/MPLSGofficial. And once we hit those milestones, you get the skin chest. I believe earlier on in our seasons, we managed to get all the way to tier 3, tier 4. So hoping that we're able to get that this year as well.
I mean, it's supposed to be consistent. We have the fans, we have the supporters. Right now, it's at tier 3, 42,000. We are going to reach 47,000 very, very closely.
Yeah, almost there. Almost there, right? With any luck, maybe this week we'll get there.
Oh, who knows? Maybe even now.
Oh, maybe.
But we know what's happening. Okay, we can't predict the future, but we can predict what's going to be coming up on the screen right now. There will be a first blood giveaway.
Oh, yes.
So the moment somebody gets killed by the first blood, there'll be a nice little code appearing at the bottom of the screen. And then after that, not to mention, there's a triple kill too, and a legendary coming out. That means 8 consecutive kills without dying.
A lot of good stuff. Plenty of reasons to tune in, apart from just the awesome games. You get to win the free gifts. And another massive reason too is just sharing the stream. I think we have a bunch of prizes to give away, and another just MPL SG. There's one for you, one skin for you. Everyone
gets a skin. Everyone gets rewards.
Yeah. And you can see on your screen as well. We're getting there to the milestone point. We need to, I believe, hit the next point, which is 500, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. We are. I just heard in my ear. We're at 400. So actually, that one we could actually do by today.
Just 100 shares, maybe even instantly 100 shares on the spot.
Yeah, we could get that one by today. Not trying to reach in any.
Not crazy. So many thousands, right? The numbers are crazy, but just a little bit. But we are here at a very nice studio, very nice virtual background that we are in. But during the playoffs, right, the main day, right, the big event.
I believe that's on the 29th, 30th of April and 1st of May.
Oh, 1st of May. Yep. Very nice day. So on the screen right now, you can see that the playoff will be at Grade 1 Selingi Road. That's the nearest MRT station is Dhoby Ghaut.
Look at this guy.
5 minutes walk.
In tune with the the directions.
Yeah, man. Literally. Okay, so you come out of exit B, if I'm not wrong. Go out straight, turn right, then turn left, and then you're there. It's just behind School of the Arts, if I'm not wrong.
If you guys need a map, just hit up Vertigo on Instagram. He'll draw you one virtually or something.
Yeah, I can draw you the directions. Cross this road here, wait for 20 seconds. So that pinpoint precision, like Daryl and his pinpoint accuracy.
Yeah, I mean, awesome stuff happening live. I'm so happy we're back to live events, and I can't wait to see how the playoffs are going to pan out. All that said and done, though, we do have a banger of a best of 3 coming up for you. It's going to be SMG going up against RSG. And RSG, they're looking primed to finish in top 3, hopefully, by playoffs. Whereas SMG, they're still struggling a little bit. They're trying to find their footing. And you can see tied for, well, not tied, but slightly behind Zion is going to be EVOS and RSG. And those two are tied, of course. And SMG in 6th place. Did not have the best season so far, are not having the best season so far.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of struggling. They're still finding their rhythm. But, they do win games. They have game-winning conditions, slowly take their time. And, SMG, pretty strong, I would say. But as of right now, SMG against RSG, the GGs, right?
It's going to be a mouthful because officially it's SMG SG and RSG SG. Yeah, so there's a lot of SGs there, but we're just going to truncate it down. You guys know what we're talking about.
Yeah,
SMG, RSG.
Abbreviations.
The teams that have had, I think on both sides, differing performances, because RSGSG, they took that game, I believe, in week 1 against EFOS, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, they did.
And they did really well from then on out. Meanwhile, SMG has had some struggles. They lost to Almighty, I believe, and they also lost to EVOS. So they're still trying to climb up the rankings, and I'm not sure if they've ever found their footing in the season so far.
Yeah, I feel like they're stepping on pebbles along the way, no pun intended.
Yeah, of course.
You know, but like they can find their footing. It's just how are they going to find their footing? Is it drafting? I feel drafting-wise, SMG perfectly fine. It's just the macro and, you know, the tempo of the gameplay, how the pace goes. It all comes down to that.
I mean, you say the drafting is completely fine, but honestly, when I was reviewing their VODs, I was looking at the team's sort of priority in draft.
Yeah.
It was somewhat predictable to me. I felt like they always open on the same note, they always close on the same note. It's always like, I'll elaborate, right?
Readable.
It's very readable because the first pick is usually, oh, Darov is open, we're going to first pick Darov.
Yeah.
And they save their last pick always for the goal lane marksman.
Always.
Here's the statistic. It's 100% last pick marksman. Well, regardless of whether they're on blue or they're on red, they always save the last pick for their marksman in the goal lane, right? And if I can see that, I'm sure RSGSG has like performed their sort of research, they've done the scouting, and they know how to draft against SMG.
That's true. I feel that, you know, what if today it's a whole tempo change? What if they reserve the last pick for, okay, maybe the goal lane? Goal lane, that's readable, but maybe not a marksman.
Right, like a bruiser or something, right?
Yeah.
Then the counterpoint is Ash has only played marksman so far.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So it's a very tricky thing, right?
Yeah,
They're
that's
trying to navigate the waters of how do we improve our draft? How do we get to a point where it feels like we are in full control of the game?
Yeah.
And I think it's a challenge. I think it's a challenge for SMG. Meanwhile, RSG, they need this to kind of solidify their position towards the top of the table. Top 3 right now looks great for playoffs. Don't get me wrong. Number 1, though, by playoffs, will look a lot better.
I mean, number 1 looks good on everybody, right? But RSGSG, they are so good. Okay, they are disciplined in their playing. The drafting is great. I feel the only losing condition for RSG right now is a complete tempo change for them.
Yeah.
Like somebody just goes crazy with a Kufra jungle, and then RSG is like, hey, what's this?
There's a saying like, you know, you don't fear the samurai who knows like that one perfect swing.
Yeah.
You fear the rookie that has just a bunch of random wild swings, right? Because
Yeah,
it's not
just
prepped for that.
slashing at you and
Exactly, yeah. The problem in that situation becomes, how do you prep for something that's completely unorthodox, and how are you going to adapt to it in the game? Fair point, you know, RSG, I think they're completely able to you know, adapt on the fly because of the veterancy in the roster, their knowledge of the game, their fundamental understanding of how to play to their win conditions, completely fine. I think that sort of curveball might throw them off, but not to the point where like they're just going to lose the game, right? Yeah.
Maybe a 1-game take. Yeah, you know, maybe a 1-game take. But as we speak right now, we are going to show you guys the player lineup and profiles right now.
During the previous 2 seasons, we were led by older and veteran players. I'm still considered young, I would say. So I think I'll be able to guide the new players better.
Diablo has been in the team for, this is his 3rd season. It's time for him to step it up one bit and time to carry the team and, you know, lift the spirits and all for us. There's like 2 new additions, like it's tougher for Diablo lah. So good luck to him, but I'll be here helping him lah.
Positive changes, definitely mechanics-wise, because younger players tend to love to do flashy moves. Because of that, we'll be able to increase our hero pool.
It's more of a morale thing, I would say. Because Bray is, you know, quite a fun guy and all, and he's young, obviously. Kind of making me like a boomer, you know. So that's quite, I would say it's positive. You know, it's a new environment.
The bad thing about that is they will get tilted easily as they are young. I mean, all the young people, I mean, I was young once.
Negative, I would say the young kids are quite hard to handle. Very easy to tilt, so, you know, they need to take it slow, and, you know, it's all part of the game lah. You know, there's ups and downs.
For our side, because we are sort of like a new team or old team, right? We just wanted to try if we could make it into MPL without help from the organization. Just nice for us when we qualified, then Team SMG actually reached out to us. So I thought it was a new opportunity to experience a different kind of maybe culture under SMG. So I decided to go with SMG instead.
My team's energy, I'll say, is pretty chill. It's like, you know, we just go in, we have fun together, we win, then, you know, we win, we celebrate.
we lose, then cannot be that fun anymore. No one likes to lose, so we'll just work a little bit harder and show our best.
When it comes to training, we don't take any nonsense from our teammates. So whatever excuses they give, we'll just like double down on them and then are you serious? We are more focused on objectives, so we don't really get emotions get in our way.
I would say that we're pretty confident as we are now. I mean, we definitely have confidence in our own abilities and our teammates' abilities and being able to work together as a team. And I'm sure that coming from qualifiers, we were in the lower brackets of the qualifiers, so we had the experience of actually facing the lower bracket climb. When it comes down to mental strength in the lower bracket, we will have it. If we are in the lower bracket, you never know, we might be in the upper bracket.
Ooh, and a very nice interview coming out from both sides. RSG SG, with the young bloods, and SMG with the, the veterancy, the power, the brains over the bronze.
I mean, if you want to put it that way, right? When we look at younger players, they tend to have the mechanics here, right? Whereas the knowledge of the game and the overall sort of execution favors the veterans a bit more.
Yeah.
As we take a look at the player lineup and the player statistics that will come on, I just want to point out that Bray is going to be playing today instead of Deck. And
yeah,
I see them as very different junglers, right? In terms of what they fulfill for their team. Bray is like this young mechanical, I'm going to play Karina, Ling, Lancelot, and just pop off. Whereas Deck comes in to fill the role in terms of like Baxias, the tanks. He is a bit more of a varied hero pool. In this iteration of RSG that you see on your screen, you should be seeing the draft, lean towards a bit more on the assassin bans and assassin pickups.
Yeah, that's true. But I do realize one thing. This time, RSG SG, they're going to be subbing in Mikumi.
Yes.
So, I mean, we haven't seen him, since Season 2. This time, Season 3 with a new team on RSG. He has a lot to prove.
And this is something we see a lot of the teams do this season in MPL. They sub players very often and very, I wouldn't say,
flexible?
Yeah, it's a way for them to adapt the strategies before the playoffs. I don't think that they do it just because they disrespect their opponents or they think it's an easy matchup, but rather they want to give some stage time to the younger players so that by the time playoff rolls around, they have a, okay, this guy's particularly strong on bruisers, maybe. We're playing a team that can't match bruisers, sub him in, that kind of thing.
That's true. I mean, it literally fills the void, fills up the void, they cover for each other. That's what the team does, right?
Yep.
But as for SMG, I feel they are already united as they are. You have Ram, you have Too Easy for Angelo. Okay, Too Easy for Angelo, right now, I feel that he has a very good hero pool.
Yeah.
But he just gets targeted too many times.
It's the challenge in this particular, meta where if you are in the jungle, the challenge is always going to be like, what can you secure for your team that has the most impact? As we take a look at the head-to-head between SMG and RSG, you'll notice very clearly off the bat that statistically, in terms of objectives, as well as the First Bloods, RSG are ahead, right? But everything else seems okay. Damage per minute as well as the Lord Slain.
But you have to account for the games played too, right?
That is true.
Yeah. So a lot of the stats you can see here are pretty much 50-50. But on the side of RSG here, they have, even though they have more, but they got more stats, but they have lesser games.
Yeah. I mean, RSG's numbers are pretty impressive. And one thing I need to point out too is the reason why their team damage per minute tends to look a little lower compared to the other teams.
Tanky lineups?
It's also because this is a team that plays macro very well. When I saw them in week 1 against EVOS, I think they won the game purely off of their macro decisions. The ability to cross map and not fight straight on against their opponents contributes to the team damage per minute being lower. They basically
play for objectives.
Yeah, they play for objectives and they win the map or win the match without having to fight directly with their opponents, right? I think that is one of their core strengths as a lineup, especially when you do have players like LY4 coming in,
That's right.
as opposed to Baby Cakes who was playing, I think, a couple of days back or weeks before. When you have this veterancy coming in, the shot calling, even Lozy in the interview that day was like, even Bray popped off, but I deserve at least like 50 to 70% of the credit for calling the shots.
Calling, right? Like he's directing Bray. I feel Bray has the bronze, but Lozy has the brains.
Yeah.
Right? So RSG is pretty much balanced. We have LY4 on the veterancy. We have Lozy with the godlike hooks on the Franco.
Yep.
We might see Franco later. Maybe. Maybe.
Let's look at the player head-to-head here. It's going to be Diablo versus Ram, and two very different laners coming in. You can see the aggression from Ram. His KD is insanely higher compared to Diablo, who plays more of a facilitative role, if you remember his performance on Grok.
Oh, yeah.
Diablo's position in the team is to set things up, to make sure that the plays can get started if they need to, otherwise deflect any aggression away. Whereas Rum, he is a fighter, man. He's head on. His literal most played hero is the Dyrov, like you mentioned, and that accounts for that just lane supremacy that SMG tends to draft for their EXP laner. If he can get a good matchup and he can run away with that lead, then things look a lot better for SMG.
What do you think is a good counter to Dyrov? Like just targeted towards Rum only?
I think that the ideal way to counter is to ban it. Yeah, honestly, right? If you
Why
don't
fight it when you can ban it?
Yeah, you don't have to waste resources on like, oh, how do we counter draft this and what's going to be the response from opponents? Like,
just ban it.
Skip all the theory crafting, just ban it, right? Makes things a lot easier. It also puts Rum onto a pick that's maybe something he's not very comfortable with. And it also opens up, available options such as, Esmeralda we saw in the previous Year 3. Things like Uranus. When you don't have Dyrov in the game, these quote-unquote weaker EXP laners get a chance to shine.
Yeah, I mean, they're more of the sustainability heroes as compared to, Dyrov just burst.
He literally, he's a psycho. If you play Dyrov, you have to play like a psychopath, right? You have to walk up and just fight the guy and know that you're going to win the 1v1.
It's about confidence, right? Yes. Rum is like, I asked him the other day, it's like, hey, how to play Dyrov like you? He said, confidence. You go in, even though you look like you're going to die, don't worry, your life still will save you.
Exactly.
Then you're going to win.
It's the alpha male mentality, right? You just got to be
alpha mentality.
Up in front of your opponents and doing damage. I think that's the value of that pick in this particular meta. Yeah. Again, you asked how to answer it, just ban it out, right? Yeah. And I highly expect RSG to put it on one of the earlier bans just so that they have a point of weakness to attack when it comes to
the first ban.
Yeah, if they're on red side, you normally just ban Valentina, right? Which is also leads me to my second point. I think blue in this particular matchup is very, very favorable. Whoever's on the blue side is going to get the advantage in the draft because the traditional ban on red straight away is usually Valentina.
Usually.
You're usually short one ban because you have to ban out Valentina. And then your, R2, R3 bans have to be target bans, or at least something that is a respect ban. Strictly speaking, right? And I think that in that regard, D1 always gets the blue side first pick always gets whatever they want.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's the whole point of a first pick, right? But the best thing about it is because it's a blind pick, I feel it's good to show someone who's flexible.
Yeah, usually we normally see actually Grok is the common B1.
Right? That's true.
We normally see Grok as the common B1.
Masha, Hilda.
Hilda to a certain extent, Masha mostly play in the roamer position now, but also fallen a little bit out of favor depending on the teams. Some teams do like the Masha. I know that when it comes to SMG, they do play a certain amount of it, but not to an insane extent.
Not so much. Yeah. But Pebble, we have to talk about the mages too. Pebble plays a weird combo, right? He has a weird pool.
Yeah.
Agura, who knows, he might even pull out a Lunox.
I mean, Kagura's pretty meta, but he's one of the few that, actively plays the Fasa as well. But in terms of what he brings to the table, I think he's a very stable mid laner.
Yeah, he is.
They put him on the wave clearing duty mages that are able to just get priority and then impact the team fights. It's not so much like, I'm going to 1v1 you and solo kill like the Dyrov or Rum is. Right?
Maybe a Lilia, more team fight orientated heroes. Valentina would be great, but then I know you're a Valentina hater, right?
I mean, she's gonna get banned. Why even talk about it, right?
The higher level she is than you, she deals more damage. Yes. If she's lower level than you, she still do more damage, right? And then she can take your ulti, she can take all your skills.
Like I said, it breaks the game because you will never truly fall behind as long as you're trading with your opponents and you never die, right? If you're behind an EXP or you just hit the guy a couple of times and you either catch up or do additional damage. So I think she does break the game from a mechanic standpoint, which is why teams tend to ban her out. It's just frustrating to deal with. You spend so much resources to put this guy behind, he hits you a couple of times, he's back.
You're dead.
Yeah, he's back on even footing. So that's the problem. I think that's why red side is a bit disadvantaged. But if you can find counter picks, if you can find answers, to your opponent's draft early on, like we saw, I think in the final game between by EVOS earlier, they did the red third pick 1-1, which is a fantastic answer, right?
I mean, it's great. I mean, 1-1 shredded, and then we see how Adamir kited the rest of the team. No matter how much health regen you have, no matter if you're even if you're an unkillable Uranus with an Angela in you, you can't run away from a 1-1.
And that's like the value of red side. It's disadvantaged, but you need to unlock the counter picks. You need to unlock the answers early in the draft. Because by the time second ban phase comes around, if you're not, you haven't caught on to the game plan yet, your opponents just span out, and then you're left there standing. How do you answer these picks?
There's no way to answer it. right? I mean, right now, because it's the tank meta, I feel a lot of shredders are going to be prioritized ban. Right? Like,
Well, usually in phase 2, in my opinion.
yeah, around phase 2, maybe like carry, 1-1. I'm not sure about the clean because it's more of crit damage. I mean, he kind of shreds.
He's usually, when you see things like Clint, like Brody, they're usually like 4th, 5th pick as a response, like, is this a good clean game? Can I get my damage down? Or even like the Brody, right? Am I able to output a certain level of damage to supplement my team, or do I need someone like 1-1 who can actually shred? So I think those are the picks that, like you said, are rising in terms of tank shredding potential.
I mean, who knows, maybe in the goal lane, are you a believer like Fizzy? Goal lane must be MM.
I think it's the most efficient way to play the game now. There are no hard and fast rules, right?
Yeah, there's no.
The way I look at the game is like, what's the most efficient way to optimize your composition so you have the most win conditions?
Yeah.
You never want to like all in, okay, I'm just going to kill one person and win the game, right? If you play a pick comp like that, then your only win condition is finding someone to kill.
And then the team covers the other person and you just did.
Marksman in the goal lane opens up an additional win condition because if you unlock the right counter pick, your opponents have no answer to it, right? I think that's why we tend to see the marksman a bit more. Of course, bruisers are still viable if you have the, again, win conditions. Something like a Paquito with a big flank, a knockout punch, and one-shot squishies, also another win condition, right? So
what about Harif?
I think he's not in the right place right now because a lot of his damage can be soaked by the tanks.
Wow, that's true.
And he takes a little bit too long to come online. So the value proposition of Harif is not really there for me. I think if you really want to go down that route, just do what teams did earlier today and just pick the Alice, right?
Yeah, pick the Alice. I mean, the Alice sustained so much that the amount of damage taken was just, the numbers were just crazy.
Right? Against bruisers, you just heal, you face tank, and then if you get to the backline squishies, now they're in trouble, right?
And then Winter Truncheon to not get bursted down or melted down by any of the shredders, right?
Essentially. To talk a little bit more about drafts coming in, before we jump into the pick and ban phase, I'm heavily focused on SMG banning out the Ling, banning out the Grok, and possibly a Selena or a Xavier because it is open.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
1,000-year stun.
Because especially if they are on blue side, I think they can target ban these things out. Meanwhile, on the red side, if I was RSG, I'll be looking to ban out the Dairoth, I'll be looking to ban out the Eve as well as the Karina. I think these are things that will be highly prioritized by both teams. Of course, the standard Valentina, so and so.
Yeah. I mean, banning away the Karina is so important, right? Like, you may never know if she's going tank build, she's going full damage build, or she's even going semi-tank build.
The most efficient one now is just either semi-tank or full tank.
I still feel semi-tank, right? At least you get the burst, at least you get the sustain. But then full tank, I mean, she's alright, full tank, but then, there's no damage there.
Yeah, the problem is full tank, you lose the lethal kill range on the backline squishies. Whereas like if you get 1 or 2 damage items on Karina,
right?
If their mage is out of position, you can still kill that guy, right? Full tank is like, look at me, not do any damage here.
Hit me.
Literally, that's all. So I think, you're right. Semi-tank is probably the way to go in terms of mid-ground.
Yeah, I mean, mid-mage too, right? Like Eve, I feel the alternate hero to Eve, it's Fasa. And that's literally up Pebble's lane.
Yeah, it is. I mean, both of his, like you said,
Gura and
these picks are very impactful in team fights. So Pebble will have literally, any option he wants to help his team in that regard. We should be jumping into draft very soon.
Very soon.
I'm very interested to see if SMG toss a curveball out because one of the things that you kind of have to do when you're playing against an experienced team who is in pole position right now is to do something unorthodox and sort of throw them off their own game, right? You don't want to go in too textbook. And if they can read you, then I think that it's all done.
It's like they're walking and then you just trip their leg. All you have to do is just a small little trip and then they might trip over themselves.
Put a pebble in their shoe.
Okay. I like that. That's something new. I'm going to use that. I'm going to milk that very hard. Literally.
Okay.
It might be a pebble in their shoe, but that's why the pebble is annoying.
Yes.
Right?
All right. Jumping to draft very soon. The players are almost ready. And with this iteration of RSG, I'm so excited because every time I look at them, they bring something new to the table. I love teams that can perform in a macro sense, that have an understanding of how to cross-map and play to their opponent's weaknesses when they present themselves. So if you ask me personally, not to be biased, I do have RSG on this particular best of 3. I think I have them at least 2-0, not 2-1.
2-0?
Yeah.
Or not 2-1. Okay, I'm more towards RSG 2-1. Right? At least give, I'm a nice person.
Yeah.
Right? I like to give one to the other team. Although
think-
it doesn't seem, it seems like a BM move.
The reason why I say 2-1 is because if SMG, do put a pebble in their shoe and, give them a curveball, then RSG have to adapt.
Yeah, they have to, but RSG is so good at adapting, right? They are adaptable, they are flowing like water. And as we speak, we are going to go into the draft right now. Like you said, Daryl, it's going to be a Selena ban instant.
So the sides are correct, right? SMG blue, RSG red. And this is where you see, okay, now it's the Valentina. And the response here is probably going to be Ling or Grok. I don't think you need to ban Xavier in particular because your sort of hero pool can answer the Xavier pretty well.
Oh, they're playing LY4.
Yeah, it is LY4. So with this sort of change in roster, Baby Cakes being out, I think LY4 is most likely going to be the goal lane, and then Miku will come in to sub.
There's no Baby Cakes, right?
Yep.
Taking over the role of Baby Cakes and Bray taking over the LY4 role. So, LY4 is like, hey, I'm watching you.
Yeah.
You better not.
Those are my jungle shoes. I hope they fit well.
He's like, I used to wear this.
Okay, there you go. Yep, the Dairoth and then the Ling banned out. So the final ban here, question is whether do you want to ban the Grok and take it away from Diablo or leave it open and B1 the Grok? Because it's a flex pick, like we said, blue flex pick's super strong. You don't have to 100% dedicate it to, the jungle role or the EXP role or even the sort of roaming support role.
I think they're going to ban Marsha. Oh yeah, they're going to ban.
There you go.
Okay, so this time, they left the Marsha open from themselves, right? Forcing RSG into a Marsha ban.
I think RSG could ban out the Marsha or the Valia could be the answer here. But instead, they will give the respect ban, the Fanny over to Easy for Angelo. He's one of the more impressive Fanny players by most regards.
Cable management guy.
Cable management, very good. Movement is very clean. I like what I see when I see him play the Fanny. Right now, SMG, they have to think real hard, and there you go, the Xavier. And this is 100% Pebbles hero pool, right?
Full on
wave clear,
damage.
Team fight power. You don't want to go in for those like 1v1 ego kills. You want to be able to sit in the back and just output damage. Now, RSG, the priority for Sicilian has just risen twofold because Sicilian has been the traditional answer to Xavier by being able to catch him out with the Sanguine Claws, and you scale better than the Xavier in the late game.
That's true.
So I fully expect RSG to either pick it up in R1, R2, R3, meaning like red first pick, red second pick, or red third pick, or SMG is going to ban it out in B4, B5.
What am I thinking here? I think the Sicilian would be a great answer, but that's a liability at the same time, right? She's so squishy, although she scales very well. I know you're a fan of, scaling comps, scaling heroes, but it does look like a Eve is going to be an answer instead, and a Paquito off lane.
Okay. So the Eve here, I don't particularly like it against the Xavier because he does outrange you if you can get the angle right.
Ooh, that's true.
So which is why I think Sicilian would have been a better answer. In this case, again, it's the mid pick in response to the Xavier. Very early on, Karina left open all the way, and the Hilda as well. If you ask me, I would have preferred Karina, Hilda 1-2, and then you go Sicilian 3, and that locks in like a solid opening, right? You have so much early game power to tide you to the point where the Sicilian comes online, you answer the Xavier, and if the Karina on the RSG side was picked, you have kill potential on the Xavier.
That's true, because SMG side already has secured the mage. And there's no need to rush, right? There's no need to rush for Eve because, you do have B3 slot open, available to pick up.
Now you need an answer to the Hilda early on in your draft, or at least pick up a jungle pick. Of course, the Paquito can be flexed into the jungle role, but most likely I expect this to go EXP, right? RSG in that regard can still be a bit tricky, but you need a response to the Hilda, and it could be the Baxia jungle here instead. Again, another flex pick.
Another flex pick,
yeah. You could put this in the jungle, you can put this in the side lane. RSG on the red side are trying to unlock answers. What they're doing now is they're picking 2 flex picks and saying, show your cards. We want to draft against that. We want to find answers into your draft because we are on red. So we get the answer, we get the late replies later on.
RSG is like, what do you think I'm playing? Am I playing this? Am I going to go Paquito jungle? Am I going to go Paquito roam? Or maybe a Baxia roam?
It's either Baxia jungle or
Baxia roam.
Yeah, Baxia roam, right? Yeah. And I think there's a lot of ways RSG can play this one out. It probably won't be a roam Paquito. It will be side lane or jungle Paquito if they really need to. But the Esmeralda ban tells us a lot. The Esmeralda ban tells us that they're worried about the side lane they can answer, so this most likely should be a side lane Paquito if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, because Esmeralda literally cut shield, she sustains so much against Paquito. He's definitely going to lose to her.
In the late game, you can't one-shot the Esmeralda. Nope. Paquito's normal combo is just to go, I think, 1-2 and then out, and then 1 again. So if you can't kill your squishy in one rotation, then the Paquito loses a lot of impact from the...
But the Chow ban though, I think they're gonna, okay, SMG, they're afraid of something right now.
Well, the Cho can isolate the Xavier. That's always going to be a problem.
Yeah.
When you have a Cho in the game and an immobile mage who wants to set up in the back line, the Cho is going to be an X factor no matter what if it's in the game. He's just going to be able to come from behind and flank you and kick you into the team fight. You lose straight away because SMG's comp right now, if you notice,
it's very front to back.
It's not only that, but it lacks a lot of damage. You're only looking at Xavier who outputs damage right now. Hilda, yes, but she's probably going to be roam Hilda, so she doesn't like front load a lot of burst. So SMG is lacking a bit of damage, right? The 1-1 4th here, they're worried. They're worried about, you know, at least on the SMG side, that's going to be picked as a counter against the Paquito, against the Baxia. So I think picking this up early is no issue. But this does give SMG the counter pick here, which could be Clint, Beatrix, Brody, I think are all fine. But if you need the damage here, I think you go Clint or Beatrix here, just to outrange.
I was just gonna talk about this because, you know, RSG is like, hey, let me ban Esmeralda, you know. But then I was like, Esmeralda counters Uranus. So to SMG's eyes, Uranus is like, hey, thanks for banning out my counter. So I'm gonna pick up the Uranus now, you can't cut my shield. Except for, you know, maybe Hilda or, you see, so much shield dependency here.
I think another thing too is that SMG are very confident, either that or they've been forced into a corner in this draft because picking Uranus into Baxia is usually not ideal, right? He cuts a lot of the healing in. And it feels a bit clunky to play against the Paquito as well because most of the time what you want to be doing is cutting his waves. You don't really want to be contesting him on the waves because you don't trade too well.
Yeah.
Paquito wants to go in for those short bursts once you're low enough and then one-shot you. Okay, Lolita here. Blocks a lot of, I mean, it's a
Beatrix.
good, it blocks a lot of the damage coming in from the Beatrix. So I think this is smart. Now SMG, they have a damage issue. They have basically only Xavier to front load a lot of bursts. Beatrix is blocked by the Lolita. I think if the game goes late enough, it might be a big problem. SMG won't be able to output enough damage in these fights.
I feel that SMG, you know, they're gonna snowball in the early game, but then, you know, they just can't close out the game because that's what SMG does.
RSG, meanwhile, also have great responses in terms of macro. So, like, for them to dodge around the early game and say, like, oh, miss me, you know, I'm going to dodge your punch, and then drag out the game, tire them out, make sure that, you know, they're gassed out and they can't, you know, close the game, is how I think RSG want to play this one out.
I feel RSG, like you said, you know, just tigers waiting in the bush.
Yeah.
Literal tigers waiting in the bush, waiting to pounce. But we are going to go into game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be SMG SG versus RSG SG. So many SGs here.
Yeah. Looking at this lineup so far, there you go. Diablo is going to be on the EXP lane. It's going to be the jungle Baxia. And this is the first time Bray has played jungle Baxia as well. It's normally been the assassin. So it's a new look for RSG SG. And that could make it a bit tricky for him because we don't know how he's going to perform on this particular pick. Meanwhile, Dairy on this Hilda.
Right?
Yep, very good play coming in. It's a good force and gives Angelo a great start as well. Pebble forced to use his flicker this early on. This is not a good start. Oh, Dairy!
Oh, now he has the sprint. He's going to be, you know, Barry Allen just running away.
Okay, a kill coming in from Ash and the last pick marksman goal laner starting to work out already for SMG. So if this Beatrix can come online early enough, yes, maybe they can sort of supplement the damage. You don't have to worry too much about the late game, but still, it's a tall order right now as a...
I feel this is the snowball that SMG needs, right? They need Ash to go, you know, start going harder and harder, and then, you know, by the time it's going to be around maybe 5-6 minutes, start one-shotting people.
Yeah, you really do need that, as well as the damage coming in from the Xavier. Pebble, he was forced to flicker, so now he's playing like super far behind. He doesn't even want to cross up the river because he knows that if he gets locked down or even slowed by a single member, he could die there. Looking at this matchup on the bot side, Rum not having a good go at it. Like I said, against Diablo, it's a clunky matchup. You want to cut the waves, you want to fight him in the lane, and Rum has no choice but to kind of sit here so that Angelo can get his chance.
Yeah, I mean, there's good isolation by Rum there. So Diablo is going to get forced back right now, but good damage here from Rum. Onto Diablo, too easy for Angelo. Just missed the timing to get down onto Diablo. I mean, too easy for Angelo, you know, not even using his ultimate. He's like, oh yeah, you're sure, you know? No problem to that.
I think it's good to force the flicker, especially when the turtle has just spawned. It gives you a window, right? Now you're not so worried about this Diablo flank angle. You don't have to.
You have the space.
You don't have the space to just walk in the fights. Bray now starting things up, looking for a pick here, but will not find anyone. Dairy's on the front line. He's a healer. He's very tanky.
So much damage here. Diablo just dashing back and forth right now. So it does seem like SMG does want to contest this turtle. Is it gonna be enough though?
Oh, here comes the real manipulation on the back line. He has no flicker out, so he's dead. And now Miku is the next target, but they will get the turtle here on the SMG side. It's secured by Angelo. They're chasing down. Miku gets the safety under the tier 1. Diablo looking to knock him up and get the kill onto Dairy. They trade across, but the sniper from downtown comes in and they pick up Miku on the way out. A 2-for-2 trade, and they get the turtle as well. Gives SMG this early game lead.
That was a good trade. I was about to say, oh, that was a very bad trade. 2 for a turtle, not worth it. And then they get one, and then Pebble is like, I'm gonna get another one, and then just make it even Stevens right now.
Very, very good start for SMG. Like we called out, the composition lacking a bit of damage, but take a look at this replay. Look at how the fight starts out, right? Pebble no flicker, gets caught by the real manipulation. They just dogpile on him, and then Miku realizes he's overcommitted because of the real manipulation, and he has to escape. Angelo is buying so much time for his team to just chase onto the backline, and Miku here is like, okay, I'm out, guys, peace, I'm safe.
And then
little does he know.
Oh, and with the slow-mo too to top it off. Wow, Miku is just stressed out. Miku's like, okay, I can rest now. And then suddenly, bam! You're just, out of nowhere, literally.
Now, Angelo's level 7. He is the highest in the game right now. So they can force this dive as long as they get information on RSG. They see members roaming up, so this is too late right now. The counter gank is there. Bray gets stopped in his track. Here comes the real manipulation, though. A lot of damage, and too easy for Angelo. Is immediately out. They will sacrifice Dairy for Bray, but I think that's a good trade overall. You lose your Roma, you get the jungler, and now you have a window to continue punishing. On the top side, RSG, low on health bars, have to back away. Angelo doesn't want to allow them to go back though. Wants to keep them under the tier 1. The dive coming in low. Z now trying to shove him away. Angelo's still pretty healthy with 2 of these buffs. Knows he has the agency, knows he has the power, decides to walk into the enemy jungle instead.
Wow, Angelo going crazy here. I think he's gonna go, he's gonna go for his son, Cursed Helmet. Yeah, he's going for a Cursed Helmet now, getting that burn damage. He's going to go strong right now. He's going to go for a full tank build, but it does seem like SMG do get the snowball that they need.
Yep, Diablo doesn't want to be here. He's caught in between 3 members. Flicker of cooldown nearly forced, and now Rum getting caught out. He has to be careful as well. Members of SMG are slowly piling in. They're taking this fight very slowly. Dairy is most likely going to be sacrificed here as Rum runs away. He does not have anything to his name apart from the Ionic Edge, which can buy space. And now Pebble is getting caught out. Real manipulation to chase down. Another flicker out. They might have committed over here. RSG getting caught by the snipe. The first, the second in. And now RSG have to back away. Miku flickering away as well. Every time RSG drops the real manipulation, SMG are there for the reply. They punish him for overcommitting, and they get the kills on the way out with Pebble.
That was a solid bait coming out from Team SMG SG. They're like, oh, you thought we're gonna die? And they're like, no. And then Pebble comes in and reply with a huge ultimate to take everybody out. I mean, maybe 2. Yeah. But that was pretty good play coming out from SMG.
Another big thing to note also is that right now they are cutting waves on the bot side, right? This is exactly what you want to do on Uranus when you're playing against Paquito. Is just not fight him in the wave, cut it, and always get lane prio, because Diablo is always going to be responding to the waves that trickle in. Meanwhile, the Uranus cleans everything up and leaves the lane first.
And the reply to that is reverse Uno. He's like, oh, you're going to cut my waves? No worry, I'm going to cut yours in return, right?
It has to be done. It has to be done. The downside is Uranus, when he cuts waves, he can still escape. Not so much for the Paquito, even though he's mobile, so there might be some kill potential there. Bray now.
Oh, can Bray?
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, he can escape, but Lawsy here, waiting in the bush. He could make a very big play, right? With the Numenon Blast, he can literally catch anybody off guard, especially through the bush. So, as of right now, RSG, they're a little bit on the back foot, right? They're a little bit on the back foot with almost 2,000 goal difference. Okay, 1,000, right?
I think it's completely fine for their comp to be a little behind this early on because
they're more tanky.
They are tankier and they have ways to cut through members of SMG. They will have damage from the 1-1. They will have decent damage from Miku and Diablo later on. But the priority for RSG is to isolate the Xavier. You need to kill off the Xavier first. Keep a timer on his flicker and just dogpile on him every time you get the chance.
Oh, too easy for Angelo. So much damage there by the tortoise for poise.
If he didn't get this amazing start, he wouldn't be in this position, right? Remember how at the start of the game, it was Gary harassing Bray. Meanwhile, Angelo just got a full clear into a bot side, shove.
3 easy clears.
And then a turtle after that, right? So this is a great start for Angelo, which is why he's at this point.
They get the turret, they open up the map a little bit more, and unfortunate for LY4, he's on the losing end after getting solo killed early on.
Wow, Diablo at a very good optimal position here. Could catch Pebble off guard. Pebble is going to get one shot here. Pebble looks so low. Diablo is going to be forced to go right now, but no, Pebble is going to give the ultimate back, and down goes the turtle going towards too easy for Angelo. But at the same time, Diablo is going to get taken down by Ash here in the mid lane.
A bit of miscommunication there from RSG. Very uncharacteristic, right? Diablo found an angle on the flank, could have one-shot Pebble, not enough damage, of course.
But there was no follow-up too.
If there was anyone there, it would have been a one fight. So I think half of the team called for, them to give away the turtle. The other half decided to go for the play. And speaking of plays, here's another one being set up towards the mid lane.
Oh, the copper buff.
Hops the sprint, runs away, doesn't want to stick around for this fight, but RSG is still a little bit more bloodthirsty than their counterparts, sticking around, trying to get the shove in.
Copper buff stolen away by Bray though. Wow.
That's pretty nice.
Big boy play. They are desperate for this, right? They are like, oh, we lost Diablo.
Yep.
I'm going to get back that purple buff in return and secure my own at the same time, right? Because they are so far behind right now as compared to Too Easy for Angelo, comparing to Bray. There's a big level gap between Team SMG, SG, RSG, SG. I feel that, the next big fight could be the essential fight.
Yeah, with a minute on the clock for the next objective, that's going to be the one that tilts the game very heavily in either team's favor. Or I say tilt, right? It will get RSG back to center and SMG will run away with the game if they get the objective.
Hard snowball.
This 3k goal lead for SMG, don't get me wrong, it's a nice size. It's very...
It's very balanced.
It gets them to a point where they can tide over this early to mid game. But it needs to be more as they approach the late game.
I feel it's very 50-50 right now, right? SMG, SG, they're pressuring the top lane. At the same time, RG, SG, they're pressuring the bot lane. So that's the answer for the other side, because, if they're like, oh, they're going to be pressuring top, let's pressure bottom, right? Let's at least trade something back in return. But as we can see from the gameplay right here, they're going to get pushed back. Miku looks surprisingly low though.
Yeah, he's going to escape, so RSG, SG now need a moment to reset. I think one of the big centerpieces of their team fight is the real manipulation. They need to chain that with some level of control over Pebble and just remove one of the damage components from these fights. The Xavier is very effective at just artillery bursting people down, but he needs to get in position, right? And when he is in position, that's something you can punish and leverage.
He needs to get a setup for the team, but we can see from the team, only Dairy is one of the main engagers. They don't have much CC lock. Okay, wait. Other than Pebble, right?
Yeah.
That's their only CC lockdown. Everyone can easily walk away from the fight. But it's all about setting it up.
Okay, look at the map right now. 4 members of RSG, SG are here, whereas Bray isn't. So they can find a catch. SMG can find a catch here, or they just take the Lord because they know they have the numbers. And now Lawsy has to run away. Real manipulation is used, but it doesn't really find any damage though. It's more of a zoning ultimate, if anything. And with the Lord picked up and the map being opened up, SMG, they climb to this 4k goal lead. A great size.
Bray could get caught here.
Bray is in trouble. Has popped the tortoise for poise and back off.
All right, no problem for Bray, but here comes the Numenor Blast. He's not going to catch onto anybody though, but here comes Dairy going all the way into the thick of it. Bray is going to look so low. He's going to get taken down too, and so is... Oh my god, Lawsy is going to get taken down too. Too easy for Angelo, bursting 2 of the members of RSGSG.
This early game lead from SMG, they're just running away with it, right? And RSG are taking bad fights. They should not be defending the mid-tier 1 when they're this far behind. Honestly, 4K, it's salvageable, but you just need to cross-map. You just need to trade objectives. And instead of doing that, they just they stand in front of SMG and say, fight us if you dare. Of course, SMG is going to pull the trigger.
Yeah, they are so much. They have a huge leading gap. But Robo manipulation by Miku is going to get popped right here. Pebble is going to pop the ulti. Dairy's going to get stunned all the way on the edge here. But Lawsy gets caught up. Here comes Bray trying to stop Ram. Diablo going all the way in. Numenor Blast is only going to catch down onto Too Easy for Angelo. Down goes Ram. Is it going to be enough though? Lawsy and Diablo is going to go down. But the rest of SMG is being forced to back. Bray. Oh, the immobilized from Miku. And the double kill coming up from Pebble, the global ultimate, taking 3 members of RSGSG instantly. SMGSG, they have the lead right now. They have the man advantage. They can go for a GG push right now.
I think it's still a bit early in the game to close it out, especially because you don't want to flip your advantage away this early on. It's still like a couple of seconds. Yeah. Well, the question here is do you want to make one egregious error that could lose you the game, or just take the safe conservative play? And most teams will take the second option, just slowly kind of wait it out and play for a higher win rate.
I think they're going to pull the resources away, right?
That being said, 1 minute on the Lord right now, SMG's damage has hit the point where I think they can start slamming RSG, and And I think this Lolita pick from Lowsy has not been really that valuable. It's not been contributing all too much overall. It's not been blocking the shots from Ashe. It's not been dissuading any of the damage from SMG. And they know this. They understand they have this leverage.
Oh.
And they're consistently pushing forward into the jungle of RSG.
That was a bait, right? Was that a bait or was that a zone from Miko Mikumi?
I think he was just worried that there were more members inside the bush. Now, Dairy, he's a hilder. He's pretty tanky. Just standing there gives him a shield. So being in the bush gives him a lot more effective HP. Now, RSG, they're a bit worried to walk up. But this is fine because cross-map wise, Diablo is getting things done.
Oh, that's true.
They just need to not die here. RSG just need to not die. Stop SMG from getting any advantages. Don't let them take anything here. As Diablo rotates over, they will have a fair fight.
Oh, they're gonna let it go though? Are they gonna let it go? So Diablo has two choices right now. Is he gonna go and contest for the lot with his team, or he's gonna push for the top? Yo, he chose the top option.
This is good macro. This is good macro. Even though the wave is getting cleared out by the Xavier, or being attempted to be cleared out by the Xavier, they actually get the inhibitor, right? And there's nothing that SMG get in return. Right now, real manipulation is up, so SMG can't even force this Lord if they want to.
They can't, and here comes Lowsy jumping onto Ram. Ram is gonna go so low. He pops the ultimate, walks away with fair ease, and LY4 able to pop the ultimate onto Ashe right now. Ashe looks so low, but Diablo is here for the flag and get the shutdown, but here comes Uranus. Ram is gonna get the trade back, but he himself is gonna get traded back to too easy for Angelo. Can he survive this though? Numenon Blast is gonna catch him off guard. RSG 3v1.
Diablo! He might get the kill here. He's going in. He gets the knockup.
Double kill for Diablo.
SMG now, they find themselves caught off guard, right? And a sequence of events from RSG. First, it's the cross-map from Diablo. They're able to punish
in the flank
the obsession from SMG onto the Lord. And what they do is they send him to the top side, get the inhibitor down, and SMG are forced between a rock and a hard place. Do we force this Lord and take it, or do we just go back and defend? While they're making that decision, RSG just jump in with the flank from Diablo, punish him, and now they get the Lord.
I do realize RSG loves cross-map plays, right? And it all comes down to Diablo.
I think this is the exact standard we've come to expect from RSG after their week 1 performance, after their week 2 performance. Understanding, hey, they're wasting time sitting around the Lord, they're trying to bait us, let's just cross-map them, right?
Yeah.
Now, they will take the Lord by... RSG will take the Lord and they will look to chase on in from the fight in the backline. Diablo is trying to isolate a member. He will find Ram, but is there enough damage?
The
big flicker! And the 2 stuns, and now Lowsy, he's getting focused down, but RSG are still here. They could look for the fight.
LY4
might be targeted down now. Look at the knockups, look at the moves coming from Diablo. Too easy for Angelo. It's pretty tanky. So I don't think they could chase all the way in, but still, RSG, they've got the objective. It's pushing in the top side. They have the wave pushing in.
Oh,
so they
look at
will
Pebble.
pick up the mid inhibitor. Pebble with the shot.
Oh, the dodge from Diablo.
Not really finding the target there. So that Luminal Blast, nowhere to be found, but this Lord is going to be pushing and getting them priority on the top side. In response, the RSG should move to the bot side here with Diablo and try to get 2 waves shoving at the same time. Try to get the last outer turret and possibly the inhibitor as we take a look at this replay.
Oh my god, LY4 kiting, burning down Ashe, forcing him to back as we can see here. The stun catches all the way onto LY4. LY4 gets caught all the way in the middle of it, but Ram is going to get traded back just like that. And Pebble picking up the Divine Glaive. Numenon Blast only catches onto too easy for Angelo though.
Yep. Like, this is what I mean, right? When you hit this late game point, there's just not enough damage on SMG because RSG are tanky enough. This
to burst you down.
3, 4, 5k goalie doesn't matter anymore. That damage is just not there anymore. Even with that strong early to mid-game tempo that they had because of that one play on the Lord and the cross-map from Diablo, RSG are back in this game.
Yeah, just one small little play, like you said, can tilt the favor towards any team. So RSG, they're like, so what if we're on the back foot, right? Who cares? We can play late game because by the time there's late game, we can out-macro you, we can outburst you no matter what.
Keep your eye on Diablo in these fights and LY4 because Diablo's job right now is one thing and one thing only.
Cross-map.
Kill Pebble. In these fights, literally all he needs to do is kill Pebble, right?
Maybe even Ashe too.
You focus on Pebble first and then you let LY4 deal with Ashe because as much as Beatrix has damage, she doesn't want to stand still.
Oh, that's true.
LY4 is going to be kiting him around. Once he gets the crossbow tank off, that is GG, right? Luminal Blast comes in, a decent amount of damage, but RSG are there to weather the storm. They're still pretty tanky. Lowsy's going to reset. If RSG can get these big flanks, if they can find Pebble, if they can get the 1v1 for Ashe, on Ashe with LY4, they will win this game.
Yeah, and LY4, on that 1-1, he's going to be kiting, he's going to be going in, going out, going in, going out. Trying to bait out, it's good too, it's a 2-for-1, but as you can see here, Dairy gets a little bit too much damage. Lowsy going to get stunned up. And Ash. This is using the sniper, scouting out more information. Dairy too.
This is actually a good play from Dairy. He's gonna get, chunked a little bit here and there. But two things, he's Hilda, so he gets the regen and the shield in the bush, and he has immortality. So what he's doing now is just getting information for his team. Scouting out, saying, hey, there are 2 members, 3 members here. Don't commit, or commit if we can find an angle. By doing so, Dairy consistently walking forward gives them information, gives them control of this choke because he was able to walk up and they were able to get the chunk with the Luminol Blast earlier. So this Lord right now started out by SMG. Could be theirs. Diablo's in a bit of trouble against Ram though.
Oh, he's baiting him. He's going to go for the cross-map play, but the answer is going to be another cross-map play. Ambo here.
SMG don't really have the damage for this board. They can't sneak this, they can't chunk this one out because they just don't have the power to finish this under the nose of RSG. So the problem here is they're just going to be standing around, right? And whoever is the strongest side laner will win. Diablo though.
Look at Diablo.
Look at him. He's trying to get the angle onto Pebble. If he can come in with the right timing, he might just find it.
He's waiting.
Lozi now. The timing is everything. He gets it onto the back line. He gets the stun off. They will find the kill to Ash, but Pebble is still alive. Can he output the damage? Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight though, it's going to be Rum, zoning members of RSG away. SMG now trying to find some way to escape from this fight. Pebble now goes down to Diablo again. He gets them both. He gets Ash, he gets Pebble, and now he might find even more as SMG try to back out. The shrine is taken by too easy for Angelo. Diablo still in the center of the fight. Rum, he's very tanky, but he's not doing any damage at all.
Not much damage.
To use the real manipulation right now, they will eventually take down the Uranus, and SMG, they have to scatter like the wind now. They can't stick around. Diablo, big MVP play there on that final fight.
That was so patient coming out from Diablo, waiting in the bush. He's like, do I take Pebble? Do I take Ash? He chose the right one. He went for Ash instead and then finished off with a Pebble.
The easy answer to who do I kill in this situation, Pebble or Ash, is simple. Whoever's nearest. Whoever's nearest is going to die. Yeah.
Whoever can catch it. Okay, if you step on my lawn, I will kill you.
Yes. And that was great flank coming in. That's a great flank coming from Diablo. They will reap the rewards of that play. RSG SG, the better macro, the better shot calling will take this Lord. And SMG, it's tough, but I think the window has closed for them. Their composition now has hit a point where Ash is going to be one shot by Diablo in every fight. Even if he manages to get Nibiru's Passion off, Lozi is there to deny all of the damage, and things get very sticky for SMG for here on out.
Ooh, and the Cursed Helmet finally completed for too easy for Angelo now. I feel this is the thing that they're lacking. Like you said, SMG, not enough damage. Yep. Maybe I feel, maybe towards the late game, swap out for something more damage worthy.
Exactly.
Right? And maybe try to target onto LY4, Miku, but everyone else is all sustained. Everyone else is fake. There's no way to burst them down, as we can see how long that fight took on that 3-on-3 until Miku came in.
That's the big problem. They don't have the damage and they can't even take down this board right now, pushing into base though. RSG SG are trying to get in here. Diablo, he's immobilized. He can't find the angle. So this is a bad fight. Immediately making the call to retreat. RSG SG know they don't want to fight front to back. They want to flank with Diablo in order to win these 5-on-5s. Walking in, they escort the Lord, but they get absolutely nothing really much off the back of their objective.
I feel RSG right now, they are going to go for more resources instead, trying to play passive, trying to bait SMG to play on my field, right? And then Diablo from there can just go from the flank and then just probably catch out Ash or Pebble, whoever's nearest.
Yeah, whoever is nearest, whoever is squishiest as well. Right now with 100 seconds on the Lord coming up, what we're going to see from RSG SG is basically Diablo's going to be side laning and trying to ignore the Uranus, right? He wants to cut the wave as much as possible so he gets an early angle into the backline of SMG. He wants to basically get out of the lane as soon as possible, get to the flank, and then one-shot either Pebble or Ash. Now, this will happen. It's a matter of timing. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
That's true. It's all about timing, and Diablo should come for the flank at the perfect time. As we can see from that fight just now, his timing is impeccable, right? Yep. On point, literally, right place, right time.
Right place, right time. Diablo 6-2-5. Making a good case for MVP in this first game in the best of 3. Potentially, looking at him with the immortality right now, he's holding Rum off. He actually retreats into Fog of War. He knows that he can't really fight him head on at this point. Like, the sustain from Uranus is really annoying the later the game goes. Lozi now will get caught, but it's just a bit of a love tap there. Oh, there are 2 members here. I'm just going to walk away. It's fine.
Oh, look at Bray baiting everybody in. This is why Bray is strong, right? I feel Bray is so OP. Even on the Baxia, he's like, maybe he heard you, right? Yeah. Hungry, he's like, who say I cannot play tank? I'ma prove you wrong.
Well, to be fair, his Baxia isn't as impressive as his Link.
He gets the job done.
But it gets the job done.
Yeah.
And okay, there we go. like I said, not a situation of if, but when. Right now, Diablo is going to cut this wave and then retreat to get a flank. If SMG are smart, what they will do is position a Hilda on the back line and just peel. You need someone behind Pebble and Ash to make
cover
sure,
for them, right?
basically shadow and mark Diablo anytime he walks into the fight. The word is marked, right? You need someone on Diablo so that he can't get his full combo off on your squishies. If you're able to do that, maybe you win the fight, but you need to mark Diablo first.
Oh, and there's going to be information there. They do have information on Diablo.
The base, look at this Uranus. He's just cutting the waves in the base, so they can do this Lord because they know Uranus is super far away. Meanwhile, Diablo
is on the other side.
Yep. This is a free Lord for RSG here, if I ever seen one. However, LY4 is falling very low. Why is he tanking the Lord?
I'm not sure. I think they're baiting the Lord here. They're trying to bait SMG out of their hiding hole. Rum. Just doing Uranus things, right?
Yeah.
Maintaining the stacks, but here comes Lozi. Catches onto too easy for Angelo. RSG SG, they could be baited by SMG right now.
Uranus is in the base. Uranus is in the base. He might finish this game off, but the fight breaking out here. Real manipulation coming in. They get a lot of damage done, but is it enough is the question. They're chasing onto the back line. Diablo gets the kill onto Pebble, and that's a big one, but now they have to back off. It's a 5v4, which is why they were so eager to engage. But meanwhile, the Uranus is just cleaning things up in the base. Diablo sent back to reply. In the defense, is Rum is just ignoring him. He's just taking the mid inhibitor.
Oh my god, the turret is not hurting him at all. And he's like, I mean, it's Uranus. You can't do anything about it. He's just going to health regen all the way. But as we speak right now, the Lord is at 50% health. RSG, they're trying to take this Lord, or they could be baiting the Lord. He's going to be the base all the way back.
Now, Diablo here, he has his ult back up, right? So every time he's spotted on the map, it's difficult for him to find the one shot. Meanwhile, like you said, Uranus on the top side, he's just going to try and cut the wave in. It's a 5v4 again. And SMG cannot make the mistake of handshaking this fight. They need to just ignore and let Uranus do his thing, cut the wave and put pressure on the top side. Diablo's gonna answer, so now numbers are even. This Lord fight becomes a lot easier for SMG, but too easy for Angelo. He might be in trouble here. Lozi falling very low, puts the shield up. Will back off. Bray trying to find an angle, but it's not who he wants. I don't think he wants to go for a Day Reader.
Nope. It's going to be a cut wave versus cut wave there. As you can see, Lozi is going to be trying to stop Rum, but Diablo trying to stop the wave from coming in. And Rum pushed so much damage. And Event literally cleared the inhibitor turret. As of right now, SMG, they're trying to take down the Lord, but they do not have the damage.
They've been dancing around this Lord for a while because both teams know this game rests on a trigger as
LY4?
Might just break out a big two-man stun. LY4 very low, he can't take this fight anymore. Crossbow attack is no use when you're that low, and now Lozi, he's trying to peel for the backline. Real manipulation coming out, but will they find anyone? Pebble with the winner truncheon. Here comes the fan from Diablo. They get the kill on the Pebble, and now in the backline, the crossbow attack from LY4 might just finish the kill onto Derry. He's just chasing on in. Immortality pop, but doesn't matter though. Rum in the base. They need to back up. They need to defend. Bray might be able to do this. They might have the damage to knock up the stuns. Does it finish the kill? They will be able to pick up Rum here as Diablo chases him down. But meanwhile,
Rum.
Hello? He's
Can
still
he
alive?
survive this?
He's still
look
alive?
at the health. Look at the health regen. He gets the stun. Is he going to be able to get away though? But Bray looks very, very fast. As we speak, LY4 is going to get too easy for Angelo on a free kill, and all that's left is going to be Ash and Rum.
This guy is literally putting the team on his back right now by forcing these cross maps, right? Yes, you know, SMG are fighting in a weird angle 4v5 consistently, but the pressure from the Uranus is always game ending. If you leave him unchecked, he's just going to make sure your core is done. And he's just tanking through all this damage.
His health is back at full literally within 3 seconds. This is why I love playing Uranus. I mean, like I said, SMG is like, hey,
heal.
The free heals. SMG is like, oh, you're going to ban out the Esmeralda for me? Sure, let me just pick up the Uranus. There's no counter for you anymore. All I have to do is just take some damage, but Bray takes down the Lord.
That's important because the Lord guarantees that you will have at least one pushing lane, or Rum will go and have to answer the Lord. So it takes a little bit more pressure off of your core.
But there's
RSG
no
members are dogpiling onto Rum. But I've seen this movie before, right?
Yeah, we've seen it multiple times.
I know how it ends.
Rum is just gonna get away, heal back to full, and then just start going to your base and taking 3 hits. He's like a pest, you know?
Yep.
Literally a pebble in your shoe, you know, just disturbing you and just standing in front of you, just, hey, what you doing, man? You know, just chilling out, not doing anything,
Everyone's
but here comes the Lord.
Why are we even looking at it?
Everyone's full build. There's nothing, okay, I would say there's nothing out of the ordinary here. Let's take a look at Rum.
Yeah.
Goes for the Blade Armor, Dom Eyes, Immortality, Enchanted Talisman, and the Oracle.
The Oracle's the one that's like, yeah, you guys are not killing me anytime today.
Not only that, with the support emblem on the hybrid regen,
yes,
unkillable Uranus, right? And
Really,
he's just
really-
doing Uranus things again.
Really,
Look at
really
what he's
frustrating.
doing.
Look at this. He's just in base cutting this in. This forces RSG to put some pressure on the map because right now they aren't pushing as a unit. Diablo coming in. with a big
Diablo, the
flank.
flank?
He might just get Ash here to knock up. Not really.
Oh, the
Dude, look, he
flicker!
flickers in. He gets the jab in for the kill, and this could be it. RSG, they have the Lord with them. Diablo, he's buying so much space. He gets the shield off as well. The immortality is there. Too easy for Angelo will be cleaned up. And ladies and gentlemen, that is RSG putting the finishing touches on game number 1.
And LY4 finished with a double kill there. Oh my gosh. That was a solid gameplay.
You can see that SMG had a good game plan, right? They knew, okay, in these 5v5s, it's a bit dicey because we don't have the necessary damage.
It's just the timing, right?
So what they need to do then is just send Uranus to the side lane, put pressure down, and it makes it difficult. If there was a team less experienced than RSG, I think they would have crumbled because they wouldn't have known how to answer the side lanes or the pressure on the core. But because this is a team with LY4, with Losi, they have the answers. So you can see they're immediately allocating perfectly in terms of lanes.
Yep, and this was the big fight. Me popping the real world manipulation, gets Pebble, and then, this was the good part. Real world Numenon Blast catches nobody, Dairy running all the way back, and then Mikumi thought he was safe. Dairy gets taken down, and Mikumi is like, okay, it's done, there's no one here, and then boom.
Like, if you ask me this game, it's a great Xavier game, don't get me wrong, right? But the tricky part is, how are you supplementing the damage with the Xavier? Because the Hilda does buy some space, but ultimately, if your Xavier goes down, you don't have a fight.
Yeah, there's no damage output apart from Ash, and then Ash is a liability because, he's so open, he's so squishy.
And also Lolita, right?
Yeah,
Lolita just puts up the shield and a lot of your damage is mitigated.
Negated damage coming out.
Yeah. And overall, I think SMG, they had a very good early game to make game plan.
They had the idea.
The idea was there in terms of using the Hilda to disrupt Bray's jungle padding, get too easy for Angelo a good start. But like I said, the comp falls off. They lose damage very quickly once you hit max items and the overall scaling coming in. And you could see even towards the end, no, Blast not really doing anything.
Not much. Okay, they did make the play to take down Ash, and especially when the base ends, they go for the GG push. That flicker Numenon Blast to especially catch down to Ash with Diablo's help. That was the perfect team play.
Yeah, awesome stuff coming in from SMG. I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Granted, they didn't get the W, but it's a very good look on them. Now, what they need to do is work on closing out the late game. I think the late game struggles. Like, how do you advance your early to mid-game lead to close out the game? I think that's the struggle that they have.
Looking at the item build here, nothing out of the ordinary, right? I mean,
Yeah.
going for the blade armor instead because, Diablo kind of
He's the one that's like punishing you on the back line.
Yeah, going for the punish, the Dom Eyes to maybe stop the 1-1, get some, health cut, and then, with the Oracle on the Uranus, free health regen, immortality, free HP, free physical defense, and then the blade armor specifically for Diablo, sorry.
Yeah, very, very good stuff overall. I liked the itemization from both sides. Like, they knew what they had to answer, right? There's nothing that really comes off.
3 sprints.
Yep.
I just realized.
I mean, when you have the Hilda, the sprint is guaranteed. The Uranus, it's either that or there are very few other options you can go.
Yeah, his
with.
ultimate
Maybe
already gave.
Actually, you know what? Purify might have been decent this game against.
I
Diablo
always
if you
use Purify on Uranus.
Yeah.
Always, with no doubt. But the sprint on the Beatrix, I mean, she has a dash, right? But I don't see the point of a sprint. Okay, maybe to catch up in a fight.
Maybe she's worried about just getting chased down. I think Flicker would have been better.
Yeah, that's true.
I think Flicker would have been better. But nitpicking aside, still a solid game coming out from both teams. And I wonder who our MVP is for this game. Because
Diablo?
I have my money on Diablo. So let's take a look at the post-match stats coming in.
I think it's going to be, it's going to be Dairy instead. Taking the most damage and not Rum. Very surprising. 265,000 on the Hilda. And the amount of damage dealt, 104k, that's definitely going to go towards Pebble. And Diablo, highest goal per minute. Surprisingly not Bray.
Yeah. I mean, Diablo was
too easy.
Diablo was collecting a lot of the side lanes. He's basically matching the Uranus, right? And then you factor in the additional goal he gets from all the pickoffs, all the kills. Awesome stuff from Diablo coming in this game. I also want to highlight the reason why Dairy took so much damage is because he's effectively the walking ward for his team. In most of the fights, you realize he's the one walking up and checking, and then he's healing the damage and he's walking up and checking again. Like, that's the only way they can really get any ground in these fights, and that's why he's taken this much damage.
I feel is very, balanced, right? Like you have the info seeker, which is Dairy, Ram. On the other side, RSGSG, you have Lolzy, you have Diablo, you have Bray. All these are info seekers, but we are going to go straight into our MVP right now. I feel it's going to be Diablo, man.
I would argue it is Diablo, right? Just purely because of 3 big fights that he found the flanks.
Yeah.
So without further ado, let's find out who it is.
Let's see. Let's take a look at the MVP right now.
There we go.
It's going to be Diablo.
Insane KDA and kill participation. The one thing that he did better than Ram in that game, granted both of them were side laning extremely well,
was
is
the
that
flank.
when he came into fights, you could feel his impact. You could feel the
Yeah.
presence. He's like, oh no, here's Diablo, run away. Don't get one shot.
And then
Ram
Ash is like,
comes in, it's like, okay, let's hit him. Let's see how many times you can hit him before he heals back to full.
Yeah,
right?
let's try to burst him down as fast as possible. If we don't burst him, let's just back off.
Yeah, exactly. So
But Ram created space too, right?
essentially both the same thing. So I think there's really good stuff coming in. If I was SMG there, I think the Xavier worked out fine. I think considering how your comp is going, you might want to sub out the roaming pick for something that has a little bit more presence, I think.
Do you think a Kufra would be better?
In that composition, I guess, depending. But the being countered by things like the Lolita is a big problem.
Oh yeah, that's true. The Lolita is a big problem. The Valentina is banned out. So I mean, if a Valentina was picked, it would be way easier.
Okay, awesome. So with that, let's see if the Valentina is available. I don't think it's gonna be,
No.
but
It's 100% banned.
100% banned. There you go. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll be going for a short break. When we come back, the second best of 3 between SMG and RSG. Don't go near. We'll be right back.
Hey, that purple thing looks cool. Well, who's the hero now?
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband. Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Xavier, the third hero of the Forsaken Light series. Xavier is a ranged mage, boasting superb sustained damage. With his unique skill set, he can extend his attack distance almost infinitely and enhance his power each time he lands a skill shot on an enemy. Hero skills. First skill, Infinite Extension. Infinite Extension is Xavier's foremost damage tool. Xavier fires a mystic bullet that damages enemies in a straight line. The bullet's flying distance increases each time it hits a target. Second skill, Mystic Field. Mystic Field is a functional skill that integrates pursuit, escape, and crowd control. Xavier conjures a mystic barrier that slows enemies and speeds up allies. When hit by Xavier's other skills, the barrier will expand into a forbidden field that immobilizes enemies within. Ultimate Dawning Light. Dawning Light is the first ever global attack in Mobile Legends. Xavier unleashes a beam of mystic magic that damages all enemies in a line on the map and directly enters the Transcendent state. Passive. Transcendence. Transcendence allows Xavier to scale steadily in battle. Each skill hit on enemy heroes grants Xavier a passive stack that enhances his subsequent skills. At max stacks, his next skill cast allows him to enter the Transcendent state, during which all his skills are enhanced to the maximum. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Make use of minions and creeps to extend the attack range of Infinite Extension and launch a surprise attack on enemies in the distance. Crumble into dust. Pro tip number 2. Cast Infinite Extension or Dawning Light and then Mystic Field on the path of the skill to control enemies in the target area. Pathetic. Pro tip number 3. For positional teamfights, accumulate 3 passive stacks with Infinite Extension and Mystic Field. Then cast Dawning Light to hit as many enemies as possible. For sudden encounters, directly cast Dawning Light to enter the Transcendent state. Then spam the enhanced Infinite Extension and Mystic Field for damage. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, use Infinite Extension for wave clear and poke. Look for opportunities to slow the enemy with Mystic Field, then cast Infinite Extension again to activate the field and immobilize them. Finally, cast Dawning Light to secure the kill. Team fights. In team fights, cast Mystic Field to restrict the enemy's movements, and then Infinite Extension to activate the field for crowd control. Launch Dawning Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite Extension.
Double kill.
Not even close. Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been slain. Triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Defier of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
You're not so loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring the second hero of the Forsaken Light series, Melissa. With the help of her beloved dolls, Melissa can easily melt her foes from an unreachable spot. Hero skills. First skill, falling. Melissa dashes in the target direction and gains extra attack speed for a while. She'll also pull Muddles and Cuddles toward her when the two are on the field. Falling is Melissa's mobility tool that allows her to maneuver around the map and adjust the position of her dolls. The extra attack speed, on the other hand, grants her decent burst potential.
Killing spree!
Second skill.
All right, welcome back. It was a nice break. You know, got a
good break. Cool yourself.
aircon blasting at us. It was a very heated game because
It's
of all the
a
back and forth.
sweaty game.
Yeah,
you know, it's like is Ram gonna push? Or is he gonna backdoor? And then no. And then RSG's like, no, we're gonna end this. And then they're like, no, and then no, and then no. And then like, everyone was so flustered.
It was a series of back and forths, and credit where credit is due. Both teams did very well. I think RSG managed to find the answer to the split pushing Uranus, and Ram and our SMG as a whole did a very good job of weathering the storm. Even in the late game when their damage fell off, they found another alternative win condition.
Yeah,
right.
They're like, let's push them, kill them all. So what if he backdoors?
Yeah.
We have 5 men, easier to burst down the turret. Doesn't matter.
I think that was really solid coming in terms of draft too. Like, criticism aside, I think the Xavier was fine. I think the Beatrix was fine. But if you want to run that kind of particular composition, you need the ability to you need to ban out Losi's Lolita. You need the ability to really do the damage, right? When there's a shield up in front of you, the Beatrix feels a little less useful in 5v5. So that might be an option for them coming into game 2. But then again, they could just pivot entirely. At this point, when you're down one game and you're playing a team with all the experience, the short calling, we see how they reacted, right? This is when you go unorthodox. This is when you go a bit crazy, you go a bit wild.
Promise?
Yeah, I don't know, maybe.
Faramis?
Could be an option.
Just to give you guys a breakdown info, Akai is banned out. Because of the new rework, I feel Akai is very broken right now.
I think he is disabled this patch though.
Yeah, this patch is.
So he isn't available for them to lock in, but
wow, very big boy band.
Yeah, I mean the Darov there is no surprise. I think that's something that we see RSG putting a lot of focus on just because of the comfort of Ram on that Darov.
And Angelo too.
Yep, Angelo as well, the Fanny being banned out. Meanwhile, SMG here, they go for the Valentina and they go for the Selena. Now this is big. I think being on blue side now, RSG get to dictate what their draft is going to be like. They could leave the Ling open and ban. So basically B3, you leave Ling open, right? And then you force SMG to ban out Ling. And then you have your pick of the litter. You can go Grok, you can go Ling. You can choose what your first pick is going to be and draft around it.
I feel RSG can leave somebody open. Maybe Hayabusa for Bray. But we've seen how Bray play, the tanky jungle.
Yeah.
Who knows? I feel RSG is going to go disciplined. They're going to be super disciplined right now and see, they ban away the Grok.
Okay.
SMG ban away the Link. Respect ban right there. So I feel it's a Paquito.
It could be a Paquito open, but this time RSG will be the one to get the Xavier, right? This is why blue is also valuable. When you target ban and you priority ban away everything, Xavier is always going to be like first option. You can take it if you want to. And like I said earlier, SMG now, the priority rises for Sicilian. You can go Sicilian to answer the Xavier, but instead they will default back to the Hilda and the Karina. I think, again, a bit on the low damage side. Like, Karina is good, but she only excels against tanks. And I think RSG are not going to play into that trap of picking too many tanks.
I feel just now, right? SMG draft perfectly fine. I feel they just lack CC, right?
Yeah.
The only CC they had was Xavier. He has to get the proc down. You get the double stun. You get a double immobilized. No problem to that. But that's only one CC.
Yeah.
And then Dairy, not much CC. Just a little bit of disruption here and there.
Like, his job was not to hold the front line or control the front line. His job was just to get information, right? There's very little space gathered by the Hilda. So Esmeralda here is a great choice. I think Esmeralda bucks here. Like, yes, they are tanky, but they also deal with the Karina very well. Both of these picks can stand and fight against the Karina, compared to something like a Uranus where like he gets chewed through, right? So
yeah, like Esmeralda, free shield cutting away Hilda shield, cutting away Uranus shield, forcing SMG to not pick up Uranus.
Yep. This is why? This is not the best answer. Maybe because the Darov was banned out and Esmeralda was picked, the tier list defaults to Uranus, right? But I think this is exactly what RSG wants SMG to do.
Yeah.
They ban out the comfort pick from Ram. They pick up the next best thing, which is the Esmeralda. And now he's forced to go to the Uranus.
Why ban the Franco? Okay, they might be picking somebody very squishy later, But right now, RSG, SMG is drafting 2 RSG, right? You get people who are dependent on shield like Uranus, you have Dairy on the Hilda, and then just free shield cutting from Esmeralda and the Baxia with Tortis Porpoise.
Yeah, I think it's a definite target ban or a spec ban more on the SMG side, removing the Franco and the Cho as well, right? I think these were 2 respect bans that SMG executed in game 1. Them doing it again is just something, to note in terms of strategically speaking, we don't want these guys in the game.
What is RSG going to ban away? I think they're going to ban away.
Okay,
yeah.
this is fine.
I think they're going to ban away Kogura though.
They're worried. No, Kogura is actually okay into Xavier because Kogura is actually pretty bad into Xavier because Xavier can outrange the Kogura. So you will never be in range of Yin Yang overturn, so you don't have to worry about it. The Sicilian is great because now SMG have a very small pool of mid laners they can pick against the Xavier, and they're taking their time with this one. They're really deliberating on how they can answer. They even go so far as to pick the Beatrix early, which is something they don't normally do. They normally save the last pick for last pick, unless you're saying like, okay, this is going to be a mid Beatrix, right?
But they sub out Ashe for KX Springs.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
That's the tide change there, right?
There we go. Yeah.
That's the tide change. Subbing out Ashe for, okay. LY4 hovering over the Clint.
I think Clint is fine into Beatrix.
Yeah,
you outrange her unless she has the sniper. And you do have the sort of sieging potential, right? He takes turrets very, very quickly. So I think
turrets.
Yeah, he basically eats them alive. And I think this is why they want the Clint here, because the sieging ability actually is kind of like poor in terms of what, like, it's Xavier who doesn't want to walk up the hit, Baxia who's melee, Marsha who's melee, Esmeralda who's melee. You need someone to take objectives, you need someone to take structures, and Clint is the answer here.
Yeah, I mean, Marsha is a great pusher, Clint is a great pusher, and then Xavier there to push out the damage, Diablo there to cut the shield, Baxia just sustain,
I wonder if they'll go for Lilia here as an answer to the Xavier, because yes, he can burst you down, but you can still use the Black Shoes to rewind the damage, and you have a lot of zone control then from the Uranus Lilia combo, right? Ionic Edge slows whoever's around him. Lilia throws out, her AoE damage. Lunox as well. Okay. Same concept, right? AoE control, but Lunox trades out that sort of safety that you have from the Black Shoes with untargetability in the form of the Brilliance.
Yes, Order of the Brilliance. Youngin was just mentioning to me, I was like, what other shredders are there, as compared to 1-1, Carry, Clean? He's like, Lunox. I was like, yeah, that's true. I was thinking about Lunox, but I wasn't confident about my answer. And then he told me, Lunox is great for, spamming down everybody. Then I was like, why can't you just buy a Tina shield for that?
Right.
But then he's like, no, she can easily shred anybody down.
Yeah, I think Lunox was actually a great last pick here from SMG. Now that you've kind of elaborated a little bit more. And to add to the fact, like, they did save this, right? Yes, they bring KX Springs instead of Ashe. And that buys them the opportunity to say, we're not going to last pick our 100%, final counter pick marksman in the goal lane. Instead, you go for the Lunox. Yeah.
I feel the Lunox is a great pick though. But as we say, game number 2, we are going to go for game number 2 here. RSG SG up against SMG. Ladies and gentlemen, RSG SG looking super duper strong right now, but RSG SG, they do have the 1 game advantage, and Lawsy here forcing too easy for Angelo to probably use that Retribution. Wow, both sides looking very strong now, and Retribution from too easy for Angelo on that Karina is gonna get used up right now. And Esmeralda on the top lane. Diablo doing very, very great work against Ram, and that's the shield cutting that we are talking about.
Yeah, this early game is definitely moving towards RSG's sort of favorite opening, because Bray is, I do like Baxia in the jungle just because the clear is insane, right? And Bray has shown that he can play it like, he's proven me wrong. He's not an assassin only.
He's a tanky boy too.
He can play these tanks, right? And his clear is far superior. He also activates things on the map a lot quicker because he can just zoom around and find picks if he needs to, which gives them the early game pressure, the lethal, right? Anyone out of position, he's just going to jump them, punish them. But the question is, who is he going to try and kill off? Is it going to be the Lunox, or is it going to be the Beatrix? Because you don't want to go for the Hilda or the Karina. They have so many ways to mitigate your damage.
Yeah, man. And the first blood, too easy for Angelo taking away, and there is your first blood code, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Type that in, scan that QR code, get some free stuff, because SMG got your bags. They're getting the first blood bonus for you right now. And Ram, he's in a little bit of trouble against this Marsha. Lozy here.
This might be a repeat though of game 1 because SMG, they were snowballing in the early game. I'm not trying to curse it.
I know what you mean, right? The pattern is there. They did get the early kill on the goal laner. And, this time it's the EXP laner, but still, the pattern
I don't want to
is
curse
there.
it. I don't want to curse it, but it does seem like that way. SMGC, same thing. Get the turtle, get the first blood, get the ball rolling. Yeah. But it's about closing away the game.
Their early and mid game
pretty strong.
It's solid, right? I give it like a solid 8, 9 out of 10. But then when you hit the late game point, it's like that number half. It goes down by half because their execution in the late game is very, very, very poor. I think they find the way they find fights tends to not favor them.
Yeah, it's like they're playing towards RSG's favor, right? They're kind of flustered. They're like, wait, should we go for Bray? Should we go for Miku? Or should we go for LY4? Right? But as we speak, Dairy putting good damage, and the ultimate is gonna instantly snipe him away. And there goes your mid mage.
You gotta love to see that, right? And,
the trade?
Lozy, he's martial, he's fine, he doesn't care. He's just gonna pop, sprint, and run away. But you love to see that the mid mage getting soloed by the Hilda roam.
Oh my gosh.
Sure. I'll take that any day. And they get this early pressure. Falling Star Moon coming in. Did he overcommit though? Diablo on this Esmeralda. Remember, he is not as mobile as he was on the Paquito, and he's gonna get caught out by Too Easy for Angelo, who gets another kill.
The trade.
Good 1-for-1 trade though. They kill off KX Springs. Too Easy for Angelo. If only he checked the push, but it's okay. He's fine picking up LY4, so there's your reply in the form of the counter roam coming from Too Easy for Angelo. Team SMG. You don't want to curse them? Nope. I don't want to curse them, but it's starting to look like game 1's opening. I'm not sure how the mid to late part is gonna go.
It's very 50-50 again, right? It was like SMG, they're winning, they're gonna close this out, and then RSG is like, no. Let me just completely turn this around and then show you how it's done.
The upside is their comp does have damage this time, right?
This time they do.
Between the Lunox as well as the Beatrix, they have the damage. Like, hold on.
Pebble?
Good, immobilized there.
Oh, he has the Order of the Brilliance though.
So I don't think he's gonna get caught anytime soon. And here comes the all-in again. LY4 getting caught out 0-2 and 1. This guy is not having a game. Neither times him in lane was he able to survive these ganks, and it's starting to show. He's starting to fall behind.
Okay, this time I feel SMG is snowballing harder.
Yeah.
I feel they can close out the game if they snowball hard enough, but they further snipe from Break. Pops the tortoise for poise here, and the SMG Diary coming in, but the kill is gonna go to Too Easy for Angelo here. RSG, they're trying to catch down, they're trying to trade it for Too Easy for Angelo, but here comes Lozy all the way in. He's trying to chase down onto Too Easy for Angelo. It's gonna be a 1v3. Where's the backup? LY4 and Mikumi here. He's gonna get traded. That was insane from Lozy.
I think he just misread how tanky he actually was. He was on his final health bar, he was still chasing all the way in. Most martial players at their final health bar, they're like, okay, maybe it's time to back off, right? I've gone too far.
I'm still a tank.
But he's committed in at that point. In for a penny, in for a pound. He tries to find the finishing blows, does not get it. SMG this time though. Like you said, Reese, they have this stronger early start, and they have a composition that can do damage. There's no Lolita to block out the Beatrix. Lunox compared to the Xavier is less conditional. You don't have to hit skill shots. You just need to be in the center of them all and pop your chaos, right? So I think that is possibly SMG's difference this game. Now, KX Springs is in trouble, but he has backup coming in from Dairy. Lozy looking to dive this though. LY4 is nowhere near. Tortoise for poise used by Bray. I think they're here just to pick up the tier 1, and they will be content with that if they can get it.
No, they can't. Oh wait, we do have the last wave pushing in here.
Nibiru's passion being used though. Lozy is coming in. He's actually the one that's trying to tank up for his team. The turret goes down. They get a 1-for-1 trade. It's going to be Bray traded across for Dairy, but the damage is done. They get the tier 1. They leave the crime scene, and now, meanwhile, Cross-Snap, Pebble, and Too Easy for Angelo are doing work here. Diablo is falling very low. Remember, he does not have the mobility of that Paquito, but he does still have Falling Star Moon to get out. And without
he's jumping in,
trying to go in for a second time, Pebble, you have to be careful here. Lozy's on the side.
Here's the Order of the Light ulti to get away. It's a get out of jail free card here for Pebble.
Rum. He's Uranus, just doing Uranus things, walking into mid, trying to cut the wave. Now, I think they'll send him to answer against Esmeralda, who's cutting waves. So, like, this is the reply we saw in game 1, right? You cut waves, I'll cut waves. There's the ult coming in, the invulnerability for a second. Now, Miku's in trouble because Dairy did jump him. And the fight still continues as Lozy is now tanking up. He's down his decent amount of health. Pebble now still across the wall, getting the damage down. Diablo uses the Falling Star Moon, but it's too late. He's going to go down, and now the Tortoise for poise coming in. Rum tries to get additional damage down, tries to get the slow with the Ionic Edge, but will not find it.
Team SMG is going to take their second turtle of the game right now, and they're going to be snowballing this very, very hard. Team SMG, can they close this out though?
For their composition to work, they need to hold on to this goal lead and force fights in the mid-game. I think by nature, their composition wants to fight as 5. Like, yes, the Uranus can split push like we saw in game 1, but their 5s are so much better with the Lunox, with the Beatrix, especially, like I said, without Lozi's Lolita this time to block the damage. They do a lot of it. Pebble in trouble now. One more shot will finish him off. He needs to get outside of range. He does not have the ultimate, but does have the flicker. So he might be forced to use it here. Bray gets stopped in his tracks. The one auto will finish him off, but he should be trading his life here. Unless he's able to get out. No, KX Springs just follows in for the kill with the flicker.
Not a worthy trade. And Dairy here putting aggression onto Mikumi. Diablo coming in with his confounding Star Moon, but here comes the rest of SMG trying to put some pressure. Lawsy here trying to cover for the team. Is it going to be enough though? Down goes the tier 1 turret and KX Spring here trying to burn down Lawsy, but not enough.
A minute till the next objective, but SMG has been doing work so far on the map. I like what I'm seeing. You know, they're forcing a lot of aggressive movements on the map, even if it means playing on the edge, right? Pebble there did play on the edge. He had his flicker. He knew there was going to be reinforcements coming, but he says, you know what, I'm okay dying. I'll just reset here. You guys get the kill onto Bray instead.
Yeah.
Make it a 1-for-1 is fine, but right now in this side lane here, too easy for Angelo, and team are collapsing onto Lawsy. A big shot incoming from Miku, but there's no true damage to be done. Oh, the snipe could have hurt if it hit LY4.
Could have hurt. Imagine if you one-shotted him, right?
He's not at that point yet. I think he doesn't have the items. He has like 0, he has 1 completed item, but it's not like he's gonna be chunking you for 90% of your health.
Just going for Demon Hunter next, if I'm not wrong. But I have to give props to Dairy, because Dairy has been hunting down Mikumi very, very much. He's hero locking him, in fact.
I think people are overvaluing Xavier a bit because yes, he does output a lot of damage in the mid
squishy
game, but he's very squishy, he's very immobile, and you need someone to like secure your defense, right? The moment he throws all his spells out, he just has to reposition around a fight, and that's the window where you straight up want to kill him.
That is the coverage that they need, but we did see how Diablo, you know, kind of flanked.
Look at the Lord right now, it's being taken by SMG. Should be able to finish this one off. There's no contest to be found across the map. Diablo is cutting the wave, so he's trying to mitigate whatever like potential push might come out. The reason why pro players do this so often is because when you cut the waves, like your opponents can't push. They basically have no waves to work with. Even if they get the current wave to the tier 1 or tier 2 or whatever, once the wave dies, it's done. There's no reinforcements coming. So this is why it's so valuable to cut the waves.
Dairy picking up that Twilight armor to try to fight against LY4, you know, gives you 20% crit damage reduction, and Ram just picked up his Oracle KX Spring, just picked up his Demon Hunter sword, and he's gonna go quick, right? He's gonna start shredding everybody with BOD and Demon Hunter.
This is the point now where like, maybe the snipe
could have
80-90% of your health bar. It's gonna hurt as the Lord is pushing up the top side. Lowsy, he's a bit too far forward. The immobilize comes through, but I don't think it's really going to do all too much. Now Dairy, he's looking for a flank angle, or rather he's just gonna join his teammate KX Springs in the top side as they push down.
No, he's gonna get caught by Lowsy here.
They mobilize, Lowsy gets it, they lead the charge, LY4 gets the kill credit of that one. Meanwhile, the backline, a big falling Star Moon isolates Pebble. This guy is not having a good series every time he's been caught. Diablo somehow manages to find the flank again in these fights, and now they're on the retreat. SMG, they need to get out. Ram buying space, trying to hold for his team, but again, Diablo with a big ultimate in the backline gets the kills.
Wow, Mr. Flanker. I think he has a diploma in flanking or backdooring, you know. He's a really good EXP laner, I would say. You know, no matter what he uses, he's there for the flanks.
He just gets these angles, these Diablo angles, so insane. I'm not sure.
Is it the rename now, Diablo angle?
These are the Diablo angles, you know. He's able to just knock people up, find the isolation on priority targets, and get his team the kills that need to be collected before they chase on in. And like part of it is in jest, but the other part is kind of true. Pebble has not been having a good series, right? Every time he steps up, he gets caught, he gets isolated, he gets burst down. Look at how this fight starts.
KX Springs.
KX Springs just leads for his team, gets caught, unfortunate. Then look at the backline, right? Diablo is already onto Pebble. And then now he comes in for the re-engage, able to just hold everyone in place.
Wow, and the Diablo flank. Just try to, take down onto Pebble. Very well played. Mikumi tried to, finish him off with the ultimate, but, it's all good. It's all good. RSG SG, right now, they're catching back up to Team SMG. Only a 5k gold difference now between RSG and SMG.
Now, compared to Game 1's draft, SMG's composition skills into the late game a little bit better, right? So this gold is still going to be like super valuable for them. It's not a big issue. Like, it's not like they fall off a cliff once it hits like the 15-minute mark, right? So as long as they can hold on to this gold, it will work. And Bray just gets executed. The shots coming in from Mikumi not really doing all too much effective damage. Yes, it chunks them out, but it doesn't matter. They've already lost Bray, and now this is a window for them to take the Lord as it spawns. There's 20 seconds on the jungle. That's the retribution. SMG, they just need to focus this down. All RSG can do now is buy space, buy time, cut the bot waves, prevent the pushes from coming in. Maybe look for a CTQ, but LY4, he's getting shoved off. The stun onto Derry, it doesn't matter. It's the Hilda. If you're chasing him down, the Lord is going to fall. And he's distracted them successfully, and now they can go for the re-engage. Look at this. Ram on the backline comes in, but they've got what they came. They pretty much got everything that they came for, and now they're just retreating, making sure this Lord is going to push out. SMG find their footing in game 2, running away with this lead. The mid game, the late game looking a lot better with this composition.
Yeah, man, and Ram with the flank, doing the Diablo angle on Diablo himself. I mean, Diri provided so much space and information for the team, at the same time pushing good damage onto Mikumi, but here comes the two-man star, Lossy all the way in the thick of it. But no engagement here. RSG playing the very safe game, as you can see. Ram try to go for the flank, but look at where Diablo is.
Diablo is trying to get an angle from the back here. He's just constantly cutting waves still. They know that as long as they prevent the waves from collapsing, they should be able to save at least the mid inhibitor. The top is like a foregone conclusion, right?
It's gone.
With the Lord charging, it's like, yep, that's done. We can't save it. But what else can we save? As you can see, SMG, they managed to narrow down Lozy here. He's down to his second health bar. They're putting up a decent fight here. They're actually able to hold on 4v4. Now keep your eyes on LY4, right? He needs to scale up. He did not have a good early game. He died twice in lane due to ganks.
Yeah.
And because of that, he's a little bit behind the curve compared to KX Springs, who's doing damage. So once his items come online, he will supplement damage for his team, but he's not there yet.
Yeah, I mean, he's so easily peelable as a against a Clint. All you have to do is just buy Twilight Armor, Anticuras, maybe even a Blade Armor to top it off. Yep. But you have to give respect to Mikumi too with the damage. And Radiant Armor for Diablo 2, I mean, that's how Ram built, right? He built just for Diablo on the Esmeralda with the slow burn magical damage. So SMG, yeah, waiting out this Lord, I feel.
This is a habit that they have. I think this is why their mid-game and late-game, like, there's
because they wait it out?
So yeah, what they do a lot of the times is like there's a minute on the objective. Run around here.
Oh, with the Winter Truncheon.
Okay, he might be able to get out. No, yeah, he's fine. So this is what I mean by like their mid to late game has issues. The bridging from mid to late game, right? SMG tend to spend too much time waiting around objectives. Like what they should be doing here is pushing side lanes, getting priority, getting information in the jungle, and forcing picks. Instead, for like a solid 10 seconds, they stood around the Lord and basically waited for RSG to walk up. Of course, they're not going to walk up, right? This is an experienced team. They know that you're waiting, you're setting a trap. So
this is the bait.
The bait is too obvious. They're not going to fall for it. And then now is when RSG kind of, baits them in again and pulls the trigger and says, we have side lanes pushing, or at least we're trying to get our side lanes pushing. We can fight you here.
Oh, look at how Lozy is going to get shredded by KX Spring here. Here comes the jump all the way from Dairy, and too easy for Angelo. Braid's going to get slowed down. Reverse Passion, trying to shred them out. But look at the flank. It's going to be Diablo, but Diablo's going to get punished here. Pebble looking so low, and the flicker from KX Spring is going to come in, and it is going to be Diablo, the only victim of that fight.
The Diablo angle comes in, but alas, it's just 1v4, right?
Yeah.
You find that massive knockup, but there's no one there to help you out. 8k behind. You can't fault his team for not wanting to follow up. That looks like a suicide mission if I've ever seen one. And now SMG is going to pick up this Lord.
So could they contest for it though?
Trying to 50-50 flip this. He might be able to get into the back line. There's a kill onto the Hilda. The Lord is falling very low. RSG might have the window in here. Pebble again getting caught out. The Libero's Passion is good for now, but is it enough is the question. SMG, they're chasing onto Lozy. That's not the target you want. Fancy feet, not just away. OI4 is now online. He gets the kill on the KX Springs. Too easy for Angelo is dead as well. And now only 2 members stand alive here.
Oh, it's going to be a GG push?
I don't think it's GG push. I think they can get tier 2, but GG might be tough because Ram can still defend the waves. The play here for RSG should be going to Lord and then resetting. They've narrowed down the goal lead down to 4k, right? It was 8, now it's 4. This Lord buys them a lot of time, buys them a lot of space, and RSG, they have another window into this game here.
Let's take a look at the instant replay there. That was so solid. Instant down onto Dairy, and then Lozy catches Pebble all the way in the backline. Burst Passion, not being able to shred anybody at all. And then Bray just, using the degen. Lozy, ooh,
It's a
burst from
great sidestep.
LY4.
It's a great sidestep by Lawsy to buy the space. But truly, the issue again in that fight, I don't want to be overcritical of him, but Pebble just consistently getting caught out is tough. It's really hard to play the game when you are one of the major sources of damage for your team. Lord is going to charge on this tier 2. I think RSG fancy a fight here. They already saw
they are.
the Beatrix ultimate come out, so they know that they can force this. A big chunk, a big stun coming in from Miku Mi. And they're still holding on. They get another immobilize and another chunk on the Pebble. That Lord got them all the way to the inhibitor, but it will get them no further
objectives
to the base of SMG. It's still difficult. Lawsy is still holding on to the side here. Like, this Marsha is such a nuisance. And rum, that you saw that crit coming in. That Y4 is starting to do damage.
Yep, and oh my god, Miku Mi keep hitting the 3-man stun, 2-man stun, and even a 4-man stun. You know, we gotta give him credit for that, right?
Yep.
He was doing a little not too good in the game, keep getting hunted down by Dairy, but this time, he makes up for it. He's like, hey, I'm gonna, get a 3-man stun, get a 4-man stun.
And the thing too is like lining them up for these stuns means that LY4 gets space to do damage. He's like critting for 1.2, 1.3k now.
Yep.
As long as you're
look at
immobilized, LY4 will do damage, right? And right there you saw one of the moments where it's like really, really close. If there was half a second more of CC, LY4 will crit him down and kill him. So
instant demolish.
You have to be very careful how you approach these fights here from SMG. Chokes like that, the one Dairy is walking into, not ideal. You never want to walk into these chokes against the Xavier. But RSGSG are going to make it tough for you to check. Like, SMG have no choice at some point but to walk into a choke.
RSG trying to bait SMG into their hands right now. They want to play this out to their advantage, right? They're like, hey, come to my lawn, play it on my lawn, and I'll show you how I'm going to punish you for this, right? And then SMG is just walking in blindly like,
They're trying to vie for control over mid priority because the jump in from Diablo. Okay, that's a little ambitious. Yeah, just a little bit ambitious there. He saw multiple members behind. He's like, yeah, I don't want any of this. But both teams are fighting for mid lane priority here just because they know if you collect the Lord, you can push mid and collapse the next wave with the Lord. So that's the value of having mid push. Also, being able to just back out of your lane, back out of the Lord fight into your lane is important.
Lawsy with a great catch just now onto Pebble, which is I would say a very essential pick off from RSGSG. But as of right now, RSG, they need to wait for the Lord to reset this and they have to gain map control. Miku Mi just needs one big juicy stun.
You actually look at LY4 now to just get lucky crits onto someone that's immobilized, right? Unfortunately, it can't be Dairy. It could be too easy for Angelo or Pebble. But these crits are going to hurt as the chunk comes in LY4. There you go. Kick Springs. The backline dive coming in from Diablo. He's now in the backline. They already get Kick Springs. And this is a good fight for RSG. Rum. Trying to zone Miku away. But it doesn't matter at all because they're still just charging members of SMG down. RSG, look at this death ball that's walking forward. Bray is not long for this world as well. He's trying to survive through it all, but it does not matter. That's going to be the GG push coming in, I think. They could get Dairy here.
They want the team wipe.
Space. They want the team wipe. They want it so bad. They can taste it. They're chasing it onto him, and now they get it. Now they get the final kill, and now they get the core as well. Soon after, it should be the 2-0 here coming in from RSG. The wave, the cannon is there, the ballista is done, and it's a 2-0 for RSGSG.
Oh my gosh. That was the play that they were waiting for, right? SMG playing it into their hands, pulling RSG in. RSG is pulling SMG in, SMG just walking straight on their lawn and just like, oh no.
The final fight is always a matter of like, can we hit this Xavier stun? Yes. How much further forward can we walk, right? So what they're doing is they're fighting at incremental levels. Xavier stun first, okay, connect. What's our next step? Walk forward. Walk forward. Do we have a flank? Oh, Diablo comes in. Okay, do we walk forward even more? Can we kill the backline? It's a systematic approach in these fights, and we can see how RSG is taking wins based off that.
Diablo with the flank, Lawsy with the flank, insane catch. And this was the very early fight here. Bray getting caught off guard. As per usual, and then Miku gets a 2-man stun. He's been doing it since the start, we just didn't notice it, right?
If you're watching this like in review, and you're trying to figure out why SMG keep losing these early to mid-game leads, it truly is somewhere around the point of like, I want to say second to third Lord. There's always a moment where they just wait around and do nothing. And that is what usually costs them like windows to close out the game.
Pretty insane coming out from RSGSG, playing it to their advantage, and look, Miku Mi, Ram goes for the flank onto Miku Mi though, but he does not do enough damage. And then Lawsy catching out onto Pebble. That was so targeted by him.
I'm just gonna say like Lamau Uranus flank. Like
Lamau, what you gonna do, man?
It's a different game. Like,
are you gonna tickle me?
What are you bringing, right? Sure, there's a slow, there's some consistent damage over time, but it ain't no knockup, it ain't no nuisance. Meanwhile, the counter flank here, this is what I mean by incremental steps. They see the flank coming, okay, how are we gonna approach this now? Already the Xavier's chunked out all his spells, let's sacrifice Miku. Now we move and we walk forward, we chase one by one.
But Miku, in the end, gets flanked, and then with the help of LY4, gets demolished.
You see the call isn't like, hey, let's go save the Xavier. It's like, no, yeah, RIP, It's
but
fine if you die.
Survived.
It's fine if you die, we will chase and clean up. So I think overall, they managed to play that one crucial fight really well, and that was what really net them that 2-0.
Nothing out of the ordinary here for the items. Yeah, everything looks normal.
I think the core selling point for this is like towards the later half of the game, LY4 truly came online. I think at the point around Malefic Raw was when he started like really throwing up numbers, right? Your 1.6, your 1.7k crits.
Yeah.
And against the squishy members, remember that his passive makes it a line shot. Right?
One straight line.
One straight line of damage. You can tag the tanks and you can still chunk the squishies in the back line.
No one actually built. Okay, apart from Dairy, he's the only guy who built Twilight Armor, right? Trying to slow down onto LY4. I'm not really sure why, Too Easy for Angel did not go for the Twilight Armor instead. And, maybe Ram. Okay, Lunox and Beatrix, no problem, you don't need to buy that damage.
I was about to say, like, if they buy Twilight Armor, maybe inting a bit, right?
There's something wrong with you, man. It's like buying 4 Sky Garden helmet. I mean, that's what Sky did, right? I mean, it's pretty insane. They won with 4 Sky Garden helmet, but, this is more on a higher level. It's harder to pull off. But the Rose Gold Meteor, though, for LY4.
Yeah, for sure. I think despite having a weak early game, like, there's probably going to be some conversations about him dying 0-2 this game and dying like solo the previous game. But the important part is he recovered. He had a game in the end, he recovered and he was able to output damage. Without him, the comp falls apart because who else is really doing damage? Xavier does a certain amount, and then what? It's Baxia? It's Marsha? Not really, right?
Yeah.
It has to be LY4 and Xavier. LY4 and Miku in this case.
I mean, to me, Lawsy, he made a lot of good catch with Marsha. Marsha literally goes for the flank, and I felt that the final fight was the key one. He went for the flank, Diablo went to the flank. That's the finishing combo.
Yeah. Also want to highlight like one big reason why it felt okay to play Marsha, and I think they went like B4 or B5. Like it was very late in the draft. The reason why they were able to do it is because they saw like what the draft was already.
Yeah.
They knew like it was going to be the roaming Hilda coming in. So it's like if there's no Valir, we're fine. We can just play the Marsha.
I was about to say about a Valir.
Yeah.
Like a Valir instead of a Lunox, because you see, they're so melee dependent apart from Xavier and Clint, because all these heroes are in your face.
So
right?
there are some drafting windows to exploit still. And I think RSG did a fantastic job in draft to really punish that. I believe we have the stats for that game up on your screen in a bit, and we'll take a look at how everyone fared in terms of numbers. This is a really impressive game, kind of impressive
20-minute game.
Yeah, I mean, it was a clean one. Like there's this cliched saying from like the game I used to cast before this.
Yeah.
I still do, but like it feels so awful when a team is winning up until they lose. Like SMG was literally in the lead all the way until they lost.
Yeah, did I curse it again?
Yeah, maybe Ben.
Oh
maybe.
Man, I'm so sorry to Team SMG. I don't mean to curse you guys.
Like RSG's like, Reese, check your pay now.
I messaged you some number, some under the table caster curse. But yeah, what? Okay, look at the amount of damage pushed out by LY4 and Miku.
Again,
109, 108.
These are your two DPS like, cores. So the only way you win the game is like you wait for LY4 to come back online, and he did, picked up core items to chunk squishies out in the back line. And again, this is the value of Clint, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if there are 2 or 3 tanks standing in front of you.
I'll shred you.
One
lucky crit.
One lucky crit on the backline squishy and you feel okay.
Yeah, and okay, we are gonna move on to our MVP next. Who do you think our MVP is?
I feel like it's either LY4 or Miku.
To me, it's Lawsy though, because of that last fight.
Yeah, well, when we look at MVP, right, the way our MVP is just a hint for our viewers. Oh, there you go. Yeah, he's cheering. Guys, I can literally see him in the studio and he's cheering.
Like I told you guys, 3-1 and 9, 86% here. You see, I predicted it,
See,
man.
this
I can
man,
see the future.
This man was denied MVP in week 1, day 1. So now he gets his MVP and that must feel so good for him.
Finally, he's like, oh, I've been waiting so long. I finally got my MVP. And it's well deserved, right? 3, 1, and 9, only dying one time.
Well done.
Curse
well
Helmet, Sky Guardian, Blade Armor, Twilight to add on to that, and Immortality.
And again, I want to reiterate, it was a great martial game. It's one of those games that
solid.
was set up to perform, and I think all credit to him, he basically exceeded expectations, right? Going head to head, they identified they're always going to take this Hilda roam. What man fights Hilda is like...
It's Marsha.
Yeah, as well, it's Marsha, right?
I mean, the Marsha is the answer to the Hilda though, but the Hilda, we've seen how she actually locks down onto Miku Mikumi, but then, you know, he keeps getting target lock, but then we don't see what's going on the other side.
Yeah.
He's been catching off people, trying to slow down their tempo. Yeah, but pretty good play from both sides.
Yeah, I think, and with that RSG, they must feel confident moving closer to playoffs because that 2-0 gives them this massive point lead, I believe. I was doing the math, I think this jettisons them to the top place fairly comfortably, if I'm not wrong. So
yeah, I think it will.
I will do the numbers and we'll have the stats and the sort of placements and rankings up for you guys. But for now, I believe we will have our interview ready. So it's Lawsy that's going to be interviewed, and the man was just cheering about his MVP status.
Yeah.
So Yuno is standing by to ask him how he feels about his season MVP.
All right, and here we are back at the Throne for Champions, the winners interview presented by Osim. I'm Yuno, and I'm here with RSG's MVP, Lawsy, who is very happy, very excited. He was cheering just now. Okay, so Lawsy, in the first game, SMG's Uranus almost backdoored successfully, and at the cost of your game. So what let that happen?
Okay, basically Uranus was just doing Uranus things. So yeah, he cut both of the lanes. Then we were doing a lot fight, so we called Diablo to join us to flank. So yeah, we won the fight. Then that was a cost lah. But we knew that Uranus couldn't push the tower so fast because it's not like a normal like marksman or jungler, so on and so forth. So it was fine lah. We weren't really panicking, I would say. Like we were just confident that, oh, don't worry, we win this fight already. Then we can still proceed back to our base and defend. Yeah.
So even when Uranus was hitting your E, you guys were still not panicking?
Not really. We just say that, hey guys, don't forget about the throne. Then Diablo was like, yeah, I got it. Like, don't worry. Anyway, he's Paquito, so he can push out the creeps, and Uranus doesn't have additional damage on the throne, so we are not really scared lah.
Okay. Then so today's game is Mikumi's debut. So what do you think is the difference between why the change, and what do you think is the difference in playstyle between him and 505?
Like what I said last week during my interview, so basically ISG is a 8-man roster. So we would like to give everyone a chance to play in the game. So that's why Miku is playing, and not that he's a more inferior mage or whatsoever. But yeah, everyone has his chance lah. So for playstyle wise, I would say that he's better in camping heroes and heroes that are further lah. Yeah. Then the heroes, I won't go too specifics. If not, later get target banned. So yeah, I cannot share too much. But I don't think the game should be on Miku lah. I think need to have some talk about me. Eh?
I'm so sorry, but when you say he's easy target ban, it kind of implies that he has a small hero pool.
That's actually not true. But then in this meta, like I would say that like not all the majors, right, like highly viable. So like this meta, if you all take note that those majors, right, that can solo mid are more like priority. So yeah lah. So like that lah, like nothing else to share lah. Then those heroes that mid, then everyone, I would say everyone, right? The pool isn't the greatest. Like they are experimenting things like Evo Sela experimented like Fovers mid, Esmer mid. I think it's all about the playstyle lah. So it's all about how you can sustain me alone lah and not being gang lah. Like I think Miku did okay, but I think there's some pressure with Hilda and Lunox. So yeah, that's just that though. Yeah.
I see. Okay, the second game, you guys were losing 1-7. You guys were down like 6 kills, and Angelo from SMG, he was up 4-0, and that's really not a pretty sight. So, can you tell us what happened, and how were the emotions like, and what led you guys to win the game at the end?
Basically, game 1 and game 2, we just know that I like we just need to macro them lah. I would say that like this is one aspect that we improved on. So this is more on like discipline lah. So I would say that like every team would go together after they encountered like stuff and all. So for game 2, I mean like both of their games, right? I would say that they do not have any engagers. So if we gave them the first lot, I mean to us it's fine lah. But second game they had a Lunox, so like we were just more wary of the DD. So the brightening and darkening. So after that, right, we weren't really afraid of the later game. So and for me, when I'm playing the Marsha, it's all about like about 3 to 4 items lah. When I get my blade armor, I can flank and get down the Beatrix. Like I can single target out one of their damage dealers. So we were just trying to hold for the late game lah. And we have Xavier as well. So they have no one to catch Xavier, I would say. Like all Xavier needs to do is just get a good position. So we weren't really worried about both first and second game. Then for the first game also we had Lolita and Eve. So we had good compositions to defend the high ground. So I mean it's not really the versatility of our draft. It's just like just more of one of our secret strats.
So I understand you guys just kept to what you guys agreed on to win the game, and you guys won both games.
Yeah, we just agreed that we just need to carry LY a bit. Then once he's farmed, then yeah, he'll carry us lah. Like he's like so how many seasons has been playing? Oh my god, I lost count. I think the durian tree is has fruits really. So he always tells us lah, like if we can carry him the early game, we can sit back at the late game lah. He'll carry us lah. So we trust him lah.
I think that definitely happened in second game. Good job, LY4. Okay, last question. So you guys are currently at the top placing at the upper brackets. Who would you like to see in the first round?
First round, who we like to see? Come on lah, guys. This one don't need ask one lah. I think you also know everyone wants the media El Clasico, man. Everyone wants it, right? I mean, Adamir over there wiping the trophy all. Nice, really, okay. Today, yeah lah. So hoping forward to face EVOS again lah. I mean, standard lah. Every season also like that one. Every season, extra credits, extra videos on EVOS versus RSG, standard lah. But hopefully this time we give it to them lah.
So this season, the difference is that maybe you guys will win them.
We stay humble. We just let our gameplay do the talking lah. There's not. I mean, this banter here and there. It's just friendly and all. But ultimately, it's all about our mental and our communication and our gameplay lah. So these three is the most important in the aspect of Mobile Legends lah. So the rest is just like talk and all. But hopefully we can get a dig back at them lah. I mean, you see now we post the first, then they post the second video. Then we see who gets the last laugh.
I'm very looking forward to see RSG wipe their trophy this season. All right, and that's all from us from the Throne for Champions winners interview presented by OSIM. I'm Yuno, and here with me is Lawsy from RSG, and we'll be handing it back to the casters.
All right, thank you, Yuno. And it's me, Lysander, back here with Hungry Cast as well as Mr. Vertigo. He's very hyped up on energy because you know why? He only got to cast one series today, and that is not enough to drain the energy reserves of Reese.
Still full of energy.
Yeah.
You ever don't know this, but he drinks so much energy drinks. I'm like worried for him sometimes.
An unhealthy amount. Yeah. It's not the amount we will recommend to kids, adults, or old people. Anyway, with that said, I think that was I always like hearing Lawsy interview. He has the best answers. He's just really cool. And all right, there we go. 500 shares. Woo! Congratulations to you guys. You did it.
Be done by today.
Yeah, we made it happen, man.
Yeah, man.
It's all us. It's all us. All us here, man.
It's that what do you call it? Incentive.
Yes, it is.
There's always the incentives that worked out. Make sure you guys scan that code and get those goodies. All right. because these things we throw at them, throw them to you guys like candy.
Man.
I don't know if I missed it yet, but I hope we hit 47K for
No,
Facebook.
that's
No,
not
not
the
yet.
way.
All right, so we still got another game day and another week following this to hit that amount and get those epic chests for everyone. So make sure you guys hit that. Make sure you guys go follow the MPL Singapore page. And if you do manage to get any of the goodies, make sure you tag us on our social media so we can reshare. All right? We want to give that shout out to you guys and also to let us know that you have been getting goodies courtesy of us. All right, so we had today's DMs. You guys got cast one of them, and I want you guys to be honest. Did you think SMG was going to take it at any point in this series?
In the early game?
I think they definitely saw Reese a lot more than they saw me, right? When I watch SMG play, there's this running joke about the razor cake. It looks like a nice cupcake or a nice slice of cake, or you bite into it, there are razors inside. And the late game is always the razor for SMG. It's like they spend this small moment in the mid game. It's very unnoticeable. You have to rewatch the VOD where they do nothing for 20 and 30 seconds and just sit around the Lord. And to me, in a game like ML where it's so fast paced, every single second has to be dedicated to either pushing side lanes, allocating farm, or getting vision for your team so you can set up for a play. You just stand around meaninglessly looking at each other, and then you see that, that's the razor, it's gonna cut you.
Yeah, I mean, I think even playing, ML, well, I think when it's easy to watch, right? It's easy to backseat for us as casters. We're like, oh yeah, you're not doing anything. But sometimes when you play the game, you get this fire. You're like, oh, we're doing well, we're cool. Let's cool down for a moment. Some teams are like, okay, let's not get too crazy. And then they cool down, they overcool, right? They're just like, okay, let's not do anything crazy. So what are we doing?
It's just
What are we doing, guys?
Gaining back control. And the time flies inside the game itself, because when you're playing ML, time flies, and very fast. You realize before you know it, okay, we just sat around, did nothing.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So with that said, I think no one really expected an alternate result. I think RSG SMG was pretty clear cut. But
the game says otherwise.
Flash. Anyone expected that one game from Flash?
Me.
This guy, okay, well, explain to the viewers at home.
Explain to the viewers. I know we already owe you dinner and you get a little bit of street cred, but please don't take it too far.
No, I don't take it too far. I do give that one game towards Flash because I feel, Flash, they are, how do I put this? They can outdraft EVOS, but EVOS, they have Young In. On the draft, it kind of seems like it was favoring towards EVOS. But then, execution-wise, individually, it's more of Flash. Although EVOS did work together as a unit, I feel that one small little flick or a little trip on the leg, EVOS will go tumbling down. So that was the one game, and then EVOS picked themselves back up and then gave a right jab, taking away the series.
Yeah, well, to me, I was a bit surprised. I thought EVOS had that in the bag.
Yeah.
I think their drafts in multiple, all three games were pretty solid.
Yeah, and they weren't playing with a sub either, right? They were they were full forcing this, and that kind of want to make me tug on this thread. Is the EVOs we're seeing this season the EVOs we thought? I mean, yes, they took down RSG, but RSG's had way more consistent results. They didn't lose to EVO. Ooh, that's one thing, right? And
so salty about them.
yeah. I mean, yes, salt and all, but I think RSG has been quite consistent. I think so far they have not beaten EVOs, but that might be a mental thing. It's like we keep losing to EVOs, you mentally just check out, you show too much respect. I think showing too much respect in any of these games tends to have you playing passive or not going for the normal decisions you would make. And that might be something that RSG are facing. If you heard Lozy, he's usually really cocky about this, but asked him, hey, you think this is the season you take the throne?
It's true.
He's gonna mum. It's a mental thing for them. And you know what? I kind of want to see that super RSG unlocked. RSG Unleashed is what I want to see.
They're working up to that point now. I think week on week, just watching them, looking at the gameplay, the macro, I think they're getting to the unleashed point.
Baby steps?
Yeah, it is baby steps, right? They're still a little leashed right now, not gonna lie. There's some, Lozy was saying, there's some kinks to work out.
Yeah.
And they're still trying new players out in the sense of giving them stage time and figuring out what fits in what certain situation. Yeah. I was explaining this to Vertigo, there are certain players that probably have a hero pool that rivals the opponents or does well, right, in a matchup. So maybe that's what they're trying to figure out right now. I am pretty confident. I'm not going to make another bet again, but I'm pretty confident that by the time playoffs comes around, they should be ready.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah. Well, they are taking an off day tomorrow, so they will have a lot of time to take in the sights, look at the games before they face Flash, I do believe.
I believe, yes.
They will be facing Flash in the final week. of regular season. And as always, regardless of how your teams are doing, let's take a look at the standings first. As before I get to my next point, let's bring them up. So regardless of how your teams are doing right now, your favorite teams, do take note that this is only the regular season. No one's going home. Yes, you may start in the lowers. Yes, you may start in the upper, but overall, it's getting to that final two. That is important. That grand final, that is where all the marbles are played for, right? It doesn't matter you start in the upper bracket. I think a very good case in point was it?
Didn't RSG have like an insane lower bracket run like last season or the season before?
They did.
They were like, we purposely sent back.
Yeah, I think it was season 1, right?
They
started lower
they
bracket.
dropped to 5th place.
Yeah.
They were in 5th place
and then they perfect ran all the way to finals and they got 3-0 by EVOS.
Ouch. Yeah, that was something. Yeah, that brings back some memories. But I think another good example was Almighty last season.
Oh, yeah.
Started lower bracket, ended up almost taking down RSG in the lower bracket final.
They kicked out Flash though.
Yeah, I mean, Flash is a really good example of doing well in the regular season
and then doing bad,
bungling the entire thing, losing 2 straight series.
Gotta love that.
That doesn't feel good. So you can get top 1 in the regular season right now, but you lose your first game, you lose your second lower bracket game, you're out. It can still happen. So I think, to all the fans out there, don't sweat it too much. Don't give your favorite players a hard time, all right?
Yeah, for sure.
Cheer them on. I think a lot of these players, they get a lot of support when they do well, but not as much support when they don't do as well. Yeah. I know some of the regions have the diamond betting in the game.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think Singapore has it.
We only have a guess
No, they have the guess. I mean, not diamond betting, but more of like you guess for rewards and stuff, right? And I think our region doesn't have it. Last season it didn't have it. Oh, we do have it this season.
But it's not diamonds, it's guess coins.
Yeah,
I'm a bit better of the guess coins.
So did you bet on Evo?
Oh, of course I did.
This is my mandatory PSA. We don't condone betting or gambling on this broadcast. Just gonna put it out there before anything goes wrong.
This is in the game
ML betting.
Itself, guys. We're not betting money. Yes. We're talking about like tokens.
Just to put it out there.
ML lets you bet and then win skins or rewards or something. So we're just talking about that, right, guys? Don't come after us. Okay, yes, with that said, I think with playoffs just round the corner, I think we want to correct something that I think Lozy said. He wanted to face EVOS in the first round. I think that's not going to be possible unless EVOS gets 4th.
Oh yeah, you are right. Yes.
So unless somehow Zion becomes first place and RSG is second and EVOS is third, I don't know how we're going to arrive at that math. It feels physically impossible to me.
It's physically impossible as long as either team ends up top 4. Both teams, as long as both teams end up top 4.
Yeah, so they probably won't face each other so quickly. They will face one other team and then face each other in the upper final. And then they'll knock someone down and then maybe meet in the grand final. I don't know.
Maybe.
But it will be cool to see. It will be cool to see RSG enter from the upper bracket for once. To sit in that grand final spot for once instead of EVOS is doing it. Because right now it just feels like
pretty likely if they win 2-0 against Flash next week. If I'm not wrong, that puts them at 14 points or 13 points, which is like pretty solid first position.
Yeah, it is a pretty solid first position, but they do have the head-to-head loss to EVOS, so there is always going to be a chance. But ultimately, I don't think they'll ever face each other in the first round, which will leave El Clasico to second day of playoffs, which is kind of nice. Keeps everyone around, keeps the ratings high. I kind of like that. All right, with that said, I think we just want to wrap up today. Any surprises? Any letdowns?
No, I think I'm pretty overall, all the results that came out are pretty expected. I'm happy that some of my draft predictions came true in the first game of SMG and RSG. I was like, oh yeah, Link did it. So I was like pretty happy.
Man's been watching the VODs. He's been reading the teams.
Yeah. If you guys need some future site, let me know. You can slide into my DMs. I don't know whichever team out there is like.
He's like, hey, we need you to read this team. Yeah. I'll give you like $20.
Yeah, teams could reach out to you, right? And then,
sure, if they really wanted to. I don't know why they would, but okay.
Mr. Readable, pinpoint accuracy. No. I mean, the draft was really on point. You guessed out the band, you guessed what they picked up. All very great.
Yeah. That's
but we'll never beat you guessing Evil 2-0 over you.
That one, I'm like, okay, what an insane prediction.
That was the craziest.
Speaking about Evil, they're gonna be appearing tomorrow's match, and I don't get the chance to cast the game though.
Yeah.
I'm very sad, but I'll be there to support them.
It's okay. Speaking of tomorrow, let's talk about tomorrow, and then we will wrap up for today. All right, we have Evil Flash, which unfortunately Mr. Reese will be missing, but he will be checking. He will be able to check it out on the stream itself. And then we have EVOS versus Almighty. That one's not going to look too hot for Almighty, but they do need the wins desperately. I don't want to count them out just yet, but it's not looking too hot. And Zion SMG, I think with Zion's performance, definitely leaning towards Zion, but SMG have bags of tricks that you know, maybe Zion are not as good at recovery compared to RSG. And SMG has a good early game.
Yeah, I mean, Almighty have backdoor tricks too, right? You know.
Sure. You wanna place down a call here?
I'm gonna place down a call.
Counter dinner.
All right.
Almighty 2-1.
EVOS.
No, as in EVOS will win the first game. Almighty will come back with the second game.
Oh, you're calling it that?
Yeah,
close.
I'll take that double or nothing.
Right?
Okay, double or nothing.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
So we got a wager: double dinners and drinks or nothing with Reese and Daryl. I want to say I'll buy you dinner anyway. All right. I'm staying out of this because this sounds like a very bad.
I'm gonna be watching it so closely.
Yeah. This
We
sounds like
literally said we don't condone gambling. We're just like betting on betting.
Dinners don't count. Dinners don't count. All right.
it's not
It's good
gambling.
to have a little bit of friendly banter on the chat, but unfortunately, we are out of time for day number 5 of the regular season. Appreciate all of you guys for coming down. Great on you all for hitting that 500 shares. Let's get that done again tomorrow, and let's hit that 47K as well. Hopefully by tomorrow, if not by day 7. All right. Anyway, I'm Lysander. This is Vertigo. This is Hungry Cast, and we have been your panelists for this entire day of MPL, or rather, this second half of the day of MPL SG Season 3, Day 5. See you tomorrow.
That time of the year again, where the best Mobile Legends Bang Bang teams from the tropical region of Southeast Asia converge together. The MLBB Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC 2022. Who shall conquer and who shall be conquered? Which team will soar above the clouds and be crowned as the king of Southeast Asia? Like the Zodiacs, a total of 12 teams from the region will compete in 2 stages: the group stage and the playoffs. Each group of 3 teams will fight against each other in a best-of-2 match, where the weakest of each group will be eliminated. That leaves the remaining 8 to continue their paths of glory. To facilitate the epic battles between the giants, the MSC 2022 arena will be held at the City of Contrast and Diversity, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Witness the clash of titans from the supreme MLBB region from June 11th until June 19th. Follow hashtag SupremeAC for more updates. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, where heroes make history.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Hey everyone, DevPow here. In this video, I brought fantastic news. MLBB is releasing a new system, Creation Cam.